Section 1 of A Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in April 2013. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 1. Otto Edward Leopold von Bismarck, 1815 to... by Munro Smith. Otto Edward Leopold, fourth child of Charles and Wilhelmina von Bismarck, was born at Schönhausen in Prussia, April 1, 1815. The family was one of the oldest in the Old Mark, now a part of the province of Saxony, and not a few of its members had held important military or diplomatic positions under the Prussian crown. The young Otto passed his school years in Berlin and pursued university studies in law, 1832-5, at Göttingen and at Berlin. At Göttingen he was rarely seen at lectures, but was a prominent figure in the social life of the student body. The old university town is full of traditions of his prowess in duels and drinking bouts, and of his difficulties with the authorities. In 1835 he passed the state examination in law and was occupied for 3 years, first in the judicial and then in the administrative service of the state, at Berlin, Aix-la-Chapelle and Potsdam. In 1838 he left the governmental service and studied agriculture at the Eldena Academy. From his 24th to his 36th year, 1839-51, his life was that of a country squire. He took charge at first of property held by his father in Pomerania. Upon his father's death in 1845, he assumed the management of the family estate of Schönhausen. Here he held the local offices of captain of dikes and of deputy in the provincial diet. The latter position proved a stepping stone into Prussian and German politics, for when Frederick William IV summoned the United Diet of the Kingdom, 1847, Bismarck was sent to Berlin as an alternate delegate from his province. The next 3 years were full of events. The Revolution of 1848 forced all the German sovereigns who had thus far retained absolute power, among them the King of Prussia, to grant representative constitutions to their people. The same year witnessed the initiation of a great popular movement for the unification of Germany. A national parliament was assembled at Frankfurt, and in 1849 it offered to the King of Prussia the German imperial crown, but the constitution it had drafted was so democratic and the opposition of the German princes so great that Frederick William felt obliged to refuse the offer. An attempt was then made, at a parliament held in Erfurt, to establish a narrower Germany under Prussian leadership, but this movement also came to nothing. The Austrian government, paralyzed for a time by revolts in its own territories, had re-established its power and threatened Prussia with war. Russia supported Austria, and Prussia submitted at Olmütz, 1850. In these stirring years, Bismarck, first as a member of the United Diet and then as a representative in the new Prussian Chamber of Deputies, made himself prominent by hostility to the constitutional movement and championship of royal prerogative. He defended the king's refusal of the imperial crown because all the real gold in it would be gotten by melting up the Prussian crown, and he compared the pact which the king, by accepting the Frankfurt Constitution, would make with the democracy, to the pact between the huntsman and the devil in the Freischütz. Sooner or later, he declared, the people would come to the emperor, and, pointing to the imperial arms, would say, "Do you fancy this eagle was given you for nothing?" He sat in the Erfurt Parliament, but had no faith in its success. He opposed the constitution which it adopted, although this was far more conservative than that drafted at Frankfurt, because he deemed it still too revolutionary. During the Austro-Prussian disputes of 1850, he expressed himself, like the rest of the Prussian conservatives, in favor of reconciliation with Austria, and he even defended the Convention of Olmütz. After Olmütz, the German Federal Diet, which had disappeared in 1848, was reconstituted at Frankfurt, and to Frankfurt Bismarck was sent in 1857 as representative of Prussia. This position, which he held for more than 7 years, was essentially diplomatic, since the Federal Diet was merely a permanent congress of German ambassadors, and Bismarck, who had enjoyed no diplomatic training, owed his appointment partly to the fact that his record made him persona grata to the presidential power, Austria. He soon forfeited the favor of that state by the steadfastness with which he resisted its pretensions to superior authority, and the energy with which he defended the constitutional parity of Prussia and the smaller states. But he won the confidence of the home government, and was consulted by the king and his ministers with increasing frequency on the most important questions of European diplomacy. He strove to inspire them with greater jealousy of Austria. He favored closer relations with Napoleon III as a make-weight against the Austrian influence, and was charged by some of his opponents with an undue leaning toward France. But as he explained in a letter to a friend, if he had sold himself, it was to a Teutonic and not to a Gallic devil. In the winter of 1858-9, as the Franco-Austrian War drew nearer, Bismarck's anti-Austrian attitude became so pronounced that his government, by no means ready to break with Austria, but rather disposed to support that power against France, felt it necessary to put him, as he himself expressed it, on ice on the Neva. From 1859 to 1862 he held the position of Prussian ambassador at St. Petersburg. In 1862 he was appointed ambassador at Paris. In the autumn of the same year he became minister-president of Prussia. The new Prussian king, William I, had become involved in a controversy with the Prussian Chamber of Deputies over the reorganization of the army. His previous ministers were unwilling to press the reform against a hostile majority, and Bismarck, who was ready to assume the responsibility, was charged with the premiership of the new cabinet. "Under some circumstances," he said later, "death upon the scaffold is as glorious as upon the battlefield." From 1862 to 1866 he governed Prussia without the support of the lower chamber and without a regular budget. He informed a committee of the deputies that the questions of the time were not to be settled by debates, but by blood and iron. In the diplomatic field it was his effort to secure a position of advantage for the struggle with Austria for the control of Germany, a struggle which, 6 years before, he had declared to be inevitable. During his stay in St. Petersburg he had strengthened the friendly feeling already subsisting between Prussia and Russia, and in 1863 he gave the Russian government useful support in crushing a Polish insurrection. To a remonstrance from the English ambassador, somewhat arrogantly delivered in the name of Europe, Bismarck responded, "Who is Europe?" While in Paris he had convinced himself that no serious interference was to be apprehended from Napoleon. That monarch overrated Austria, regarding Bismarck's plans, which appear to have been explained with extraordinary frankness, as chimerical, and pronounced Bismarck not a serious person. Bismarck, on the other hand, privately expressed the opinion that Napoleon was a great unrecognized incapacity. When, in 1863, the death of Frederick VII of Denmark without direct heirs raised again the ancient Schleswig-Holstein problem, Bismarck saw that the opportunity had come for the solution of the German question. The events of the next 7 years are familiar history. In 1864, Prussia and Austria made war on Denmark and obtained a joint sovereignty over the duchies of Holstein and Schleswig. In 1866, with Italy as her ally, Prussia drove Austria out of the German Confederation, annexed Schleswig, Holstein, Hanover, Electoral Hesse, and Frankfurt, and brought all the German states north of the Main, except Luxembourg, into the North German Confederation, of which the King of Prussia was president and Bismarck chancellor. When war was declared by France in 1870, the South German states also placed their forces at the King of Prussia's disposal, and before the war was over, they joined the newly established German Empire, which thus included all the territories of the old Confederation except German Austria and Luxembourg. The old confederation was a mere league of sovereign states. The new empire was a nation. To this empire, at the close of the war, the French Republic paid an indemnity of 5 milliards of francs and ceded Alsace and Lorraine. In giving the German people political unity, Bismarck realized their strongest and deepest desire, and the feeling entertained toward him underwent a sudden revulsion. From 1862 to 1866 he had been the best hated man in Germany. The partial union of 1867, when, as he expressed it, Germany was "put in the saddle," made him a national hero. The reconciliation with the people was the more complete because, at Bismarck's suggestion, a German parliament was created, elected by universal suffrage, and because the Prussian ministers, to the great indignation of their conservative supporters, asked the Prussian deputies to grant them indemnity for their unconstitutional conduct of the government during the preceding 4 years. For the next 10 years, Bismarck had behind him, in Prussian and in German affairs, a substantial nationalist majority. At times, indeed, he had to restrain their zeal. In 1867, for instance, when they desired to take Baden alone into the new union, the rest of South Germany being averse to entrance, Bismarck was obliged to tell them that it would be a poor policy to skim off the cream and let the rest of the milk turn sour. Bismarck remained Chancellor of the Empire as well as Minister-President of Prussia until 1890, when William II demanded his resignation. During these years, the military strength of the empire was greatly increased. Its finances were placed upon an independent footing, its authority was extended in legislative matters, and its administrative system was developed and consolidated. Conflicts with the Roman Catholic hierarchy, 1873 to 87, and with the Social Democracy, 1878 to 90, resulted indecisively, though Bismarck's desire to alleviate the misery which in his opinion caused the socialistic movement gave rise to a series of remarkable laws for the insurance of the laboring classes against accident, disease, and old age. With a return to the protective system, which Bismarck advocated for fiscal reasons, he combined the attempt to enlarge Germany's foreign market by the establishment of imperial colonies in Africa and in the Pacific Ocean. In other respects, his foreign policy after 1870 was controlled by the desire to preserve peace. Germany, he said, belongs to the satisfied nations. When the Russian friendship cooled, he secured an alliance with Austria, 1879, which Italy also joined, 1882, and the Triple Alliance thus formed continued to dominate European politics for many years after Bismarck's withdrawal from office. Of Bismarck's state papers, the greater portion are still buried in the Prussian archives. The most important series that has been published consists of his dispatches from Frankfurt. These are marked by clearness of statement, force of argument, and felicity of illustration. The style, although less direct and simple than that of his unofficial writings, is still excellent. A large part of the interest attaching to these early papers lies in their acute characterization of the diplomatists with whom he had to deal. His analysis of their motives reveals from the outset that thorough insight into human nature which was to count for so much in his subsequent diplomatic triumphs. Of his later notes and dispatches, such as have seen the light, may be found in Hahn's documentary biography. His reports and memorials on economic and fiscal questions have been collected by Poschinger in Bismarck als Volkswirt. Of Bismarck's parliamentary speeches there exists a full collection, reproduced without revision from the stenographic reports, in 15 volumes. Bismarck was not an orator in the ordinary acceptation of the word. His mode of address was conversational, his delivery was monotonous and halting. He often hesitated, searching for a word, but when it came, it usually seemed the only word that could have expressed his meaning, and the hesitation that preceded it gave it a singular emphasis. It seemed to be his aim to convince his hearers, not to win them. His appeal was regularly to their intelligence, not to their emotions. When the energy and warmth of his own feelings had carried him into something like a flight of oratory, there was apt to follow, at the next moment, some plain matter-of-fact statement that brought the discussion back at once to its ordinary level. Such an anti-climax was often very effective. The obvious effort for the speaker to keep his emotions under restraint vouched for the sincerity of the preceding outburst. It should be added that he appreciated, as few Germans do, the rhetorical value of understatement. He was undoubtedly at his literary best in conversation and his letters. We have several volumes of Bismarck anecdotes, Bismarck table talk, etc. The best known are those of Busch, which have been translated into English, and in spite of the fact that his sayings come to us at second hand and colored by the personality of the transmitter, we recognize the qualities which, by the universal testimony of those who knew him, made him one of the most fascinating of talkers. These qualities, however, come out most clearly in a little volume of letters, Bismarck-Briefe, chiefly addressed to his wife. These letters have been excellently translated into English by F. Max. They are characterized throughout by vivid and graphic descriptions, a subtle sense of humor, and real wit, and they have in the highest degree, far more than his state papers or speeches, the literary quality and that indescribable something which we call style. Bismarck furnishes, once for all, the answer to the old French question whether a German can possibly have esprit. Witness his response to the German prince who desired his advice regarding the offer of the crown of one of the Balkan states. Accept, by all means, it will be a charming recollection for you. He possessed also to a high degree the power of summing up a situation or characterizing a movement in a single phrase, and his sayings have enriched the German language with more quotations than the spoken words of any German since Luther. Of the numerous German biographies, Harm's gives the greatest amount of documentary material. Hesekiel's, which has been translated into English, is the most popular. The best French biography is by Simon. The only important English word is that by Lowe. For bibliography, see Schulze and Rolla, Bismarck Literatur, 1895, which contains about 600 titles. The Frankfurt Dispatches and the speeches have been translated into French, but not into English. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Chestnut. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 2. Letters by Otto von Bismarck. To Frau von Arnim, Schoenhausen, August 7th, 1850. The fact is, this journey, and I see it more clearly the nearer it approaches, gives me a right of reversion on the new lunatic asylum, or at least a seat for life in the second chamber. I can already see myself on the platform of the Genthener station, then both of us packed in the carriage, surrounded with all sorts of child's necessaries, an embarrassing company. Johanna ashamed to suckle the baby, which accordingly roars itself blue. Then the passports, the inn, then at Stettin railway station with both bellowing monkeys, then waiting an hour at Angermunde for the horses. And how are we to get from Großlendorf to Kultz? It would be perfectly awful if we had to remain for the night at Stettin. I did that last year with Marie and her squallings. I was in such a state of despair yesterday over all these visions that I was positively determined to give the whole thing up, and at last went to bed with the resolve at least to go straight through, without stopping anywhere. But what will one not commit for the sake of domestic peace? The young cousins, male and female, must become acquainted, and who knows when Johanna will see you again? She pounced upon me last night with the boy in her arms, and with all those wiles which formerly lost us paradise. Of course she succeeded in wringing my consent that everything should remain as before. I feel, however, that I am as one to whom fearful injustice is done, and I am certain that I shall have to travel next year with 3 cradles, wet nurses, long cloths, and counterpanes. I am now awake by 6 o'clock, and already in a gentle simmer of anger. I cannot get to sleep, owing to all the visions of traveling which my imagination paints in the darkest colors, even up to the picnics on the sandhills of Stolpmünde, and then, if one were only paid for it, but to travel away the last remnants of a once handsome fortune with sucking babies. I am very unhappy. Well, Wednesday then, in Gerswalde, I should probably have done better by driving over Passau, and you would not have had so far to Prenzlau as to G. However, it is now a fait accompli, and the pain of selection is succeeded by the quiet of resignation. Johanna is somewhat nervous about her dresses, supposing you Boitzenburgers have company. To his wife. Frankfurt, August 7th, 1851. I wanted to write you yesterday and today, but owing to all the clatter and bustle of business, could not do so until now, late in the evening on my return from a walk through the lovely summer night breeze, the moonlight, and the murmuring of poplar leaves, which I took to brush away the dust of the day's dispatches and papers. Saturday afternoon I drove out with Rauschow and Leiner to Rudesheim. There I took a boat, rowed out upon the Rhine, and swam in the moonlight with nothing but nose and eyes out of the water, as far as the Mosentherm, near Bingen, where the bad bishop came to his end. It gives one a peculiar dreamy sensation to float thus on a quiet, warm night in the water, gently carried down by the current, looking above on the heavens studded with the moon and the stars, and on each side the banks and wooden hilltops and the battlements of the old castles bathed in the moonlight, whilst nothing falls on one's ear but the gentle splashing of one's own movements. I should like to swim like this every evening. I drank some very fair wine afterwards, and then sat a long time with Linar smoking on the balcony, the Rhine below us. My little New Testament and the star-studded heavens brought us on the subject of religion, and I argued long against the Rousseau-like sophism of his ideas, without, however, achieving more than to reduce him to silence. He was badly treated as a child by bonnes and tutors, without ever having known his parents. Later on, in consequence of much the same sort of education as myself, he picked up the same ideas in his youth, but is more satisfied and more convinced by them than I ever was. Next day we took the steamer to Koblenz, stopped there an hour for breakfast, and came back the same way to Frankfurt, where we arrived in the evening. I undertook this expedition with the intention of visiting old Metternich, who had invited me to do so at Johannisberg, but I was so much pleased with the Rhine that I preferred to make my way over to Koblenz and to postpone the visit. When you and I saw it, we had just returned from the Alps, and the weather was bad. On this fresh summer morning, however, and after the dusty monotony of Frankfurt, the Rhine has risen very considerably in my estimation. I promise myself complete enjoyment in spending a couple of days with you at Rudesheim. The place is so quiet and rural, honest people and cheap living. We will hire a small boat and row at our leisure downwards, climb up the Niederwald and a castle or two, and return with the steamer. One can leave this place early in the morning, stay 8 hours at Rudesheim, Bingen, or Rheinstein, etc., and be back again in the evening. My appointment here appears now to be certain. Moscow, June 6th, 1859. I will send you at least a sign of life from here while I am waiting for the samovar, and a young Russian in a red shirt is exerting himself behind me with vain attempts to light a fire. He puffs and blows, but it will not burn. After having complained so much about the scorching heat lately, I woke today between Tver and here, and thought I was dreaming when I saw the country in its fresh verdure covered far and wide with snow. I shall wonder at nothing again, and having convinced myself of the fact beyond all doubt, I turn quickly on the other side to sleep, and roll on farther, although the play of colors, from green to white, in the red dawn of day was not without its charm. I do not know if the snow still lies at Tver. Here it has thawed away, and a cool gray rain is rattling on the green tin of the roofs. Green has every reason to be the Russian favorite color. Of the 500 miles I have passed in traveling here, I have slept away about 200, but each handbreadth of the remainder was green in every shade. Towns and villages, and more particularly houses, with the exception of the railway stations, I did not observe. Bushy forests with birch trees cover swamp and hill, a fine growth of grass beneath, long tracts of meadowland between. So it goes on for 50, 100, 200 miles. Plowed land I do not remember to have remarked, nor heather nor sand. Solitary grazing cows or horses awoke one at times to the presumption that there might be human beings in the neighborhood. Moscow, seen from above, looks like a field of young wheat. The soldiers are green, the cupolas green, and I do not doubt that the eggs on the table before me were laid by green hens. You will want to know how I came to be here. I also have already asked myself this question, and the answer I received was that change is the soul of life. The truth of this profound saying becomes especially obvious after having lived for 10 weeks in a sunny room of a hotel with a lookout on pavements. The charms of moving become rather blunted if they occur repeatedly within a short period. I therefore determined to forego them, handed over all paper to, gave Engel my keys, declared that I would put up a week at Steinbach's house, and drove to the Moscow station. This was yesterday at noon, and this morning at 8 o'clock I alighted here at the Hôtel de France. First of all, I shall pay a visit to a charming acquaintance of former times, who lives in the country about 20 versts from here. Tomorrow evening I shall be here again. Wednesday and Thursday shall visit the Kremlin, and so forth. And Friday or Saturday sleep in the beds which Engel will meantime buy. Slow harnessing and fast driving lie in the character of this people. I ordered the carriage 2 hours ago. To every call which I have been uttering for each successive 10 minutes of an hour and a half, the answer is, immediately, given with imperturbably friendly composure. But there the matter rests. You know my exemplary patience in waiting, but everything has its limits. Afterwards there will be wild galloping, so that on these bad roads horse and carriage break down, and at last we reach the place on foot. I have meanwhile drunk 3 glasses of tea, and annihilated several eggs. The efforts at getting warm have also so perfectly succeeded that I feel the need of fresh air. I should, out of sheer impatience, commence shaving if I had a glass. This city is very straggling and very foreign-looking, with its green-roofed churches and innumerable cupolas, quite different from Amsterdam, but both the most original cities I know. No German guard has a conception of the luggage people drag with them into the railway carriage. Not a Russian goes without 2 real pillows and white pillow-cases, children in baskets, and masses of eatables of every kind. Out of politeness they bowed me into a sleeping car where I was worse off than in my seat. Altogether it is astonishing to me to see the fuss made here about a journey. Moscow, June 8th. This city is really, as a city, the handsomest and most original existing. The environs are cheerful, not pretty, not ugly, but the view from the top of the Kremlin on this panorama of green-roofed houses, gardens, churches, spires of the strangest possible form and color, mostly green, or red, or bright blue, generally crowned at the top with a gigantic golden onion, and mostly 5 or more on one church, there are certainly 1,000 steeples. Anything more strangely beautiful than all this lit up by the slanting rays of the setting sun it is impossible to see. The weather has cleared up again, and I should stay here a few days longer if there were not rumors of a great battle in Italy, which may perhaps bring diplomatic work in its train, so I will be off there and get back to my post. The house in which I am writing is, curiously enough, one of the few that survived 1812. Old, thick walls like those at Schönhausen, Oriental architecture, big Moorish rooms. June 28th, evening. After a 3 hours' drive through the gardens in an open carriage, and a view of all its beauties in detail, I am drinking tea with the prospect of the golden evening sky and green woods. At the Emperor's they want to be en famille the last evening, as I can perfectly well understand, and I, as a convalescent, have sought retirement, and have indeed done quite enough today for my first outing. I am smoking my cigar in peace and drinking excellent tea, and see, through the smoke of both, a sunset of really rare beauty. I send you the enclosed jasmine as a proof that it really grows and blossoms here in the open air. On the other hand, I must own that I have been shown the common chestnut in shrub form as a rare growth, which in winter is wrapped up. Otherwise, there are very fine large oaks, ash trees, limes, poplars, and birches as thick as oaks. Petersburg, July 26, 1859. Half an hour ago a cabinet courier woke me with War and Peace. Our policy drifts more and more into the Austrian wake, and when we have once fired a shot on the Rhine, it is over with the Italian-Austrian war, and in its place a Prussian-French comes on the scene, in which Austria, after we have taken the burden from her shoulders, stands by us, or fails to stand by us, just so far as her own interests require. She will certainly not allow us to play a very brilliant victor's part. As God wills. After all, everything here is only a question of time. Nations and individuals, folly and wisdom, war and peace, they come and go like the waves, but the sea remains. There is nothing on this earth but hypocrisy and jugglery, and whether fever or grape shot tear off this fleshly mask, fall it must sooner or later. And then, granted that they are equal in height, a likeness will after all turn up between a Prussian and an Austrian which will make it difficult to distinguish them. The stupid and the clever, too, look pretty much alike when their bones are well picked. With such views a man certainly gets rid of his specific patriotism, but it would indeed be a subject for despair if our salvation depended on them. To his brother-in-law, Oscar von Arnim. Rheinfeld, August 16, 1861. I have just finished the news of the terrible misfortune which has befallen you in Malvine. My first thought was to come to you at once, but in wanting to do so I overrated my powers. My regime has touched me up a good deal, and the thought of suddenly breaking it off met with such decided opposition that I have resolved to let Johanna go alone. Such a blow goes beyond the reach of human consolation, and yet it is a natural desire to be near those we love in their sorrow, and to lament with them in common. It is the only thing we can do. A heavier sorrow could scarcely have befallen you, to lose such an amiable and a so happily thriving child in such a way, and to bury along with him all the hopes which were to be the joys of your old days. Sorrow over such a loss will not depart from you as long as you live on this earth. This I feel with you, with deep and painful sympathy. We are powerless and helpless in God's mighty hand, so far as he will not himself help us, and can do nothing but bow down in humility under his dispensations. He can take from us all that he gave, and make us utterly desolate, and our mourning for it will be all the bitterer the more we allow it to run to excess in contention and rebellion against his almighty ordinance. Do not mingle your just grief with bitterness and repining, but bring home to yourself that a son and a daughter are left to you, and that with them, and even in the feeling of having possessed another beloved child for 15 years, you must consider yourself blessed in comparison with the many who have never had children nor known a parent's joy. I do not want to trouble you with the feeble grounds for consolation, but only to tell you in these lines how I, as a friend and brother, feel your suffering like my own, and am moved by it to the very core. How all small cares and vexations which daily accompany our life vanish at the iron appearance of real misfortune. And I feel, like so many reproaches, the reminiscences of all complaints and covetous wishes, over which I have so often forgotten how much blessing God gives us, and how much danger surrounds us without touching us. We are not to attach ourselves to this world, and not regard it as our home. Another 20, or in the happiest case 30 years, and we are both of us beyond the cares of this life, and our children have reached our present standpoint, and find with astonishment that the freshly begun life is already going downhill. It would not be worth while to dress and undress if it were over with that. Do you still remember these words of a fellow traveler from Stolpemünde? The thought that death is the transition to another life will certainly do little to alleviate your grief. For you might think that your beloved son might have been a true and dear companion to you during the time you are still living in this world, and would have continued, by God's blessing, the memory of you here. The circle of those whom we love contracts itself and receives no increase till we have grandchildren. At our time of life we form no fresh bonds which are capable of replacing those that die off. Let us therefore keep the closer together in love until death separates us from one another, as it now separates your son from us. Who knows how soon? Won't you come with Malle to Stolpemünde, and stay quietly with us for a few weeks or days? At all events I shall come to you at Kroschlendorf, or wherever else you are, in 3 or 4 weeks. I greet my dearest Malle with all my heart. May God give her, as well as you, strength to bear and patiently submit. To his wife. Biarritz, August 4th, 1862. I am afraid I have caused some confusion in our correspondence, as I induced you to write too soon to places where I have not yet arrived. It will be better for you to address your letters to Paris, just as though I were there. The embassy then sends them after me, and I can more quickly send word there if I alter my route. Yesterday evening I returned from San Sebastian to Bayonne, where I slept, and am now sitting here in a quarter room of the Hôtel de l'Europe, with charming view on the blue sea, which drives its white foam through the curious cliffs against the lighthouse. I have a bad conscience for seeing so many beautiful things without you. If one could transport you here through the air, I would go directly back again to San Sebastian, and take you with me. Fancy the Siebengebirge, with the Drachenfels placed by the sea, close by Ehrenbreitstein, and between the two, pushing its way into the land, an arm of the sea, somewhat broader than the Rhine, and forming a round bay behind the mountains. In this you bathe in transparently clear water, so heavy and so salt that you swim on top of it by yourself, and look through the broad gate of rocks into the sea, or landward where the mountain chains top each other, always higher, always bluer. The women of the middle and lower classes are strikingly pretty, occasionally beautiful; the men surly and uncivil, and the comforts of life to which we are accustomed are missing. The heat is not worse here than there, and I do not mind it; find myself, on the contrary, very well, thank God. The day before yesterday There was a storm such as I have never seen anything like. I had to take a run 3 times before I could succeed in getting up a flight of 3 steps on the jetty. Pieces of stone and large fragments of trees were carried through the air. Unfortunately, therefore, I countermanded my place in a sailing vessel to Bayonne, for I could not suppose that after 4 hours all would be quiet and cheerful. I lost thus a charming sail along the coast, remained a day more at San Sebastian, and left yesterday in the diligence, rather uncomfortably packed, between nice little Spanish women, with whom I could not talk a syllable. So much Italian, however, they understood, that I could demonstrate to them my satisfaction with their exterior. I looked today at a railway guide to see how I could get from here, that is from Toulouse, by railway over Marseilles to Nice, then by boat to Genoa, from there over Venice, Trieste, Vienna, Breslau, Posen, Stargard to Köslin. If it were only possible to go over Berlin, I cannot very well pass through there just now. To his wife. Hohenmouth, Monday, July 9th, 1866. Do you still remember, my heart, how 19 years ago we passed through here on the way from Prague to Vienna? No mirror showed the future, neither when, in 1852, I went along this line with the good Linnar. Matters are going well with us, if we are not immoderate in our demands, and do not imagine that we have conquered the world. We shall acquire a pace which will be worth the trouble. But we are just as quickly intoxicated as discouraged, and I have the ungrateful task of pouring water in the foaming wine, and making them see that we are not living alone in Europe, but with 3 neighbors still. The Austrians are in Moravia, and we are already so bold that their positions today are fixed for our headquarters tomorrow. Prisoners are still coming in, and 180 guns since the 3rd, up to today. If they call up their southern army, with God's good help we shall beat them again. Confidence is universal. I could hug our fellows, each facing death so gallantly, so quiet, obedient, well behaved, with empty stomachs, wet clothes, wet camp, little sleep, the soles of their boots falling off, obliging to everybody, no looting, no incendiarism, paying where they can, and eating moldy bread. There must, after all, abide in our man of the soil a rich store of the fear of God, or all that would be impossible. News of acquaintances is difficult to obtain. People are miles apart from one another. No one knows where the other is, and nobody to send. Men enough, but no horses. I have had Philip searched for 4 days. He is slightly wounded in the head by a lance, as G. wrote to me, but I cannot find out where he is, and now we are already 40 miles farther on. The king exposed himself very much indeed on the 3rd, and it was a very good thing that I was with him, for all the warnings on the part of others were to no avail, and no one would have ventured to speak, as I allowed myself to do the last time, and with success, after a heap of 10 men and 15 horses of the 6th Regiment of Cuirassiers were wallowing in their blood near us, and the shells whizzed round the sovereign in the most unpleasant proximity. The worst luckily did not burst, but after all I like it better than if he should err on the other side. He was enchanted with his troops, and rightly, so that he did not seem to remark all the whistling and bursting about him, as quiet and comfortable as on the Kreuzberg, and kept constantly finding battalions that he wanted to thank and say good evening to, until there we were again, under fire. But he has had to hear so much about it that he will leave it alone for the future, and you can be at ease. Besides, I hardly believe in another real battle. If you have no news of a person, you can all implicitly believe that he lives and is well, as all casualties occurring to one's acquaintances are known in 24 hours at the longest. We have not come at all into communication with Herwarth and Steinmetz, but know that they are both well. G quietly leads his squadron with his arm in a sling. Goodbye, I must go on duty. Your most true V.B. To his wife. Note: this letter did not reach its destination, but together with the entire post was captured by Franc Tireurs and published by a French newspaper. Vindressa, 3 September 1870. My dear heart, I left my present quarters before early dawn the day before yesterday, came back today, and have in the meantime witnessed the great battle of Sedan, in which we made about 30,000 prisoners, and threw the remainder of the French army, which we have been pursuing since Bar-le-Duc, into the fortress, where they had to surrender themselves along with the Emperor, prisoners of war. Yesterday morning at 5 o'clock, after I had been negotiating until 1 o'clock A.M. with Moltke and the French generals about the capitulation to be concluded, I was awakened by General Reille, with whom I am acquainted, to tell me that Napoleon wished to speak with me. Unwashed and unbreakfasted, I rode towards Sedan, found the Emperor in an open carriage with 3 aides de camp and 3 attendants on horseback halted on the road before Sedan. I dismounted, saluted him just as politely as at the Tuileries, and asked for his commands. He wished to see the king. I told him, as the truth was, that his Majesty had his quarters 15 miles away, at the spot where I am now riding. In answer to Napoleon's question where he should go, I offered him, as I was not acquainted with the country, my own quarters at Donchéry, a small place in the neighborhood close by Sedan. He accepted and drove, accompanied by his 6 Frenchmen, by me and by Karl, who in the meantime had ridden after me, through the lonely morning toward our lines. Before coming to the spot he began to hesitate on account of the possible crowd, and he asked me if he could alight in a lonely cottage by the wayside. I had it inspected by Karl, who brought word that it was mean and dirty. "N'importe," said N., and I ascended with him a rickety narrow staircase. In an apartment of 10 feet square, with a deal table and 2 rush-bottomed chairs, we sat for an hour. The others were below. A powerful contrast with our last meeting in the Tuileries in 1867. Our conversation was a difficult thing, if I wanted to avoid touching on topics which could not but affect painfully the man whom God's mighty hand had cast down. I had sent Karl to fetch officers from the town, and to beg Moltke to come. We then sent one of the former to reconnoiter, and discovered 2 1/2 miles off, in Frenois, a small chateau situated in a park. Thither I accompanied him with an escort of the Cuirassier regiment of Life Guards, which had meantime been brought up, and there we concluded with the French General-in-Chief, Wimpfen, the capitulation by virtue of which 40,000 to 60,000 Frenchmen, I do not know it accurately at present, with all they possess, become our prisoners. Yesterday and the day before cost France 100,000 men and an emperor. This morning the latter, with all his suite and horse and carriages, started for Wilhelmshöhe, near Kassel. It is an event of great weight in the world's history, a victory for which we will humbly thank the Almighty, and which decides the war, even if we have to carry it on against France, shorn of her emperor. I must conclude. With heartfelt joy I learn from your and Maria's letters that Herbert has arrived among you. Bill I spoke to yesterday has already telegraphed, and embraced him from horseback in his Majesty's presence, while he stood motionless in the ranks. He is very healthy and happy. I saw Hans and Fritz Karl, both Billows in the 2nd Dragoon Guards, well and cheerful. Goodbye, my heart. Love to the children. Your V.B. To his wife. Often, June 23, 1852. I have just come from the steamer, and do not know how better to employ the moment I have at my disposal before Hildebrand follows with my things than by sending you a little sign of life from this very easterly but very beautiful world. The Emperor has been graciously pleased to assign me quarters in his castle, and here I am in a large vaulted hall, sitting in an open window through which the evening bells of Pest are pealing. The outlook is charming. The castle stands high. Beneath me first the Danube, spanned by the suspension bridge; across it Pest, and farther off the endless plain beyond Pest, fading away into the purple haze of evening. To the left of Pest I look up the Danube, far, very far away on my left, that is, on its right bank. It is first bordered by the town of Aachen. Back of that are hills, blue and still bluer, and then comes the brown red in the evening sky that glows behind them. Between the two towns lies the broad mirror of water, like that at Linz, broken by the suspension bridge and a wooden island. The journey here, too, at least from Gran to Pest, would have delighted you. Imagine the Odenwald and the Taunus pushed near to each other, and the space between filled with the waters of the Danube. The shady side of the trip was its sunny side. It was as hot as if Tokay was to be grown on the boat, and the number of tourists was great, but only think of it! Not an Englishman! They cannot have yet discovered Hungary. There were, however, odd customers enough of all races, Oriental and Occidental, greasy and washed. A very amiable general was my chief traveling companion. I sat and smoked with him nearly the whole time, up on the paddle box. I am growing impatient as to what has become of Hildebrand. I lean out the window, partly mooning and partly watching for him as if he were a sweetheart, for I crave a clean shirt. If you could only be here for a moment, and if you too could now see the dull silver of the Danube, the dark hills on a pale red background, and the lights that shine up from below in Pest, Vienna would go down a good way in your estimation as compared with Budapest, as the Hungarians call it. You see that I too can go into raptures over nature. Now that Hildebrand has really turned up, I shall calm my fevered blood with a cup of tea, and soon after go to bed. June 24th, evening. As yet I have had no opportunity to send this off. Again the lights are gleaming up from Pest. On the horizon in the direction of the Theiss there are flashes of lightning. Above us the sky is clear and the stars are shining. I have been a good deal in uniform today, presented my credentials in formal audience to the young ruler of this country, and received a very agreeable impression. After dinner the whole court made an excursion into the hills to the fair shepherdess, who, however, has long been dead. King Matthias Corvinus loved her several hundred years ago. There is a view from there, over wooded hills something like those by the Neckar, of Aachen, its hills, and the plain. A country festival had brought together thousands of people. They pressed around the Emperor, who had mingled with the throng with ringing shouts of "Eljen!" "Vive!" They danced the czardas, waltzed, sang, played music, climbed into the trees, and crowded the court. On a grassy slope there was a supper table for some 20 persons, with seats on one side only, while the other was left free for the view of forest, castle, city, and country. Above us were tall beeches, with climbing Hungarians on the branches. Behind us, and quite near us, a closely crowded and crowding mass of people. Further off, music from wind instruments alternating with song, wild gypsy melodies. Illumination, moonlight and sunset red, with torches scattered through the forest. It might all be produced without a change as grand scenic effect in a romantic opera. Next to me sat the white-haired Archbishop of Gran in a black silk gown with a red hood. On the other side a very amiable Trig cavalry general. You see, the picture was rich in contrasts. Then we drove home in the moonlight with an escort of torches. It is very quiet and comfortable up here now. I hear nothing but the ticking of a clock on the wall and the distal rumble of carriages below. May angels watch over you. Over me a grenadier in a bearskin does it, 6 inches of whose bayonet I see projecting above the window sill a couple of arm lengths from me, and reflecting a ray of light. He is standing above the terrace on the Danube, and thinking perhaps of his Nancy. End of section 2. Recording by Jeff Chestnut. Section 3 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Chestnut. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 3. Personal Characteristics of the Members of the Frankfurt Diet, by Otto von Bismarck. Confidential Dispatch to Minister von Manteuffel, May 30th, 1853. In connection with my report of today regarding the attitude of certain envoys in the Kettenberg affair, I take the liberty of making some confidential remarks regarding the personal traits of my colleagues in general, in case it should interest your Excellency to have the information. Herr von Prokesch is probably well enough known in Berlin to make further indications of his personal characteristics unnecessary. At the same time, I cannot refrain from remarking that the calmness and ease with which he advances false statements of fact, or contests true statements, surpass my expectations, although I have been led to expect a good deal in this direction. These qualities are supplemented by a surprising degree of coolness in dropping a subject or making a change of front as soon as the untruth which he has taken as his point of departure is identified beyond the possibility of evasion. In case of necessity, he covers a retreat of this sort by an ebullition of moral indignation or by an attack, often of a very personal character, which transfers the discussion to a new and quite different field. His chief weapons in the petty war which I am obliged to wage with him, as often as the interests which we represent diverge, are 1. Passive resistance, i.e., a dilatory treatment of the affair by which he forces upon me the role of a tiresome dun, and not infrequently by reason of the nature of the affair that of a paltry dun. 2. In case of attack, the fait accompli in the shape of apparently insignificant usurpations on the part of the chair. These are commonly so calculated that any protest on my part cannot but seem like a deliberate search for points of controversy or like captious verbal criticism. It is therefore scarcely possible for me to avoid, in my dealings with him, the appearance of quarrelsomeness, unless I am willing to sacrifice the interests of Prussia to a degree which every concession would increase. The Bavarian envoy, Herr von Schrank, I place among the best elements in the assembly, as regards both his capacity and his character. He is a thorough and industrious worker, and practical in his views and opinions, although his predominantly juristic training and mode of thinking make him at times disputatious and tend to impede the progress of affairs. In official intercourse he is frank and obliging, so long as his Bavarian patriotism, which is high-strung and extremely irritable, is treated with consideration, a foible for which I take particular pains to make allowance. Our Saxon colleague, Herr von Nostitz, inspires in me less confidence. It seems to me that he has at bottom a traditional inclination toward Prussia and its political system, which is nourished in part by a Protestantism that is more rationalistic than orthodox, and by fear of ultramontane tendencies. I believe, however, and I should be glad to find that I do him an injustice, that on the whole personal interests take precedence with him over political interests, and that the suppleness of his character permits him to view the latter in whatever light best suits the former. His economic position is dependent upon his place, aside from the salary, by reason of the fact that he owns a house here in which he lives, which he bought before 1848 at a high price, and which he has vainly attempted to rent for the last 5 years. His political course is, therefore, controlled by his desire of remaining in his official position under every contingency, and with the present tendency of the Saxon government, Austria has certainly more opportunity to help him in keeping his place than has Prussia. This circumstance indeed does not prevent Herr von Nostitz from avoiding, as far as his instructions will allow, any patent injury to Prussia, but with his great capacity for labor, his intelligence, and his long experience, he constitutes the most effective support of all Austria's efforts in the Federal Assembly. He is particularly adroit in formulating reports and propositions in awkward controversial questions. He knows how to give his draft a color of compromise without the least sacrifice of any Austrian interest, as soon as the correct interpretation comes to the aid of the apparently indeterminate expression. When his drafts become the basis of subsequent discussion, it is then usually discovered for the first time that the real purpose for which they were drawn is contained in what seem to be casual and incidental words. If the current in Dresden should shift in the Prussian direction, the valuable personal assistance which Herr von Nostitz is able to render by means of his sense, his experience, and the credit both have won him, would be thrown on the Prussian side with the same certainty as now on the Austrian, unless too strong a tie were found in the fact that one of his sons is being educated in the Austrian naval school, while another is already an officer in the imperial service. Herr von Bothmer returned to this place a few days ago as representative of Hanover. I learned from him, however, with regret, that his further stay here is in no wise assured. Not only is his a straightforward character that awakens confidence, he is also the only one of my colleagues who has sufficient independence to give me anything more than passive assistance when I am obliged to protest against the conduct of the chair. His opposite is found in Herr von Reinhardt. While Herr von Bothmer is thorough, clear, and objective in his productions, those of the Württemberg envoy bear the stamp of superficiality and confused thinking. His removal from the Federal Assembly might justly be regarded as a great gain for us. I do not know whether his departure from Berlin was connected with circumstances which have left in him a lasting dislike of Prussia, or whether confused political theories, regarding which he expresses himself with more ease and with greater interest than regarding practical affairs, have brought him to believe that the Prussian influence in Germany is deleterious. But at all events his antipathy to us exceeds the degree which, in view of the political situation of Württemberg, can be supposed to exist in the mind of his sovereign, and I have reason to assume that his influence upon the instructions which are sent him, and his activity, so far as this is independent of instructions, are exerted, as a matter of principle, to the disadvantage of Prussia. In his bearing towards me personally, there is nothing which would justify the conclusion that his feelings are of the sort I have indicated, and it is only rarely that a point is reached in our debates at which, moderated by a certain timidity, his suppressed bitterness against Prussia breaks out. I may remark, incidentally, that it is he who invariably appears at our sessions last and too late, and who, through want of attention and through subsequent participation in the discussion on the basis of misapprehensions, occasions further repetitions and waste of time. The envoy from Baden, Herr von Marschall, is not without sense and fitness for affairs, but he is scrupulously careful to avoid the responsibility of an independent opinion, and to discover in the least dubitable manner an intermediate point of view from it may be possible to agree with both sides, or at least to disagree with neither. If there is no escape, he inclines, either for family reasons or because his government is more afraid of Vienna than of Berlin, to the Austrian side rather than to ours. Support against the chair, as, for example, in the matter of the order of business, upon which he is charged with a report, I can hardly expect from him. Our colleague from the electorate, Herr von Trott, takes as little part as possible in the affairs of the Diet, especially avoids reports and committee work, and is frequently absent, making the representative from Darmstadt his proxy. He prefers country life and hunting to participation in assemblies, and gives the impression rather of a jovial and portly squire than of an envoy. He confines himself to announcing his vote, briefly and in the exact language of his instructions, and while the latter are invariably drawn by the minister Hassenpflug, in accordance with the directions received from Austria, it does not appear to me that either Austria or the states of the Darmstadt coalition enjoy the personal support of Herr von Trott any more than we do, an impartiality which is rendered easy to the Hessian envoy, as much by his distaste for affairs, and I like to think by the revolt of his essentially honorable nature against all that savors of intrigue, as by his formerly indubitable sympathy for Prussia's interests. We find a more inimical element in the Grand Ducal Hessian envoy, Baron von Münch-Bellinghausen. While this gentleman is attached from the start to the interests of Austria by his family connections with the former presidential envoy of the same name, his antagonism to Prussia is considerably intensified by his strong, and I believe sincere, zeal for the Catholic Church. In private intercourse he is a man of agreeable manners, and as regards his official attitude, I have to this extent no cause of complaint, that beyond the degree of reserve imposed upon him by the anti-Prussian policy of his government, I have observed in him no tendency toward intrigue or insincerity. For the rest, he is a natural opponent of the Prussian policy in all cases where this does not go hand in hand with Austria and the Catholic Church, and the warmth with which he not infrequently supports his opinion against me in discussion, I can regard only as proof of the sincerity of his political convictions. It is certainly, however, an anomalous thing that a Protestant sovereign, who at this moment is in conflict with Catholic bishops, is represented in the Confederacy by Herr von Münch. One of our trustiest allies is Herr von Scherff, who personally is altogether devoted to the Prussian interests, and has moreover a son in our military service. He is experienced in affairs, and prudent to the point of timidity. This latter trait, as well as the sort of influence which His Majesty the King of the Netherlands exercises upon the federal instructions, often prevents him from giving me, in the sessions of the Diet, that degree of support which I should otherwise receive from him. Outside of the sessions, I have always been able to count on him with confidence, whenever I have called upon him for advice, and whenever it has been a question of his aiding me through his influence upon some other envoy, or through the collection of information. With His Royal Highness the Prince of Prussia, Herr von Scherff and his family justly stand in special favor. Nassau and Brunswick are represented by the Baron von Dungern, a harmless character who has neither the personal capacity nor the political credit requisite to give him influence in the Federal Assembly. If the difference that exists in most questions between the attitude of Brunswick and that of Nassau is settled in most cases in favor of the views held by Nassau, i.e. by Austria, this is partly due indeed to the connection of Herr von Dungern and his wife with families that are in the Austrian interests, and to the fact that the envoy, who has two sons in the Austrian military service, feels more dread of Austria's resentment than of Prussia's. But the chief mistake lies in the circumstance that Brunswick is represented by a servant of the Duke of Nassau, who lives here in the immediate neighborhood of his own court, a court controlled by Austrian influences, but maintains with Brunswick, I imagine, connections so closely restricted to what is absolutely necessary that they can hardly be regarded as an equivalent for the 5,000 florins which his Highness Duke William contributes to his salary. The Mecklenburg envoy, Herr von Oertzen, justifies in all respects the reputation of an honorable man which I had heard attributed to him before he assumed his present position. In the period immediately following the reopening of the Federal Diet, he, like a large number of his fellow countrymen, showed an unmistakable leaning to Austria, but it seems to me indubitable that his observation for 2 years of the methods which Austrian policy employs here through the organ of the chair has aroused in Herr von Oertzen's loyal nature, in spite of the fact that he too has a son in the Austrian army, a reaction which permits me to count fully upon him as far as his personal attitude is concerned, and upon his political support as far as his instructions, of the character of which on the whole I cannot complain, in any wise permit. In any case, I can depend upon his pursuing under all circumstances an open and honorable course. His attitude in the debates is always tranquil and in favor of compromise. The representative of the 15th Curia is Herr von Eichendecker, a man whose ready sociability, united with wit and vivacity in conversation, prepossesses one in his favor. He was formerly an advanced Gothite, and it seems that this tendency of his has shaded over into a lively sympathy for the development of the Confederation as a strong, unified, central power, since in this way, and with the help of Austria, he thinks that a substitute will be discovered for the unsuccessful efforts toward unity in the Prussian sense. The Curia, it is reported, is so organized that the 2 Anhalts and the 2 Schwarzburgs, if they are united among themselves, outvote Oldenburg. It is in a simpler way, and without stating his reasons, that the representative of the 16th Curia, Baron von Holzhausen, throws his influence on the Austrian side of the scales. It is said of him that in most cases he draws up his own instructions, even when he has ample time to send for them, and that he meets any protest raised by his principals by holding his peace, or by an adroit use of the large number of members of his Curia and the lack of connection between them. To this it is to be added that the majority of the little princes are not disposed to spend upon their federal diplomacy the amount that would be required for a regular and organized chancellery and correspondence, and that if Herr von Holzhausen, who after the departure of Baron von Strombeck obtained the place as the lowest asker, should resign from their service, they would hardly be able, with the means at their disposal, to secure so imposing a representative as this prosperous gentleman, who is decorated with sundry grand crosses and the title of Privy Councillor, and is a member of the oldest patrician family of Frankfurt. The nearest relations of Herr von Holzhausen, who himself unmarried and childless, are in the service of Austria. Moreover, his family pride, which is developed to an unusual degree, points back with all its memories to the imperial city patriciate that was so closely associated with the glorious era of the Holy Roman Empire, and Prussia's entire position seems to him a revolutionary usurpation, which has played the most material part in the destruction of the privileges of the Holzhausens. His wealth leads me to assume that the ties that bind him to Austria are merely ambitious tendencies, such as the desire for an imperial order or for the elevation of the family to the rank of Austrian counts, and not pecuniary interests, unless his possession of a large quantity of Austrian mining shares is to be regarded in the latter light. If your Excellency will permit me in closing to sum up the results of my report, they amount to what follows. The only envoys in the Federal Diet who are devoted to our interests as regards their personal views are Herren von Fritsch, von Scherff, and von Oertzen. Herren, the first of these, follows at the same time the instructions of the government which he represents. Personally assured to Austria, on the other hand, without it being possible to make the same assertion as regards the governments they represent, are Herren von Eisendecher and von Holzhausen and von Dungern as representing Brunswick. On the Austrian side, besides these, are almost always, in accordance with the instructions of their government, Herr von Nostitz, Herr von Reinhardt, Herr von Munch, Herr von Trott, who however displays greater moderation than his Darmstadt colleague, and Herr von Dungern as representing Nassau. A position in part more independent, in part more mediatory, is assumed by Herren von Schrenck, von Bothmer, von Bülow, von Marschall, and by the representatives of the free cities, and yet in the attitude of these envoys also, Austrian influences are not infrequently noticeable. End of section 3, recording by Jeff Chestnut. Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Chestnut. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 4. From a speech on the military bill by Otto von Bismarck. In the German Imperial Diet, February 6, 1888. When I say that we must constantly endeavor to be equal to all contingencies, I mean by that to claim that we must make greater exertions than other powers in order to attain the same result because of our geographical position. We are situated in the middle of Europe. We have at least 3 fronts of attack. France has only its eastern frontier, Russia only its western frontier on which it can be attacked. We are, moreover, in consequence of the whole development of the world's history, in consequence of our geographical position, and perhaps in consequence of the slighter degree of internal cohesion which the German nation as compared with others has thus far possessed, more exposed than any other people to the risk of a coalition. God has placed us in a situation in which we are prevented by our neighbors from sinking into any sort of indolence or stagnation. He has set at our side the most warlike and the most restless of nations, the French, and he has permitted warlike inclinations, which in former centuries existed in no such degree, to grow strong in Russia. Thus we get a certain amount of spurring on both sides, and are forced into exertions which otherwise perhaps we should not make. The pikes in the European carp pond prevent us from becoming carps, by letting us feel their prickles on both our flanks. They constrain us to exertions which perhaps we should not voluntarily make. They constrain us Germans also to a harmony among ourselves that is repugnant to our inmost nature. But for them, our tendency would rather be to separate. But the Franco-Prussian press in which we are caught forces us to hold together, and by its pressure it will greatly increase our capacity for cohesion, so that we shall reach in the end that state of inseparableness which characterizes nearly all other nations, and which we still lack. But we must adapt ourselves to this decree of Providence by making ourselves so strong that the pikes can do no more than enliven us. This bill gives us an increase in troops trained to arms. A possible increase. If we do not need it, we need not call for it, we can leave it at home. But if we have this increase at our disposal, and if we have the weapons for it, then this new law constitutes a reinforcement of the guarantees of peace, a reinforcement of the League of Peace that is precisely as strong as if a fourth great power with an army of 700,000 men, and this was formerly the greatest strength that existed, had joined the alliance. This powerful reinforcement will also, I believe, have a quieting effect upon our own countrymen, and lessen in some degree the nervousness of our public opinion, our stock market, and our press. I hope it will act upon them as a sedative when they clearly comprehend that from the moment at which this law is signed and published the men are there. The armament too may be said to be ready, in the shape of what is absolutely necessary. But we must procure a better, for if we form an army of triarians of the best human material that we have, of the men above 30, the husbands and fathers, we must have for them the best weapons there are. We must not send them into the fight with an outfit that we do not regard as good enough for our young troops of the line. The solid men, the heads of families, these stalwart figures that we can still remember from the time that they held the bridge of Versailles, these men must have the best rifles on their shoulders, the completest armament, and the amplest clothing to protect them from wind and weather. We ought not to economize there, but I hope it will tranquilize our fellow citizens if they are really thinking of the contingency, which I do not expect to occur, of our being attacked simultaneously on two sides. Of course, as I have pointed out in reviewing the events of the last 40 years, there is always the possibility of any sort of coalition. I hope it will tranquilize them to remember that if this happens, we can have 1,000,000 good soldiers to defend each of our frontiers. At the same time, we can keep in the rear reserves of 500,000 and more, of 1,000,000 even, and we can push these forward as they are needed. I have been told that will only result in the others going still higher, but they cannot. They have long ago reached their limits. In numbers they have gone as high as we, but in quality they cannot compete with us. Bravery, of course, is equal among all civilized nations. The Russian and the Frenchman fight as bravely as the German. But our men, our 700,000 new men, have seen service. They are soldiers who have served their time and who have not yet forgotten their training. Besides, and this is a point in which no people in the world can compete with us, we have the material for officers and under-officers to command this enormous army. It is here that competition is excluded, because it involves a peculiarly broad extension of popular culture, such as exists in Germany and in no other country. There is a further advantage that will result from the adoption of this law. The very strength at which we are aiming necessarily makes us peaceful. That sounds paradoxical, but it is true. With the powerful machine which we are making of the German army, no aggression will be attempted. If I saw fit, assuming a different situation to exist from that which in my conviction does exist, to come before you here today and say to you, we are seriously menaced by France and Russia, the prospect is that we shall be attacked. Such at least is my conviction as a diplomatist. On the basis of the military information that we have received, it is to our advantage to defend ourselves by anticipating the attack and to strike at once. An offensive war is a better one for us to wage, and I accordingly ask the Imperial Diet for a credit of 1,000,000 or 500,000 in order to undertake today the war against our two neighbors. Well, gentlemen, I do not know whether you would have such confidence in me as to grant such a request. I hope not. But if you did, it would not be enough for me. If we in Germany desire to wage a war with the full effect of our national power, it must be a war with which all who help to wage it, and all who make sacrifices for it, with which, in a word, all the nation, must be in sympathy. It must be a people's war. It must be a war that is carried on with the same enthusiasm as that of 1870, when we were wickedly attacked. I remember still the joyful shouts that rang in our ears at the Cologne station. It was the same thing from Berlin to Cologne. It was the same thing here in Berlin. The waves of popular approval bore us into the war, whether we liked it or not. So it must be if a national force like ours is to be brought fully into operation. It will be very difficult, however, to make it clear to the provinces, to the federal states, and to their people that a war is inevitable, that it must come. It will be asked, are you so sure of it? Who knows? If we finally come to the point of making the attack, all the weight of the imponderables, which weigh much more than the material weights, will be on the side of our antagonist whom we have attacked. Holy Russia will be filled with indignation at the attack. France will glisten with weapons to the Pyrenees. The same thing will happen everywhere. A war into which we are not born by the will of the people, such a war will of course be carried on, if in the last instance the established authorities consider and have declared it to be necessary. It will be carried on with energy, and perhaps victoriously, as soon as the men come under fire and have seen blood, but there will not be back of it, from the start, the same dash and heat as in a war in which we are attacked. I do not believe, to sum up, that any disturbance of the peace is in immediate prospect, and I ask you to deal with the law that lies before you independently of any such idea or apprehension, simply as the means for making the great force which God has lodged in the German nation completely available in the event of our needing it. If we do not need it, we shall not call for it. We seek to avoid the chance of our needing it. This effort on our part is still, in some degree, impeded by threatening newspaper articles from foreign countries, and I wish to address foreign countries especially the admonition to discontinue these threats. They lead to nothing. The threat which we receive, not from the foreign government, but in the press, is really a piece of incredible stupidity, if you think what it means, that by a certain combination of words, by a certain threatening shape given to printer's ink, a great and proud power like the German Empire is assumed to be capable of intimidation. This should be discontinued, and then it would be made easier for us to assume a more conciliatory and obliging attitude toward our two neighbors. Every country is responsible in the long run, somehow and at some time, for the windows broken by its press. The bill is presented some day or other in the ill humor of the other country. We can easily be influenced by love and goodwill, too easily perhaps, but most assuredly not by threats. We Germans fear God, but nothing else in the world, and it is the fear of God that makes us love and cherish peace. But whoever, despite this, breaks it, will find that the warlike patriotism that in 1813, when Prussia was weak, small, and exhausted by plunder, brought her whole population under her banners, has today become the common heritage of the whole German nation, and whoever attacks the German nation will find it united in arms, and in every soldier's heart, the firm faith, God will be with us. End of section 4. Recording by Jeff Chestnut.
Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 5. Essay on Bjornstjerne Bjornson by William Morton Payne. Of the two great writers who have, more than any others, made it possible for Norway to share in the comity of intellectual intercourse so characteristic of the modern literary movement, it must be granted that Bjornson is, more distinctly than Ibsen, the representative of their common nationality. Both are figures sufficiently commanding to belong, in a sense, to the literature of the whole world, and both have a marked influence upon the ideals of other people than from that which they sprung. But the wider intellectual scope of Ibsen has been gained at some sacrifice of the strength that comes from taking firm root in one's native soil, and speaking first and foremost to the hearts of one's fellow countrymen. What we may call the cosmopolitan standpoint of the greater part of his work has made its author less typically a Norwegian than Björnson has always remained. It is not merely that the one writer has chosen to spend the best years of his life in countries not his own, while the other has never long absented himself from the scarred and storm-beaten shores of the land rich in historic memories and dreams of the saga night that gave him birth and nurture. Turgenev lived apart from his fellow countrymen for as many years as Ibsen has done, yet remained a Russian to the core. It is rather a difference of native intellectual bent that has left Björnson to stand as the typical representative of the Norwegian spirit, while the most famous of his contemporaries has given himself up to the pursuit of abstractions, and has been swept along by a current of thought resulting from the confluence of many streams. The intensely national character of Björnson's manifold activity is well illustrated by a remark of Georg Brandes, to the effect that mention of Björnson's name in the presence of any gathering of Norwegians is like running up the national flag. And it seems, on the whole, that the sum total of his literary achievement must be reckoned the greatest to be set down to the credit of any one Norwegian since Norway began to develop a literature of her own. Far nobler and finer than that of either Vagland or Willhaben, the two most conspicuous of his predecessors, this achievement is challenged by that of Ibsen alone, and even then in but a single aspect. It is only as dramatists that suspense of judgment between the two men is for a moment admissible. As a poet the superiority of Björnson is unquestionable, while his rank as the greatest of Norwegian novelists is altogether beyond dispute. The chief facts of Björnson's life may be briefly set forth. The son of a parish priest, he was born December 8, 1832, at Kvikne. When the boy was 6 years of age, his family removed to the Romsdal, and a few years later Bjørnstjerne was sent to school at Molde. His childhood was thus passed in the midst of the noblest scenery of Norway, and in regions of the richest legendary association. The austere sublimity of the Jotunheim, the home of the frost giants, first impressed his childish sensibilities, but was soon exchanged for the more varied and picturesque, but hardly less magnificent scenery of the western fjords. At the age of 17 the boy was sent to school in Christiania, and in 1852 entered the university. Instead of devoting himself to his studies, he wrote a play called Valborg, which was actually accepted by the management of the Christiania Theatre. The piece was, however, never printed or even performed, for the author became so conscious of its imperfections that he withdrew it from rehearsal. But it gave him the entrée of the playhouse, a fact which did much to determine the direction of his literary activities. He left the university with his course uncompleted, and for 2 or 3 years thereafter supported himself by journalism. In 1857, at the age of 24, his serious literary career began with the publication of Synnøve Solbakken, his first novel, and Mellanslagene, Between the Battles, his first printed dramatic work. In this year also, upon the invitation of Ole Bull, he went to Bergen, where he remained for 2 years as director of the theatre. In 1860 he secured from the government a travelling stipend, and spent the greater part of the next 2 years abroad, mostly in Rome, busily writing all the time. Returning to Norway, he has since remained there for the most part, although his winters have frequently been spent in other countries. For a long time he lived regularly in Paris several months of each year. One winter, 1879–80, he was the guest of the Grand Duke of Meiningen. The following, 1880–81, he spent in the United States, lecturing in many cities. Since 1874 his Norwegian home has been Alustadt and Gosdal, where he has an estate and occupies a capacious dwelling, half farmhouse, half villa, whose broad verandas look out upon the charming open landscape of southern Norway. For the last 20 years he has been almost as conspicuous a figure in the political as in the literary arena. and the recognized leader of the Norwegian Republican movement. Numerous kinds of social and religious controversy have also engaged his attention, and made his life a stirring one in many ways. In attempting to classify Björnson's writings for the purpose of rendering some critical account of the man's work, the first impulse is to group them into the three divisions of fiction, lyric, and drama. But the most obvious fact of his long literary life is after all not so much that he has done great work in all three of these fundamental forms, as that the whole spirit and method of his work, whatever the form, underwent a radical transformation about midway in his career. For the first 20 years of his active life, roughly speaking, he was an artist pure and simple. During the subsequent 20 years, also roughly speaking, he has been didactic, controversial, and tendentious. The last word is good in Spanish and German, and ought to be good in English. For the purpose of the following summary analysis, I have therefore thought it best to make the fundamental grouping chronological rather than formal, since the plays and novels of the first period have much more in common with one another than either the plays or the novels of the first period have in common with the plays or the novels of the second. Björnson's work in lyrical and other non-dramatic poetry belongs almost wholly to the first period. It consists mainly of short pieces scattered through the idyllic tales and saga plays that nearly make up the sum of his activity in its purely creative and poetic phase. Some of these lyrics strike the very highest and purest note of song, and have secured lasting lodgment on the lips of the people. One of them, indeed, has become preeminently the national song of Norway, and may be heard wherever Norsemen are gathered together upon festal occasions. It begins in this fashion: Aye, we love this land of ours, crowned with mountain domes. Storm-scarred o'er the sea it towers with 1,000 homes. Love it, as with love unsated those who gave us birth, while the saga night, dream-weighted, broods upon our earth. Another patriotic song, hardly less popular, opens with the following stanza: There's a land where the snow is eternally king, to whose valleys alone come the joys of the spring, where the sea beats ashore rich with lore of the past, but this land to its children is dear to the last. The fresh beauty of such songs as these is, however, almost utterly uncommunicable in another language. Somewhat more amenable to the translator is the song Over de høye fjelde, over the lofty mountains, which occurs in Arne, and which is perhaps the best of Björnson's lyrics. An attempt at a version of this poem will be found among the illustrative examples appended to the present essay. The scattered verses of Björnson were collected into a volume of Dikt og Song, Poems and Songs, in 1870. In the same year was published Arnljot Gelline, the author's only long poem not in dramatic form. This uneven, and in passages extraordinarily beautiful work, is a sort of epic in 15 songs, difficult to read, yet simple enough in general outline. Arnljot Gelline was a sort of freebooter of the 11th century, whose fierce deeds were preserved in popular tradition. The Heimskringla tells us how, grown weary of his lawless life, he joined himself to Olaf the Holy, accepted baptism, and fell at Stigsleastad, fighting for Christianity and the king. From this suggestion, the imagination of the poet has worked out a series of episodes in Arnljot's life, beginning with his capture of the fair Ingerd, whose father he slew, and who, struggling against her love, took refuge in a cloister, and ending with the day of the portentous battle against the heathen. It is all very impressive, and sometimes very subtle, while occasional sections, such as Ingerd's appeal for admission to the cloister, and Arnljot's apostrophe to the sea, must be reckoned among the finest of Björnson's inspirations. Since 1870 Björnson has published little verse, although poems of an occasional character and incidental lyrics have now and then found their way into print. Lysa, the Light, a cantata, is the only recent example of any magnitude. Björnson first became famous as the delineator of the Norwegian peasant. He felt that the peasant is the lineal descendant of the man of the sagas, and that in him lies the real strength of the national character. The story of Synnöve Solbakken, 1857, was quickly followed by Arne, 1858, Glad Gut, A Happy Boy, 1860, and a number of small pieces in similar vein. They were at once recognized both at home and abroad as something deeper and truer of their sort than had hitherto been achieved in the Scandinavian countries, and perhaps in Europe. In their former aspect, they were a reaction from the conventional ideals hitherto dominant in Danish literature, which had set the pace for most of Björnson's predecessors, and in their latter and wider aspect they were the Norwegian expression of the tendency that had produced the German and French peasant ideals of Auerbach and George Sand. They embodied a return to nature in a spirit that may, with a difference, be called Wordsworthian. They substituted a real 19th century pastoral for the sham pastoral of the 18th century. They reproduced the simple style of the sagas and reduced life to its primitive elements. The stories of Fiskerjætten, The Fisher Maiden, 1868, and Brude Slåtten, The Bridal March, 1873, belong, on the whole, with this group, although they are differentiated by a touch of modernity from which a discerning critic might have prophesied something of the author's coming development. These stories have been translated into many languages and have been long familiar to English readers. It is worth noting that Synnöve Solbakken, the first of them all, appeared in English a year after the publication of the original, in a translation by Mary Howitt. This fact seems to have escaped the bibliographers, which is not surprising, since the name of the author was not given upon the title page, and the name of the story was metamorphosed into Trust and Trial. The inspiration of the sagas, strong as it is in these tales, is still more evident in the series of dramas that run parallel with them. These include Mellem Slangene, Between the Battles, 1858, Hult Hulda, Lame Hulda, 1858, Kong Sverre, 1861, Sigurd Slembe, 1862, and Sigurd Jorsalfar, Sigurd the Jerusalem Fair, 1872. The first two of these pieces are short and comparatively unimportant. Kong Sverre is a longer and far more ambitious work, while in Sigurd Slembe, a trilogy of plays, the saga phase of Björnson's genius reached its culmination. This noble work, which may almost claim to be the greatest work in Norwegian literature, is based upon the career of a 12th century pretender to the throne of Norway, and the material was found in the Heimskringla. There are few more signal illustrations in literature of the power of genius to transfuse with its own life a bare medieval chronicle, and to create from a few meagre suggestions a vital and impressive work of art. One thinks instinctively, in seeking for some adequate parallel, of what Goethe did with the materials of the Faust legend, or what Shakespeare did with the indications offered for King Lear and Cymbeline by Holinshed's Chronicle History. And the two greatest names in modern literature are suggested not only by this general fact of creative power, but also more specifically by certain characters in the trilogy. Odilde, the Icelandic maiden beloved of Sigurd, has more than once been compared with the gracious and pathetic figure of Gretchen, and Earl Harald is one of the most successful attempts since Shakespeare to incarnate once again the Hamlet type of character, with its gentleness, its intellectuality, its tragic irony, and the defect of will which forces it to sink between the two heavy burdens set upon its shoulders by fate. Sigurd Jorsalfar, the last of the saga plays, was planned as the second part of a dramatic sequence, of which the first was never written. Another work in this manner, having for its protagonist the great national hero, Olaf Tryggvason, was also planned and even begun, but the author's energy flagged, and he felt himself irresistibly impelled to devote himself to more modern themes dealt with in a more modern way. But before leaving this phase of Björnson's work, mention must be made of Maria Stuart i Scotland, 1864, chronologically interjected among the saga plays, and dealing with a more definite history of the hapless Queen of Scots in much of the saga spirit. Björnson felt that the Scots had inherited no little of the Norse blood and temper, and believed that the psychology of his saga heroes was adequate to account for the group of men whose fortunes were bound up with those of Mary Stuart in Scotland. he finds his key to the problem of her career in the fact that she was by nature incapable of yielding herself up wholly to a man or a cause, yet was surrounded by men who demanded of her just such whole-souled allegiance. Bothwell and Knox were preeminently men of this stamp, as were also, in some degree, Darnley and Rizzio. The theory may seem fanciful, but there is no doubt that Björnson's treatment of this fascinating subject is one of the strongest it has ever received, and that his play takes rank with such European masterpieces as Scott's novel, and Alfieri's tragedy, and Swinburne's great poetic trilogy. The late 60s and the early 70s were with Björnson a period of unrest and transformation. His previous work had been that of a genius isolated, comparatively speaking, and concentrated upon a small part of human life. His frequent journeys abroad and the wider range of his reading now brought him into the full current of European thought, and led to a substitution of practical ideas for those of the visionary. He felt that he must reculer pour mieux sauter, and for nearly a decade he produced little original work. Yet his first attempt at a modern play, Die Nygifte, the newly married pair, curiously enough, dates from as far back as 1865. This work was, however, a mere trifle, and has interest chiefly as a forerunner of what was to come. It was not until 1874 that Björnson became conscious that his new thought was ripe enough to bear fruit, and that he began with Redaktören, the editor, the series of plays dealing with social problems that have been the characteristic work of his second period. It is interesting to note, for comparison, the fact that the similar striking transformation of energy in Ibsen's case dates from 1877, when Samfunetsschlater, The Pillars of Society, was produced, and that this work had, like Björnson's Redaktören, a forerunner in Die Unges Forbund, The League of Youth, published in 1869. The list of Björnson's problem plays, many of which have been extraordinarily successful upon the stage, both in the Scandinavian countries and in Germany, includes in addition to Redaktören 7 other pieces. They are En Follett, A Bankruptcy, 1875, Kongen, The King, 1877, Liarnia, 1879, Det Nye System, The New System, 1879, and Onska, A Glove, 1883, Over Ovna, Beyond the Strength, 1883, and Geografi og Kærlighed, Geography and Love, 1885. A sequel to Over Ovna has also recently appeared. The most noteworthy of these works, considered as acting plays, are Redaktören and En Follett. The one has for its subject the degradation of modern journalism, the other attacks the low standard of commercial morality prevailing in modern society. En Onska plants itself squarely upon the proposition that the obligations of morality are equally binding upon both sexes, a problem treated by Ibsen after a somewhat different fashion in Gengangere, Ghosts. This play has occasioned much heated discussion, for its theme is of the widest interest, besides being pivotal as regards Björnson's sociological views. Over Ovna is a curiously wrought and delicate treatment of religious mysticism, fascinating to read, but not very definite in outcome. Kongen is probably the most remarkable, all things considered, of this series of plays, and Björnson told me some years ago that he considered it the most important of his works. Taking frankly for granted that monarchy, whether absolute or constitutional, is an outworn institution, the play discusses the question whether it may not be possible so to transform the institution as to fit it for a prolongation of existence. The interest centers about the character of a king who is profoundly convinced that the principle he embodies is an anachronism or a lie, and who seeks to do away with the whole structure of convention and ceremonial and hypocrisy that the centuries have built about the throne and its occupants. But his dearest hopes are frustrated by the forces of malice and dull conservatism and invincible stupidity. The burden proves too heavy for him, the fight too unequal, and he takes his own life in a moment of despair. The terrible satirical power of certain scenes in the play would be difficult to match were our choice to range through the whole literature of revolt. Its production brought upon the author a storm of furious denunciation. He had outraged both throne and altar, and his sacrilegious hand had not spared things the most sacrosanct. But a less passionate judgment, while still depreciating something of the author's violence, will recognize the fact that the core of the work is a noble idealism in both politics and religion, and will justify the hot indignation with which the author assails the shams that in modern society stifle the breath of free and generous souls. During all these years of writing for the stage Björnson did not, however, forget that he was also a novelist, and it is in fiction that he has scored the greatest of his recent triumphs. But the world of Sinova and Arne is now far behind him. The transition from his earlier to his later manner as a novelist is marked by 2 or 3 stories, delicate in conception but uncertain of utterance, and relatively unimportant. These books are Monghyl, 1877, Kaptan Monsana, 1879, and Stove, Dust, 1882. They were, however, significant of a new development of the author's genius, for they were the precursors of 2 great novels soon thereafter to follow. Die Flagge bien og på haven, Flags Are Flying in the Town and Harbour, appeared in 1884. På Guds Veje, In God's Way, was published in 1889. These books are experiments upon a larger scale than their author had previously attempted in fiction, and neither of them exhibits the perfect mastery that went to the simpler making of the early peasant tales. They are somewhat confused and turbulent in style, and it is evident that their author is groping for adequate means of handling the unwieldy material brought to his workshop by so many currents of modern thought. The central theme of Det Flaggert, in its English translation called, by the way, The Heritage of the Kurts, is the influence of heredity upon the life of a family group. The process of rehabilitation, resulting from the introduction of a healthy and vigorous strain into a stock weakened by the vices and passions of several generations, and aided by a scientific system of education, is carried on before our eyes, and the story of this process is the substance of the book. Regeneration is not wholly achieved, but the end leaves us hopeful for the future, and the flags that fly over town and harbour in the closing chapter have a symbolical significance, for they announce a victory of spirit over sense, not alone in the case of certain individuals, but also in the case of the whole community with which they are identified. If this book comes to be forgotten as a novel, which is not likely, it will have a fair chance of being remembered, along with Levana and Emily, as a sort of educational classic. På Guds Veje, the last great work of Björnson, is also strongly didactic in tone. Yet it attains at its highest to a tranquillity of which the author seemed for many years to have lost the secret. The struggle it depicts is that between religious bigotry and liberalism as they contend for the mastery in a Norwegian town. And the moral is that God's way is the way of people who order their lives aright and keep their souls sweet and pure, rather than the way of the Pharisee who pins his faith to observances and allows the letter of his religion to overshadow the spirit. Not an unchristian inculcation, surely. Yet for it and for similar earlier utterances Björnson has been held up as Antichrist by the ministers of a narrow Lutheran orthodoxy, very much as the spokesmen of an antiquated caste system of society have esteemed his ideals to be those of the most ruthless and radical of iconoclasts. But he is a stout fighter, and attacks of this sort only serve to arouse him to new energy, and so he toils manfully on for the enlightenment of his people, knowing that his cause is the cause of civilization itself, of a rational social organization, an exalted ethical standard, and a purified religion. Since the period when Björnson began to merge the artist in the thinker and prophet, his work has given a strong impetus to progress in religious, educational, and political affairs. As regards the first of these matters, it must be remembered that the sort of intolerance with which he has had to contend more resembles that of 18th century New England Puritanism than anything we are familiar with in our own time. As for the second matter, all of his work may in a sense be called educational, while a book such as Det Flaggert shows how closely he has considered the subject of education in its special and even technical aspects. Finally, as a political thinker, he has identified himself indissolubly with the movement for the establishment of an independent Norwegian Republic, although he is not sanguine of the near realization of its aim. But if time should justify his prophetic attitude and give birth to a republic in the north of Europe, however remote may be the event, the name of Björnson will be remembered as that of one of the founders, although as the Mazzini, rather than as the Cavour, of the Norse Risorgimento. And whatever may be the future of the land that claims him for her own, his spirit will walk abroad long after he has ceased to live among men. His large, genial, optimistic personality is of the sort that cannot fail to stamp itself upon other generations than the one that actually counts him among its members. The following sections are given in translations of my own, excepting The Princess, which was made by Mr. Nathan Haskell Doyle, and the last two, for which I am indebted to the edition of Björnson's novels, translated by Professor Rasmus V. Anderson, and published by Messrs. Houghton Mifflin and Co. The extracts from Sigurd Slembe are taken from my translations of that work published by the same firm. W.M.P. End of section 5. Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 6. Selected Poems by Björnson. Over the Lofty Mountains. From Arna. Often I wonder what there may be over the lofty mountains. Here the snow is all I see, spread at the foot of the dark green tree. Sadly I often ponder, would I were over yonder. Strong of wing soars the eagle high over the lofty mountains. Glad of the new day, soars to the sky, wild in pursuit of his prey doth fly, pauses, and, fearless of danger, scans the far coasts of the stranger. The apple tree, whose thoughts ne'er fly over the lofty mountains, leaves when the summer days draw nigh, patiently waits for the time when high the birds in its boughs shall be swinging, yet will know not what they are singing. He who has yearned so long to go over the lofty mountains, he whose visions and fond hopes grow dim with the years that so restless flow, knows what the birds are singing, glad in the tree tops swinging. Why, O bird, dost thou hither fare over the lofty mountains? Surely it must be better there, broader the view and freer the air. Com'st thou these longings to bring me, these only, and nothing to wing me? Oh, shall I never, never go over the lofty mountains? Must all my thoughts and wishes so held in these walls of ice and snow here be imprisoned for ever, till death shall escape be never? Hence, I will hence, oh, so far from here, over the lofty mountains. Here 'tis so dull, so unspeakably drear. Young is my heart and free from fear. Better the walls to be scaling than here in my prison lie wailing. One day, I know, shall my free soul roam over the lofty mountains. O my God, fair is thy home, ajar is the door for all who come. Guard it for me yet longer, till my soul through striving grows stronger. The Cloister in the South. From Arnljot Gelline. Who would enter so late the cloister in? A maid forlorn from the land of snow. What sorrow is thine, and what thy sin? The deepest sorrow the heart can know. I have nothing done, yet must still endeavour, though my strength is none, to wander ever. Let me in, To seek for my pain surcease, I can find no peace. From what far off land hast thou taken flight? From the land of the north, a weary way. What stayed thy feet at our gate this night? The chant of the nuns, for I heard them pray, and the song gave peace to my soul, and blessed me. It offered release from the grief that oppressed me. Let me in, so if peace to give be thine, I may make it mine. Name me the grief that thy life hath crossed. Rest may I never, never know. Thy father, thy lover, thou hast then lost. I lost them both at a single blow, and all I hold dear in my deepest affection, ay, all that was near to my heart's recollection. Let me in, I am failing, I beg, I implore, I can bear it no more. How was it that thou thy father lost? He was slain, and I saw the deed. How was it that thou thy lover lost? My father he slew, and I saw the deed. I wept so bitterly when he roughly would woo me, he at last set me free, and forbore to pursue me. Let me in, for the horror my soul doth fill that I love him still. Chorus of Nuns within the Church. Come, child, come, bride, to God's own side. From grief find rest on Jesus' breast. Rest thy burden of sorrow on Horeb's height. Like the lark, with to-morrow shall thy soul take flight. Here stilled is all yearning, no passion returning, no terror come near thee where the Saviour can heal thee. For He, if in need be thy storm-beaten soul, though it bruised as a reed be, shall raise it up whole. The Plea of King Magnus, from Sigurd Slembe. But once more let me the heavens see, when the stars their watch are keeping. Young Magnus begged, and fell on his knee. It was sad to see, and the women away turned weeping. Let me once more the mountains see, and the blue of the ocean far reaching. Only once more, and then let it be. And he fell on his knee, while his friends were for pity beseeching. Let me go to the church, that the sacred sight of the blood of God may avail me, that my eyes may bathe in its holy light, ere the day take flight, and my vision for ever shall fail me. But the sharp steel sped, and the shadows fell, as the darkness the day o'erpowers. Magnus our King, farewell, farewell. So farewell, farewell, all my friends of so many glad hours. Copyrighted by Houghton Mifflin and Company, Boston. Sin and Death, from Sigurd Slembe. Sin and death at break of day, 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 spoke together with bated breath. Marry thee, sister, that I may stay, 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 in thy house, quoth Death. Death laughed aloud when Sin was wed, 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 and danced on the bridal day, but bore that night from the bridal bed, 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 the groom in a shroud away. Death came to her sister at break of day, 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 and Sin drew a weary breath. He whom thou lovest is mine for aye, aye, aye. Mine he is, quoth Death. Copyrighted by Houghton Mifflin and Company, Boston. The Princess, The princess sat lone in her maiden bower. The lad blew his horn at the foot of the tower. Why playest thou alway? Be silent, I pray. It fetters my thoughts that would flee far away as the sun goes down. In her maiden bower sat the princess forlorn. The lad had ceased to play his horn. Oh, why art thou silent? I beg thee to play. It gives wings to my thoughts that would flee far away as the sun goes down. In her maiden bower sat the princess forlorn. Once more with delight played the lad on his horn. She wept as the shadows grew long, and she sighed. Oh, tell me, my God, what my heart doth betide, now the sun has gone down. Copyrighted by T. Y. Crowell and Company. End of section 6. Section 7 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 7, Selected Excerpts by Bjornson. Sigurd Schlemba's Return. The scene is at first empty. Then Sigurd Schlemba enters, climbing over a rock. He comes forward in silence, but powerfully agitated.
The Danes forsake me! The battle is lost! Thus far, and no farther. Escape to the mountains tonight. Exchange my ships for freedom. There are herds of horses on the mountains. We will climb up there, and then fall upon the valleys like a snowstorm. But when winter comes, to begin at the beginning, the outlaw's life, nevermore. I have made my last effort. Had it been successful, men would have wondered at me. It has failed, and vengeance is loose. I cannot gather another force in Norway. All over. Thus far, and no farther. No. The Danes sail, but we will sail with them. This night, this very night, we will raise our yards and follow them to the open sea. But whither shall we turn our prows? To Denmark. We may raise no third force in Denmark. Start out again as merchant? No. Serve in foreign lands? No. Crusade? No. Hither and no farther. Sigurd, the end has come. Death! The thought sprang up in my mind as a door swings open, clashing upon its hinges. Light, air, receive me! He draws his sword. No, I will fall fighting in the cause I have lived for. My men shall have a leader. Is there no chance of victory? No trick? Can I not get them ashore? Can I not get them in the toils? Try them in point-blank fight, man to man, all the strength of despair fighting with me? Ah, could they but hear me! Could I but find some place and speak to them, tell them how clear as the sun is my right, how monstrous the wrongs I have borne, what a crime is theirs in the withstanding me. You murder not me alone, but thousands upon thousands of thoughts for my fatherland's welfare. I have carried nothing out. I have not sown the least grain, or laid one stone upon another to witness that I have lived. Ah, I have strength for better things than strife. It was the desire to work that drove me homewards. It was impatience that wrought me ill. Believe me, try me, Give me but half what Harald Gil promised me. Even less. I ask but very little, if I may still live and strive to accomplish something. Jesus, my God, it was ever the little that thou didst offer me, and that I ever scorned. Where am I? I stand upon my own grave, and hear the great bell ring. I tremble as the tower beneath its stroke, for where now are the aims that were mine? The grave opens its mouth and makes reply, but life lies behind me like a dried up stream, and these 18 years are lost as in a desert. The sign that was with me from my birth! In lofty flight I have followed it hither with all the strength of my soul, and here I am struck by the arrow of death. I fall, and behold the rocks beneath, upon which I shall be crushed. Have I, then, seen a wrong? Ah, how the winds and currents of my life stood yonder, where it was warm and fruitful, while I toiled up where it grew colder, and my ship is now clasped by the drifting icebergs. A moment yet, and it must sink. Then let it sink, and all will be over. On his knees. But in thy arms, all merciful, I shall find peace. What miracle is this? For in the hour I prayed, the prayer was granted. Peace, perfect peace. Rises. Then will I go tomorrow to my last battle as to the altar. Peace shall at last be mine for all my longings. Holds his head bowed and covered by his hands. As he, after a time, slowly removes them, he looks around. How this autumn evening brings reconciliation to my soul. Sun and wave and shore and sea flow all together, as in the thought of God all others. Never yet has it seemed so fair to me. Yet it is not mine to reign over this lovely land. How greatly I have done it ill. But how has it all come to pass? For in my wanderings I saw thy mountains in every sky. I yearned for home as a child longs for Christmas, yet I came no sooner, and when at last I came, I gave thee wound upon wound. But thou, in contemplative mode, now gazest upon me, and givest me at parting this fairest autumn night of thine. I will ascend yonder rock, and take a long farewell. Mounts up. And even thus I stood 18 years ago, thus looked out upon the sea, blue beneath the rising sun. The fresh breezes of morning seemed wafted to me from a high future. Through the sky's light veil a vision of strange lands was mine. In the glow of the morning sun, wealth and honour shone upon me, and to all this the white sails of the Crusaders should swiftly bear me. Farewell, dreams of my youth. Farewell, my sweet country. Ah, to what sorrow thou hast brought me forth! But now it will soon be over. He descends. If these ships should sail up to me this very night, bearing the fulfilment of all my dreams, could any one of them now in truth be mine? Or may a tree bear fruit twice in 1 year? I give way to make room for some better man. But be thou gracious to me, and let death be mine with these feelings in my heart,
for strength to be faithful might not long be vouchsafed me. Thou shalt die to-morrow. How sure a Father Confessor is that word! Now for the first time I speak truth to myself. Ivar, climbing over a rock. Yes, here he is! Gives his hand to the nun. The nun, without seeing. Sigurd! Mounts up. Yes, there he is! Sigurd. Mother! The nun. My child, found once more! They remain long clasped in each other's arms. My son, my son, now shalt thou no more escape me. Sigurd. O my mother! The nun. Thou wilt keep away from this battle, is it not so? We two will win another kingdom, a much better one. Sigurd. I understand thee, mother. Leads her to a seat and falls upon his knee. The nun. Yes, didst thou not? Thou art not so bad as all men would have it. I knew that well, but wanted so much to speak with thee, and since thou art wearied and hast lost thy hopes for this world, thou hast come back to me, for even now there is time. And of all thy realm they must leave thee some little plot, and there we will live by the church, so that when the bells ring for vespers we shall be near the blessed Olaf, and with him seek the presence of the Almighty. And there we will heal thy wounds with holy water, and thoughts of love, more than thou canst remember ever to have had, shall come back to thee robed in white, and wondering recollection shall have no end. For the great shall be made small, and the small great, and there shall be questionings, and revelations, and eternal happiness. Thou wilt come and live thus with me, my son, wilt thou not? Thou wilt stay from this battle, and come quickly. Sigurd. Mother, I have not wept till now since I lay on the parched earth of the Holy Land. The nun. Thou wilt follow me? Sigurd. To do thus were to escape the pledges I have made but by breaking them. The nun. To what art thou now pledged? Sigurd. Pledged to the blind king I took from the cloister. Pledged to the men I have led hither. The nun. And these pledges thou shalt redeem. How? Sigurd. By fighting and falling at their head. The nun springs to her feet. Sigurd rises also. No, no, no! Shall I now, after a lifetime of sorrow, behold thy death? Sigurd. Yes, mother. The Lord of life and death will have it so. The nun. Oh, what sufferings a moment's sin may bring! She falls upon his breast, then sinks with outstretched arms. Oh, my son, spare me! Sigurd. Do not tempt me, mother. The nun. Hast thou taken thought of what may follow? Hast thou thought of capture, of mutilation? Sigurd. I have some hymns left me from childhood. I can sing them. The nun. But thy mother, spare me! Sigurd. Make not to me this hour more bitter than death itself. The nun. But why now die? We have found one another. Sigurd. We two have nothing more to live for. The Nun. Wilt thou soon leave me?
Sigurd. Till the morning sun appear, we will sit together. Let me lift thee upon this rock.
He does so, and casts himself at her feet.
It was fair that thou shouldst come to me. All my life is now blotted out, and I am a child with thee once more. And now we will seek out together the land of our inheritance. I must away for a moment to take my leave, and then I shall be ready. And I think that thou too art ready.
Ivar Ingemundson, falling on his knee.
My lord, let me now be your friend.
Sigurd, extending his hand.
Ivar, thou wilt not leave her tomorrow?
Ivar Ingemundson.
Not till she is set free.
Sigurd.
And now sing me the Crusader's song. I may joyfully go hence after that.
Ivar Ingemundson rises and sings. Fair is the earth, fair is God's heaven, fair is the pilgrim path of the soul. Singing we go through the fair realms of the earth, seeking the way to our heavenly goal. Races shall come and shall pass away, and the world from age to age shall roll. But the heavenly tones of our pilgrim's song shall echo still in the joyous soul. First heard of shepherds, by angels sung, wide it has spread since that glad morn. Peace upon earth, rejoice all men, for unto us a Saviour is born. The mother places both her hands on Sigurd's head, and they look into one another's eyes. He then rests his head upon her breast. Note: this song is borrowed by Björnson from the Danish poet B.S. Ingemann, although it is slightly altered for its present use. Copyrighted by Houghton Mifflin and Company, Boston. How the Mountain was Clad, from Arna. There was a deep gorge between two mountains. Through this gorge a large, full stream flowed heavily over a rough and stony bottom. Both sides were high and steep, and so one side was bare, but close to its foot, and so near the stream that the latter sprinkled it with moisture every spring and autumn, stood a group of fresh-looking trees, gazing upward and onward, yet unable to advance this way or that. "What if we should clothe the mountain?" said the juniper one day to the foreign oak, to which it stood nearer than all the others. The oak looked down to find out who it was that spoke, and then it looked up again without deigning a reply. The river rushed along so violently that it worked itself into a white foam. The north wind had forced its way through the gorge and shrieked in the clefts of the rocks. The naked mountain, with its great weight, hung heavily over and felt cold. "What if we should clothe the mountain?" said the juniper to the fir on the other side. "If anybody is to do it, I suppose it must be we," said the fir, taking hold of his beard and glancing toward the birch. "What do you think?" But the birch peered cautiously up at the mountain, which hung over it so threateningly that it seemed as if it could scarcely breathe. "Let us clothe it, in God's name," said the birch. And so, though there were but these three, they undertook to clothe the mountain. The juniper went first. When they had gone a little way, they met the heather. The juniper seemed as though about to go past it. "Nay, take the heather along," said the fir, and the heather joined them. Soon it began to glide on before the juniper. "Catch hold of me," said the heather. The juniper did so, and where there was only a wee crevice the heather thrust in a finger, and where it first had placed a finger the juniper took hold with its whole hand. They crawled and crept along, the fir laboring on behind, the birch also. "This is well worth doing," said the birch. But the mountain began to ponder on what manner of insignificant objects these might be that were clambering up over it. And after it had been considering the matter a few 100 years, it sent a little brook down to inquire. It was yet in the time of the spring freshets, and the brook stole on until it reached the heather. "Dear, dear heather, cannot you let me pass? I am so small." The heather was very busy, only raised itself a little and pressed onward. In, under, and onward went the brook. "Dear, dear juniper, cannot you let me pass? I am so small." The juniper looked sharply at it, but if the heather had let it pass, why, in all reason, it must do so too. Under it and onward went the brook, and now came to the spot where the fir stood puffing on the hillside. "Dear, dear fir, cannot you let me pass? I am really so small," said the brook, and it kissed the fir's feet and made itself so sweet. The fir became bashful at this, and let it pass. But the birch raised itself before the brook asked it. "Hi, hi, hi," said the brook, and grew. "Ha, ha, ha," said the brook, and grew. "Ho, ho, ho," said the brook, and flung the heather and the juniper and the fir and the birch flat on their faces and backs up and down these great hills. The mountain sat up for many 100 years musing on whether it had not smiled a little that day. It was plain enough. The mountain did not want to be clad. The heather fretted over this until it grew green again, and then it started forward. "Fresh courage," said the heather. The juniper had half raised itself to look at the heather, and continued to keep this position, until at length it stood upright. It scratched its head and set forth again, taking such a vigorous foothold that it seemed as though the mountain must feel it. "If you will not have me, then I will have you." The fir crooked its toes a little to find out whether they were whole, then lifted one foot, found it whole, then the other, which proved also to be whole, then both of them. It first investigated the ground it had been over, next where it had been lying, and finally where it should go. After this it began to wend its way slowly along, and acted just as though it had never fallen. The birch had become most wretchedly soiled, but now rose up and made itself tidy. Then they sped onward, faster and faster, upward on either side, in sunshine and in rain. "What in the world can this be?" said the mountain, all glittering with dew, as the summer sun shone down on it. The birds sang, the woodmouse piped, the hare hopped along, and the ermine hid itself and screamed. Then the day came when the heather could peep with one eye over the edge of the mountain. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear!" said the heather, and away it went. "Dear me, what is it that the heather sees?" said the juniper, and moved on until it could peer up. "Oh dear, oh dear!" it shrieked, and was gone. "What is the matter with the juniper to day?" said the fir, and took long strides onward in the heat of the sun. Soon it could raise itself on its toes and peep up. "Oh dear!" Branches and needles stood on end in wonderment. It worked its way forward, came up, and was gone. "What is it that all the others see and not I?" said the birch, and lifting well its skirts, it tripped after. It stretched its whole head up at once. "Oh, oh! Is not here a great forest of fir and heather, of juniper and birch, standing upon the tableland waiting for us?" said the birch, and its leaves quivered in the sunshine so that the dew trembled. "Ay, this is what it is to reach the goal," said the juniper. The Father. The man whose story is here to be told was the wealthiest and most influential person in his parish. His name was Thord Overas. He appeared in the priest's study one day, tall and earnest. "I have gotten a son," said he, "and I wish to present him for baptism." "What shall his name be?" "Finn, after my father." "And the sponsors?" They were mentioned, and proved to be the best men and women of Thord's relations in the parish. "Is there anything else?" inquired the priest, and looked up. The peasant hesitated a little. "I should very much like to have him baptized by himself," he said, finally. "That is to say, on a week day?" "Next Saturday, at 12 o'clock noon." "Is there anything else?" inquired the priest. "There is nothing else." And the peasant twirled his cap as though he were about to go. Then the priest rose. "There is yet this, however," he said, and walking toward Thord, he took him by the hand and looked gravely into his eyes. "God grant that the child may become a blessing to you." One day 16 years later Thord stood once more in the priest's study. "Really, you carry your age astonishingly well, Thord," said the priest, for he saw no change whatever in the man. "That is because I have no troubles," replied Thord. To this the priest said nothing, but after a while he asked, "What is your pleasure this evening?" "I have come this evening about that son of mine who is to be confirmed to-morrow." "He is a bright boy." "I did not wish to pay the priest until I heard what number the boy would have when he takes his place in church to-morrow." "He will stand number 1." "So I have heard, and here are $10 for the priest." "Is there anything else I can do for you?" inquired the priest, fixing his eyes on Thord. "There is nothing else." Thord went out. 8 more years rolled by, and then one day a noise was heard outside of the priest's study, for many men were approaching, and at their head was Thord, who entered first. The priest looked up and recognized him. "You come well attended this evening, Thord," said he. "I am here to request that the banns may be published for my son. He is about to marry Karen Storlinden, the daughter of Gudmund, who stands here beside me." "Why, that is the richest girl in the parish." "So they say," replied the peasant, stroking back his hair with one hand. The priest sat a while, as if in deep thought, then entered the names in his book without making any comments, and the men wrote their signatures underneath. Thord laid $3 on the table. "One is all I am to have," said the priest. "I know that very well, but he is my only child. I want to do it handsomely." The priest took the money. "This is now the 3rd time, Thord, that you have come here on your son's account." "But now I am through with him," said Thord, and folding up his pocket book he said farewell and walked away. The men slowly followed him. A fortnight later the father and son were rowing one calm still day across the lake to Storlinden to make arrangements for the wedding. "This thwart is not secure," said the son, and stood up to straighten the seat on which he was sitting. At the same moment the board he was standing on slipped from under him. He threw out his arms, uttered a shriek, and fell overboard. "Take hold of the oar!" shouted his father, springing to his feet and holding out the oar. But when the son had made a couple of efforts, he grew stiff. "Wait a moment!" cried the father, and began to row toward his son. Then the son rolled over on his back, gave his father one long look, and sank. Thord could scarcely believe it. He held the boat still, and stared at the spot where his son had gone down, as though he must surely come to the surface again. There rose some bubbles, then some more, and finally one large one that burst, and the lake lay there as smooth and bright as a mirror again. For 3 days and 3 nights people saw the Father rowing round and round the spot without taking either food or sleep. He was dragging the lake for the body of his Son. And toward morning of the 3rd day he found it, and carried it in his arms up over the hills to his guard. It might have been about a year from that day, when the priest, late one autumn evening, heard someone in the passage outside of the door, carefully trying to find the latch. The priest opened the door, and in walked a tall, thin man, with bowed form and white hair. The priest looked long at him before he recognized him. It was Thord. "Are you out walking so late?" said the priest, and stood still in front of him. "Ah, yes, it is late," said Thord, and took a seat. The priest sat down also, as though waiting. A long, long silence followed. At last Thord said, "I have something with me that I should like to give to the poor. I want it to be invested as a legacy in my son's name." He rose, laid some money on the table, and sat down again. The priest counted it. "It is a great deal of money," said he. "It is half the price of my guard. I sold it to-day." The priest sat long in silence. At last he asked, but gently, "What do you propose to do now, Thord?" "Something better." They sat there for a while, Thord with downcast eyes, the priest with his eyes fixed on Thord. Presently the priest said, slowly and softly, "I think your son has at last brought you a true blessing." "Yes, I think so myself," said Thord, looking up, while 2 big tears coursed slowly down his cheeks. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 8. Essay on William Black by Charles Dudley Warner. William Black, born 1841. In view of Mr. Black's accurate and picturesque descriptions of natural phenomena, it is interesting to know that of his varied youthful studies, botany most attracted him, and that he followed it up as an art pupil in the government schools. But his bent was rather for journalism than for art or science. Before he was 21 he had written critical essays for a local newspaper on Ruskin, Carlyle, and Kingsley, and shortly afterward he wrote a series of sketches after Christopher North that, at this early age, gave evidence of his peculiar talent. The artistic use of natural effects in the development of character, the pathos of the gray morning or the melancholy of the evening mist, when woven in with tender episode or tragic occurrence. William Black was born in Glasgow, Scotland, November 6, 1841, and received his early education there. He settled in London in 1864 and was a special correspondent of the Morning Star in the Franco-Prussian War. But after about 10 years of the life of a newspaper man, during which he was an editor of the London News, he abandoned journalism for novel writing in 1875. In the intervals of his work he traveled much and devoted himself with enthusiasm to outdoor sports, of which he writes with a knowledge that inspires a certain confidence in the reader. A Scotch skipper once told him that he need never starve because he could make a living as pilot in the Western Highlands, and the fidelity of his descriptions of northern Scotland have met with the questionable reward of converting a poet's haunt into a tourist's camp. Not that Mr. Black's is a gamekeeper's catalogue of the phenomena of forest or stream, or the poetic way of depicting nature by similes. The fascination of his writing lies in our conviction that it is the result of minute observation, with a certain atmospheric quality that makes the picture alive. More, one is conscious of a sensitive, pathetic thrill in his writing. These sights and sounds, when they are unobtrusively chronicled, are penetrated by a subtle human sympathy, as if the writer bent close to the earth and heard the whispers of the flowers and stones, as well as the murmur of the forest and the roar of the sea. He is eminently a popular writer, a vivacious delineator of life and manners, even when he exhibits his versatility at the cost of some of his most attractive characteristics. In Sunrise we have a combination of romance and politics, its motive supplied by the intrigues of a widespread communistic society. Kilmeny is the story of a painter, Shandon Bells of a literary man. The Monarch of Mincing Lane tells of the London streets. The heroine of The Handsome Humes is an actress. The scenes in Brisay are played in Athens, Scotland, and England. All these novels have tragic and exceptional episodes. The humor is broad, as the humor of a pessimist always is, and the reader finds himself laughing at a practical joke on the heels of a catastrophe. Mr. Black knows his London, especially the drawing-room aspect of it, and his latest novel is sure to have the latest touch of fad and fashion, although white heather does not cease to grow, nor deer to be stalked, nor flies to be cast in Highland waters. We cannot admit that he is exceptionally fortunate in the heroines of these novels, however, for they are perfectly beautiful and perfectly good, and nature protests against perfection as a hurt to vanity. Our real favorites are the dark-eyed Queen Titania, the small imperious person who drives in state in Strange Adventures of a Phaeton, and sails with such high courage in White Wings, and the half-sentimental, half-practical, wholly self-seeking siren, Bonnie Leslie in Kilmeny, who develops into something a little more than coquettish in the Kitty of Shandon Bells. These and half a dozen other novels by Mr. Black entitle him to his place as a popular novelist. They are alternately gay and sad, they are spirited and entertaining. Certain characters, like the heroine of Sunrise, cast a bright effulgence over the dark plots of intrigue. But Mr. Black is at his best as the creator of the special school of fiction that has Highland scenery and Highland character for its field. He has many followers and many imitators, but he remains master on his own ground. The scenes of his most successful stories, The Princess of Thule, A Daughter of Heth, In Far Lochaber, MacLeod of Dare, and Madcap Violet, are laid for the most part in remote rural districts, amid lake and moorland and mountain wilds of northern Scotland, whose unsophisticated atmosphere is invaded by airs from the outer world only during the brief season of hunting and fishing. But the visit of the worldling is long enough to furnish incident both poetic and tragic, and when he enters the innocent and primitive life of the native, as Lavender entered that of the proud and beautiful Princess of Thule, sailing her boat in the far-off waters of Skye, or the cruel Gertrude in the grim castle of Dare, he finds all the potencies of passion and emotion. The temperament of the Highlander is a melancholy one. The narrow life, with its isolation and its hardships, makes him pessimistic and brooding, though endowed with the keen instinct and peculiar humor of those who are far removed from the artificialities of life. But Mr. Black ascribes this temperament not to race or hardship or isolation, but to the strange sights and sounds of the sea and land on which he dwells, to the wild nights and fierce sunsets, to the dark ocean plains that brood over the secrets that lie in their depths. Under his treatment, nature is subjective and plays the part of fate. Natural scenery is as the orchestra to a Wagnerian opera. The shifting of the clouds, the voice of the sea, the scent of the woods, are made the most important factors in the formation of character. He whose home is in mountain fastnesses knows the solemn glory of sunrise and sunset, and has for his heritage the high, brave temper of the warrior, with the melancholy of the poet. The dweller on tawny sands, where the waves beat lazily on summer afternoons, and where wild winds howl in storm, is, of like necessity, capricious and melancholy. The minor key, in which Poe thought all true poetry is written, is struck in these his earlier novels. Let the day be ever so beautiful, the air ever so clear, the shadows give back a sensitive, luminous darkness that reveals tragedies within itself. Not that the sentient background, as he has painted it, is to be confounded with the sympathy of nature with character of the older school, in which hysterical emotion is accentuated by wild windstorms, and the happiness of lovers by a sunshiny day. But character, as depicted by him in these early novels, is so far subordinate to nature that nature assumes moral responsibility. When MacLeod of Dare commits murder and then suicide, we accept it as the result of climatic influences, and the tranquil conscienced Hamish, the would-be homicide, but obeys the call of the winds. Especially in the delightful romances of Skye, Mr. Black reproduces the actual speech and manners of the people. And as romance of motive clothes barren rocks in rich hues, and waste bogland in golden gorse, it does like loving service for homely characters. The dialect these people talk, without editorial comment, delights and amuses from its strangeness, and also from the conviction that it is as real as the landscape. They tell wonderful tales of moor and fen as they tramp the woods or sail on moonlit waters, and sitting by a peat fire of a stormy night, discuss, between deep pulls of Scotch whisky, the Erastianism that vitiates modern theology. We must look in the pages of Scott for a more charming picture of the relation of clansman to chief. But Mr. Black is his own most formidable rival. He who painted the sympathetic landscapes of northern Scotland has taught the reader the subtle distinction between these delicate scenes and those in which nature's moods are obtrusively chronicled. There are novels by Mr. Black in reading which we exclaim, with the exhausted young lady at the end of her week's sightseeing, "What, another sunset?" And he set himself a difficult task when he attempted to draw another character so human and so lovable as the Princess of Thule, although the reader were ungracious indeed did he not welcome the beautiful young lady with the kind heart and the proud hurt smile, whom he became familiar with through frequent encounters in the author's other novels. And if Earlscope, who has a dim sort of kinship with the more vigorous hero of Jane Eyre, has been succeeded by well-bred young gentlemen who never smoke in the presence of their female relatives, though they are master hands at sailing a boat and knocking down obtrusive foreigners, Mr. Black has not, since A Daughter of Heth, done so dramatic a piece of writing as the story of the Earl's death and Coquette's flight. The Daughter of Heth, with her friendly simplicity and innocent wiles, and madcap Violet, the laughter-loving, deserve perhaps a kinder fate than a broken heart and an early grave. But what the novelist Gogol said of himself and his audience 50 years ago is as true as ever. Thankless is the task of whoever ventures to show what passes every moment before his eyes. When he is heart-breaking and therefore exceptional, Mr. Black is most interesting. a sad ending is not necessarily depressing to the reader. There is something, says La Rochefoucauld, in the misfortunes of our best friends that doth not displease us. In Mr. Black's later novels, the burden of tradition has been too heavy for him, and he has ended them all happily, as if they were fairy tales. He chose a more artistic as well as a more faithful part when they were in keeping with life. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 9. The End of MacLeod of Dare, by William Black. "Duncan," said Hamish in a low whisper, for MacLeod had gone below, and they thought he might be asleep in the small hushed state-room, "this is a strange-looking day, is it not? And I am afraid of it in this open bay, with an anchorage no better than a sheet of paper for an anchorage. Do you see now how strange-looking it is?" Duncan Cameron also spoke in his native tongue, and he said, "That's true, Hamish. And it was a day like this there was when the Solent was sunk at her moorings in Loch Horn. Do you remember, Hamish? And it would be better for us now if we were in Loch Tua or Loch na Keal, or in the dock that was built for the steamer at Tiree. I do not like the look of this day." And yet to an ordinary observer it would have seemed that the chief characteristic of this pale, still day was extreme and settled calm. There was not a breath of wind to ruffle the surface of the sea, but there was a slight glassy swell, and that only served to show curious opalescent tints under the suffused light of the sun. There were no clouds. There was only a thin veil of faint and sultry mist all across the sky. The sun was invisible, but there was a glare of yellow at one point of the heavens. A dead calm, but heavy, oppressed, sultry. There was something in the atmosphere that seemed to weigh on the chest. "There was a dream I had this morning," continued Hamish, in the same low tones. "It was about my little granddaughter Christina. You know my little Christina, Duncan. And she said to me, 'What have you done with Sir Keith MacLeod? Why have you not brought him back? He was under your care, grandfather.' I did not like that dream." "Oh, you are becoming as bad as Sir Keith MacLeod himself," said the other. "He does not sleep. He talks to himself. You will become like that if you pay attention to foolish dreams, Hamish." Hamish's quick temper leaped up. "What do you mean, Duncan Cameron, by saying as bad as Sir Keith MacLeod? You come from Ross. Perhaps they have not good masters there. I tell you there is not any man in Ross, or in Sutherland either, is as good a master and as brave a lad as Sir Keith MacLeod. Not any one, Duncan Cameron." "I did not mean anything like that, Hamish," said the other humbly. "But there was a breeze this morning. We could have got over to Loch Tua. Why did we stay here, when there is no shelter and no anchorage? Do you know what is likely to come after a day like this?" "It is your business to be a sailor on board this yacht. It is not your business to say where she will go," said Hamish. But all the same the old man was becoming more and more alarmed at the ugly aspect of this dead calm. The very birds, instead of stalking among the still pools, or lying buoyant on the smooth waters, were excitedly calling and whirring from one point to another. "If the equinoctials were to begin now," said Duncan Cameron, "this is a fine place to meet the equinoctials, an open bay without shelter, and a ground that is no ground for an anchorage. It is not 2 anchors or 20 anchors would hold in such a ground." MacLeod appeared. The men were suddenly silent. Without a word to either of them, and that was not his wont, he passed to the stern of the yacht. Hamish knew from his manner that he would not be spoken to. He did not follow him, even with all this vague dread on his mind. The day wore on to the afternoon. Macleod, who had been pacing up and down on the deck, suddenly called Hamish. Hamish came aft at once. "Hamish," said he, with a strange sort of laugh, "do you remember this morning before the light came? Do you remember that I asked you about a brass band that I heard playing?" Hamish looked at him, and said with an earnest anxiety, "Oh, Sir Keith, you will pay no heed to that. It is very common. I have heard them say it is very common. Why, to hear a brass band, to be sure, there is nothing more common than that. And you will not think you are unwell merely because you think you can hear a brass band playing." "I want you to tell me, Hamish," said he, in the same jesting way, "whether my eyes have followed the example of my ears, and are playing tricks. Do you think they are bloodshot with my lying on deck in the cold? Hamish, what do you see all around?" The old man looked at the sky, and the shore, and the sea. It was a marvellous thing. The world was all enshrouded in a salmon-coloured mist. There was no line of horizon visible between the sea and the sky. "It is red, Sir Keith," said Hamish. "Ah! Am I in my senses this time? And what do you think of a red day, Hamish? That is not a usual thing. Oh, Sir Keith, it will be a wild night this night, and we cannot stay here with this bad anchorage." "And where would you go, Hamish, in a dead calm?" Macleod asked, still with a smile on the wan face. "Where would I go?" said the old man excitedly. I will take care of the yacht. But you, Sir Keith, oh, you will go ashore now. Do you know, sir, the shieling that the Shepherd had? It is a poor place. Oh, yes. But Duncan Cameron and I will take some things ashore. And do you not think we can look after the yacht? She has met the equinoctials before, if it is the equinoctials that are beginning. But she has met them before, and cannot she meet them now? But you, Sir Keith, you will go ashore." Macleod burst out laughing in an odd sort of fashion. "Do you think I am good at running away when there is any kind of danger, Hamish? Have you got into the English way? Would you call me a coward too? Nonsense, 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 Hamish! I am going to drink a glass of the coal black wine, and have done with it. I will drink it to the health of my sweetheart, Hamish." "Sir Keith," said the old man, beginning to tremble, though he but half understood the meaning of the scornful mirth, "I have had charge of you since you were a young lad." "Very well. And Lady Macleod will ask of me, such and such a thing happened. What did you do for my son? Then I will say, your ladyship, we were afraid of the equinoctials, and we got Sir Keith to go ashore, and the next day we went ashore for him, and now we've brought him back to Castle Dare. Hamish, Hamish, you are laughing at me, or you want to call me a coward. Don't you know I should be afraid of the ghost of the shepherd who killed himself? Don't you know that the English people call me a coward?" "May their souls dwell in the downmost hall of perdition," said Hamish, with his cheeks becoming a grey white, "and every woman that ever came of the accursed race." He looked at the old man for a second, and he gripped his hand. "Do not say that, Hamish. That is folly. But you have been my friend. My mother will not forget you. It is not the way of a Macleod to forget, whatever happens to me." "Sir Keith," Hamish cried, "I do not know what you mean, but you will go ashore before the night?" "Go ashore?" Macleod answered, with a return to this wild bantering tone. "When I am going to see my sweetheart? Oh, no! Tell Christina now. Tell Christina to ask the young English lady to come into the saloon, for I have something to say to her. Be quick, Hamish." Hamish went away, and before long he returned with the answer that the young English lady was in the saloon. And now he was no longer haggard and piteous, but joyful, and there was a strange light in his eyes. "Sweetheart," said he, "are you waiting for me at last? I have brought you a long way. Shall we drink a glass now at the end of the voyage?" "Do you wish to insult me?" said she, but there was no anger in her voice. There was more of fear in her eyes as she regarded him. "You have no other message for me than the one you gave me last night, Gertie?" said he, almost cheerfully. "It is all over, then? You would go away from me forever? But we will drink a glass before we go." He sprang forward and caught both her hands in his with the grip of a vice. "Do you know what you have done, Gertie?" said he in a low voice. "Oh, you have soft, smooth English ways, and you are like a rose leaf, and you are like a queen whom all people are glad to serve. But do you know that you have killed a man's life? And there is no penalty for that in the South, perhaps. But you are no longer in the South. And if you have this very night to drink a glass with me, you will not refuse it? It is only a glass of the coal black wine." She struggled back from him, for there was a look in his face that frightened her. But she had a wonderful self-command. "Is that the message I was to hear?" said she, coldly. "Why, sweetheart, are you not glad? Is not that the only gladness left for you and for me, that we should drink one glass together, and clasp hands and say good-bye? What else is there left? What else could come to you and to me? And it may not be this night or to-morrow night, but one night I think it will come. And then, sweetheart, we will have one more glass together before the end." He went on deck. He called Hamish. "Hamish," said he, in a grave, matter-of-fact way, "I don't like the look of this evening. Did you say the sheiling was still on the island?" "Oh yes, Sir Keith," said Hamish, with great joy, for he thought his advice was going to be taken after all. "Well, now, you know the gales, when they begin, sometimes last for 2 or 3 or 4 days. And I will ask you to see that Christina takes a good store of things to the sheiling before the darkness comes on. Take plenty of things now, Hamish, and put them in the sheiling, for I am afraid this is going to be a wild night." Now, indeed, all the red light had gone away, and as the sun went down there was nothing but a spectral whiteness over the sea and the sky, and the atmosphere was so close and sultry that it seemed to suffocate one. Moreover, there was a dead calm. If they had wanted to get away from this exposed place, how could they? They could not get into the gig and pull this great yacht over to Loch Tua. It was with a light heart that Hamish set about this thing, and Christina forthwith filled a hamper with tinned meats and bread and whisky and what not, and fuel was taken ashore too, and candles and a store of matches. If the gales were coming on, as appeared likely from this ominous-looking evening, who could tell how many days and nights the young master, and the English lady too, if he desired her company, might not have to stay ashore, while the men took the chance of the sea with this yacht, or perhaps seized the occasion of some lull to make for some place of shelter. There was Loch Tua, and there was the bay at Bunessan, and there was the little channel called Polterriv, behind the rocks opposite Iona. Any shelter at all was better than this exposed place, with the treacherous anchorage. Hamish and Duncan Cameron returned to the yacht. "Will you go ashore now, Sir Keith?" the old man said. "Oh no, I am not going ashore yet. It is not yet time to run away, Hamish." He spoke in a friendly and pleasant fashion, though Hamish, in his increasing alarm, thought it no proper time for jesting. They hauled the gig up to the davits, however, and again the yacht lay in dead silence in this little bay. The evening grew to dusk. The only change visible in the spectral world of pale yellow-white mist was the appearance in the sky of a number of small, detached, bulbous-looking clouds of a dusky blue-grey. They had not drifted hither, for there was no wind. They had only appeared. They were absolutely motionless. But the heat and the suffocation in this atmosphere became almost insupportable. The men with bare heads and jerseys unbuttoned at the neck were continually going to the cask of fresh water beside the windlass. Nor was there any change when the night came on. If anything, the night was hotter than the evening had been. They waited in silence what might come of this ominous calm. Hamish came aft. "I beg your pardon, Sir Keith," said he, "but I'm thinking we will have an anchor watch to-night." "You will have no anchor watch to-night. McLeod answered slowly from out of the darkness. "I will be all the anchor watch you will need, Hamish, until the morning." "You, sir?" Hamish cried. "I've been waiting to take you ashore, and surely it is ashore that you are going." Just as he had spoken, there was a sound that all the world seemed to stand still to hear. It was a low, murmuring sound of thunder, but it was so remote as almost to be inaudible. The next moment an awful thing occurred. The two men, standing face to face in the dark, suddenly found themselves in a blaze of blinding steel blue light, and at the very same instant the thunder roar crackled and shook all round them like the firing of 1,000 cannon. How the wild echoes went booming over the sea! Then they were in the black night again. There was a period of awed silence. "Hamish," McLeod said, "quickly do as I tell you now. Lower the gig, take the men with you and Christina, and go ashore and remain in the shieling until the morning." "I will not!" Hamish cried. "Oh, Sir Keith, would you have me do that?" McLeod had anticipated his refusal. Instantly he went forward and called up Christina. He ordered Duncan Cameron and John Cameron to lower away the gig. He got them all in but Hamish. "Hamish," said he, "you are a smaller man than I. Is it on such a night that you would have me quarrel with you? Must I throw you into the boat?" The old man clasped his trembling hands together as if in prayer, and he said with an agonized and broken voice, "Oh, Sir Keith, you are my master, and there is nothing I will not do for you. But only this one night you will let me remain with the yacht. I will give you the rest of my life, but only this one night." "Into the gig with you!" McLeod cried angrily. "Why, man, don't you think I can keep anchor watch?" But then he added very gently, "Hamish, shake hands with me now. You were my friend, and you must get ashore before the sea rises." "I will stay in the dinghy, then," the old man entreated. "You will go ashore, Hamish, and this very instant, too. If the gale begins, how will you get ashore? Good bye, Hamish. Good night." Another white sheet of flame quivered all around them just as this black figure was descending into the gig, and then the fierce hell of sounds broke loose once more. Sea and sky together seemed to shudder at the wild uproar, and far away the sounds went thundering through the hollow night. How could one hear if there was any sobbing in that departing boat, or any last cry of farewell? It was Ulva calling now, and Flada answering from over the black water, and the Dutchman is surely awake at last. Then came a stirring of wind from the east, and the sea began to moan. Surely the pure fugitives must have reached the shore now. And then there was a strange noise in the distance. In the awful silence between the peals of thunder it would be heard. It came nearer and nearer, a low murmuring noise, but full of a secret life and thrill. It came along like the tread of 1,000 armies, and then the gale struck its first blow. The yacht reeled under the stroke, but her bows staggered up again like a dog that had been felled, and after one or two convulsive plunges she clung hard at the strained cables. And now the gale was growing in fury, and the sea rising. Blinding showers of rain swept over, hissing and roaring. The white tongues of flame were shooting this way and that across the startled heavens, and there was a more awful thunder than even the falling of the Atlantic surge booming into the great sea caves. In the abysmal darkness the spectral arms of the ocean rose white in their angry clamor, and then another blue gleam would lay bare the great heaving and wreathing bosom of the deep. What devil's dance is this? Surely it cannot be Ulva, Ulva the green-shored, Ulva that the sailors in their love of her call softly Ulava, that is laughing aloud with wild laughter on this awful night. And Colonsay and Lunga and Flada, they were beautiful and quiet in the still summer time, but now they have gone mad, and they are flinging back the plunging sea in white masses of foam, and they are shrieking in their fierce joy of the strife. And Staffa is far away and alone. She is trembling to her core. How long will the shuddering caves withstand the mighty hammer of the Atlantic surge? And then again the sudden wild gleam startles the night, and one sees with an appalling vividness the driven white waves and the black islands, and then again 1,000 echoes go booming along the iron-bound coast. What can be heard in the roar of the hurricane, and the hissing of rain, and the thundering whirl of the waves on the rocks? Surely not the one glad last cry, "Sweetheart, your health in the coal black wine." The poor fugitives crouching in among the rocks, is it the blinding rain or the driven white surf that is in their eyes? But they have sailors' eyes. They can see through the awful storm, and their gaze is fixed on the one small green point far out there in the blackness, the starboard light of the doomed ship. It wavers like a will-o'-the-wisp, but it does not recede. The old umpire still clings bravely to her chain cables. And amidst all the din of the storm they hear the voice of Hamish lifted aloud in lamentation. "Oh, the brave lad, the brave lad! And who is to save my young master now? And who will carry this tale back to Castle Dare? They will say to me, 'Hamish, you had charge of the young lad. You put the first gun in his hand. You had charge of him. He had the love of a son for you. And what is it you have done with him this night? He is my Absalom. He is my brave young lad. Oh, do you think that I will let him drown and do nothing to try to save him? Do you think that? Duncan Cameron, are you a man? Will you get into the gig with me and pull out to the umpire?" "By God," said Duncan Cameron solemnly, "I will do that. I have no wife. I do not care. I will get into the gig with you, Hamish, but we will never reach the yacht this night or any night that is to come." Then the old woman Christina shrieked aloud, and caught her husband by the arm. "Hamish, Hamish, are you going to drown yourself before my eyes?" He shook her hand away from him. "My young master ordered me ashore. I have come ashore. But I order myself back again. Duncan Cameron, they will never say that we stood by and saw Macleod of Dare go down to his grave." They emerged from the shelter of this great rock. The hurricane was so fierce they had to cling to one boulder after another to save themselves from being whirled into the sea. But were these two men by themselves? Not likely. It was a party of 5 men that now clambered along the slippery rocks to the shingle up which they had hauled the gig, and one wild lightning flash saw them with their hands on the gunwale, ready to drag her down to the water. There was a surf raging there that would have swamped 20 gigs. These 5 men were going of their own free will and choice to certain death, so much had they loved the young master. But a piercing cry from Christina arrested them. They looked out to sea. What was this sudden and awful thing? Instead of a starboard green light, behold the port red light, and that moving. Oh, see how it recedes, wavering, flickering through the whirling vapor of the storm. And there again is the green light. Is it a witch's dance, or are they strange death fires hovering over the dark ocean grave? But Hamish knows too well what it means, and with a wild cry of horror and despair, the old man sinks on his knees, and clasps his hands, and stretches them out to the terrible sea. "Oh, Macleod, Macleod, are you going away from me for ever? And we will go up to the hills together, and on the lochs together no more, no more, no more." Oh, the brave lad that he was, and the good master, and who was not proud of him? My handsome lad, and he the last of the Macleods of Dare. "Arise, Hamish, and have the gig hauled up into shelter, for will you not want it when the gale abates and the seas are smooth, and you have to go away to Dare, you and your comrades with silent tongues and sombre eyes? Why this wild lamentation in the darkness of the night? The stricken heart that you loved so well has found peace at last. The coal-black wine has been drunk. There is an end. And you poor cowering fugitives, who only see each other's terrified faces when the wan gleam of the lightning blazes through the sky, perhaps it is well that you should weep and wail for the young master. But that is soon over, and the day will break. And this is what I am thinking of now. When the light comes, and the seas are smooth, then which of you, oh, which of you all will tell this tale to the 2 women at Castle Dare? So fair shines the morning sun on the white sands of Iona. The 3 days' gale is over. Behold how Ulva, Ulva the green-shored, the Ulava that the sailors love, is laughing out again to the clear skies, and the great skarts on the shores of Erisgeir are spreading abroad their dusky wings to get them dried in the sun, and the seals are basking on the rocks in Loch na Keal, and in Loch Scridain the white gulls sit buoyant on the blue sea. There go the Gometra men in their brown sailed boat to look after the lobster traps at Staffa, and very soon you'll see the steamer come round the far Callac Point. Over at Ereit they are signalling to the men at Dub Artach, and they are glad to have a message from them after the heavy gale. The new bright day has begun. The world has awakened again to the joyous sunlight. There is a chattering of the sea birds all along the shores. It is a bright, eager, glad day for all the world. But there is silence in Castle Dare. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Maria. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 10, Sheila in London, by William Black. Sheila in London, from A Princess of Thule. She asked if there were lords who owned those beautiful houses built up on the hill, and half smothered along lilacs and ash trees and rowan trees and ivy. My darling, Lavender had said to her, if your papa were to come and live here, he could buy half a dozen of these cottages, gardens and all. They are mostly the property of well-to-do shopkeepers. If this little place takes your fancy, what will you say when you go south, when you see Wimbledon and Richmond and Kew with their grand old commons and trees? Why, you could hide Oban in a corner of Richmond Park. And my papa has seen all these places? Yes. Don't you think it strange he should have seen them all, and known he could live in any of them, and then gone away back to Borva? But what would the poor people have done if he had never gone back? Oh, someone else would have taken his place. And then, if he were living here, or in London, he might have got tired, and he might have wished to go back to the Lewis and see all the people he knew. And then he would come among them like a stranger and have no house to go to. Then Lavender said, quite gently, do you think, Sheila, you will ever tire of living in the South? The girl looked up quickly and said with a sort of surprised questioning in her eyes, no, not with you. But then we shall often go to the Lewis. Oh yes, her husband said, as often as we can conveniently. But it will take some time at first, you know, before you get to know all my friends, who are to be your friends, and before you get properly fitted with your social circle. That will take you a long time, Sheila, and you may have many annoyances or embarrassments to encounter. But you won't be very much afraid, my girl? Sheila merely looked up to him. There was no fear in the frank, brave eyes. The first large town she saw struck a cold chill to her heart. On a wet and dismal afternoon they sailed into Greenock. A heavy smoke hung about the black building yards and the dirty quays. The narrow and squalid streets were filled with mud, and only the poorer sections of the population waded through the mire or hung disconsolately about the corners of the thoroughfares. A gloomier picture could not well be conceived, and Sheila, chilled with the long and wet sail and bewildered by the noise and bustle of the harbor, was driven to the hotel with a sore heart and a downcast face. This is not like London, Frank, she said, pretty nearly ready to cry with disappointment. This? No. Well, it's a part of London, certainly, but not the part you will live in. But how can we live in the one place without passing the other and being made miserable by it? There was no part of Oban like this. Why, you will live miles away from the docks and quays of London. You might live for a lifetime in London without even knowing it had a harbor. Don't you be afraid, Sheila. You will live in a district where there are far finer houses than any you saw in Oban, and far finer trees. And within a few minutes' walk you will find great gardens and parks, with lakes in them and wild fowls, and you will be able to teach the boys about how to set the helm and the sails when they're launching their small boats." "I should like that," said Sheila, her face brightening. "Perhaps you would like a boat yourself." "Yes," she said frankly. "If there were not many people there, we might go out sometimes in the evening." Her husband laughed and took her hand. "You don't understand, Sheila. The boats the boys have are little things a foot or two long, like the one in your papa's bedroom in Borva. But many of the boys would be greatly obliged if you would teach them how to manage the sails properly, for sometimes dreadful shipwrecks occur. You must bring them to our house. I'm very fond of little boys when they begin to forget to be shy and let you become acquainted with them." "Well," said Lavender, "I don't know many of the boys who sail boats in the Serpentine. You will have to make their acquaintance yourself. But I know one boy whom I must bring to the house. He is a German Jew boy who is going to be another Mendelssohn, his friends say. He is a pretty boy, with ruddy brown hair, big black eyes, and a fine forehead. And he really sings and plays delightfully. But you know, Sheila, you must not treat him as a boy, for he is over 14, I should think, and if you were to kiss him—" "He might be angry," said Sheila, with perfect simplicity. "I might," said Lavender; and then, noticing that she seemed a little surprised, he merely patted her head and bade her go and get ready for dinner. Then came the great climax of Sheila's southward journey, her arrival in London. She was all anxiety to see her future home, and as luck would have it, there was a fair spring morning shining over the city. For a couple of hours before, she had sat and looked out of the carriage window as the train whirled rapidly through the scarce awakened country, and she had seen the soft and beautiful landscapes of the south lit up by the early sunlight. How the bright little villages shone, with here and there a gilt weathercock glittering on the spire of some small grey church, while as yet in many valleys a pale grey mist lay along the bed of the level streams or clung to the dense woods on the upland heights. Which was the more beautiful, the sharp, clear picture with its brilliant colours and its awakening life, or the more mystic landscape over which was still drawn the tender veil of the morning haze? She could not tell. She only knew that England, as she then saw it, seemed a great country that was very beautiful, that had few inhabitants, and that was still sleepy and bathed in sunshine. How happy must the people be who lived in those quiet green valleys by the side of the slow and smooth rivers, and amid great woods and avenues of stately trees, the like of which she had not imagined even in her dreams. But from the moment they got out at Euston Square she seemed a trifle bewildered, and could only do implicitly as her husband bade her, clinging to his hand for the most part, as if to make sure of guidance. She did indeed glance somewhat nervously at the hansom into which Lavender put her, apparently asking how such a tall and narrow two-wheeled vehicle could be prevented toppling over. But when he, having sent on all their luggage by a respectable old four-wheeler, got into the hansom beside her, and put his hand inside her arm, and bade her be of good cheer that she should have such a pleasant morning to welcome her in London, she said yes, mechanically, and only looked out in a wistful fashion at the great houses and trees of Euston Square, the mighty and roaring stream of omnibuses, the droves of strangers, mostly clad in black, as if they were going to church, and the pale blue smoke that seemed to mix with the sunshine and make it cold and distant. They were in no hurry, these two, on that still morning, And so, to impress Sheila all at once with a sense of the greatness and grandeur of London, he made the cabman cut down by Park Crescent and Portland Place to Regent Circus. Then they went along Oxford Street, and there were crowded omnibuses taking young men into the city, while all the pavements were busy with hurrying passers by. What multitudes of unknown faces, unknown to her and unknown to each other! These people did not speak; they only hurried on, each intent upon his own affairs, caring nothing apparently for the din around them, and looking so strange and sad in their black clothes in the pale and misty sunlight. "You are in a trance, Sheila," he said. She did not answer. Surely she had wandered into some magical city. For now the houses on one side of the way suddenly ceased, and she saw before her a great and undulating extent of green, with a border of beautiful flowers, and with groups of trees that met the sky all along the southern horizon. Did the green and beautiful country she had seen shoot in thus into the heart of the town? Or was there another city far away on the other side of the trees? The place was almost as deserted as those still valleys she had passed by in the morning. Here in the street there was the roar of a passing crowd, but there was a long and almost deserted stretch of park, with winding roads and umbrageous trees on which the wan sunlight fell from between loose masses of half golden cloud. Then they passed Kensington Gardens, and there were more people walking down the broad highways between the elms. "You are getting nearly home now, Sheila," he said, "and you will be able to come and walk in these avenues whenever you please." Was this, then, her home? This section of a barrack row of dwellings, all alike in steps, pillars, doors, and windows? When she got inside, the servant who had opened the door bobbed a courtesy to her. Should she shake hands with her and say, "And are you very well?" But at this moment Lavender came running up the steps, playfully hurried her into the house and up the stairs, and led her into her own drawing room. "Well, darling, what do you think of your home, now that you see it?" Sheila looked around timidly. It was not a big room, but it was a palace in height and grandeur and color compared with that little museum in Borva in which Sheila's piano stood. It was all so strange and beautiful. The split pomegranates and quaint leaves on the upper part of the walls, and underneath a dull slate color where the pictures hung, the curious painting on the frames of the mirrors, the brilliant curtains with their stiff and formal patterns. It was not very much like a home as yet. It was more like a picture that had been carefully planned and executed. But she knew how he had thought of pleasing her in choosing these things, and without saying a word she took his hand and kissed it. And then she went to one of the 3 tall French windows and looked out on the square. There, between the trees, was a space of beautiful soft green, and some children dressed in bright dresses, and attended by a governess in sober black, had just begun to play croquet. An elderly lady with a small white dog was walking along one of the gravelled paths. An old man was pruning some bushes. "It is very still and quiet here," said Sheila. "I was afraid we should have to live in that terrible noise always." "I hope you won't find it dull, my darling," he said. "Dull when you are here? But I cannot always be here, you know." She looked up. "You see, a man is so much in the way if he is dawdling about a house all day long. You would begin to regard me as a nuisance, Sheila, and would be for sending me to play croquet with those young Caruthers, merely that you might get the rooms dusted. Besides, you know I couldn't work here. I must have a studio of some sort, in the neighbourhood, of course. And then you will give me your orders in the morning as to when I am to come round for luncheon or dinner. And you will be alone all day at your work?" "Yes." "Then I will come and sit with you, my poor boy," she said. "Much work I should do in that case," he said. but we'll see. In the meantime, go upstairs and get your things off. That young person below has breakfast ready, I dare say." "But you have not shown me yet where Mr. Ingram lives," said Sheila before she went to the door. "Oh, that is miles away. You have only seen a little bit of London yet. Ingram lives about as far away from here as the distance you have just come, but in another direction." "It is like a world made of houses," said Sheila, "and all filled with strangers. But you will take me to see Mr. Ingram?" "By and by, yes. But he is sure to drop in on you as soon as he fancies you are settled in your new home." And here at last was Mr. Ingram come, and the mere sound of his voice seemed to carry her back to Borva, so that in talking to him and waiting on him as of old, she would scarcely have been surprised if her father had walked in to say that a coaster was making for the harbour, or that Duncan was going over to Stornoway, and Sheila would have to give him commissions. Her husband did not take the same interest in the social and political affairs of Borva that Mr. Ingram did. Lavender had made a pretence of assisting Sheila in her work among the poor people, but the effort was a hopeless failure. He could not remember the name of the family that wanted a new boat, and was visibly impatient when Sheila would sit down to write out for some aged crone a letter to her grandson in Canada. Now Ingram, for the mere sake of occupation, had qualified himself during his various visits to Lewis, so that he might have become the home minister of the King of Borva, and Sheila was glad to have one attentive listener as she described all the wonderful things that had happened in the island since the previous summer. But Ingram had got a full and complete holiday on which to come up and see Sheila, and he had brought with him the wild and startling proposal that in order that she should take her first plunge into the pleasures of civilized life, her husband and herself should drive down to Richmond and dine at the Star and Garter. "What is that?" said Sheila. "My dear girl," said her husband seriously, "your ignorance is something fearful to contemplate. It is quite bewildering. How can a person who does not know what the Star and Garter is be told what the Star and Garter is?" "But I am willing to go and see," said Sheila. "Then I must look after getting a brougham," said Lavender, rising. "A brougham on such a day as this?" exclaimed Ingram. "Nonsense! Get an open trap of some sort. And Sheila, just to please me, will put on that very blue dress she used to wear in Borva, and the hat and the white feather, if she's got them." "Perhaps you would like me to put on a sealskin cap and a red handkerchief instead of a collar," observed Lavender, calmly. "You may do as you please. Sheila and I are going to dine at the Star and Garter." "May I put on that blue dress?" said the girl, going up to her husband. "Yes, of course, if you'd like," said Lavender, meekly, going off to order the carriage, and wondering by what route he could drive these two maniacs down to Richmond so that none of his friends should see them. When he came back again, bringing with him a landau which could be shut up for the homeward journey at night, he had to confess that no costume seemed to suit Sheila so well as the rough sailor dress. And he was so pleased with her appearance that he consented at once to let Bras go with them in the carriage, on condition that Sheila should be responsible for him. Indeed, after the first shiver of driving away from the square was over, he forgot that there was much unusual about the look of this odd pleasure party. If you had told him 18 months before that on a bright day in May, just as people were going home from the park for luncheon, he would go for a drive in a hired trap with one horse, his companions being a man with a brown wideawake, a girl dressed as though she was the owner of a yacht, and an immense deerhound, and that in this fashion he would dare to drive up to the Star and Garter and order dinner, he would have bet 500 to 1 that such a thing would never occur so long as he preserved his senses. But somehow he did not mind much. He was very much at home with those two people beside him. The day was bright and fresh. The horse went a good pace. And once they were over Hammersmith Bridge and out among the fields and trees, the country looked exceedingly pretty, and all the beauty of it was mirrored in Sheila's eyes. "I can't quite make you out in that dress, Sheila," he said. "I am not sure whether it is real and businesslike or a theatrical costume. I have seen girls on Ryde Pier with something of the same sort on, only a good deal more pronounced, you know, and they looked like sham yachtsmen. And I have seen stewardesses wearing that color and texture of cloth. But why not leave it as it is?" said Ingram. "A solitary costume produced by certain conditions of climate and duties, acting in conjunction with a natural taste for harmonious coloring and simple form. That dress, I will maintain, sprang as naturally from the salt sea as Aphrodite did, and the man who suspects artifice in it, or invention, has had his mind perverted by the skepticism of modern society." "Is my dress so very wonderful?" said Sheila, with a grave complacence. "I am pleased that the Lewis has produced such a fine thing, and perhaps you would like me to tell you its history. It was my papa bought a piece of blue serge in Stornoway. It cost 3s. 6d. a yard, and a dressmaker in Stornoway cut it for me, and I made it myself. That is all the history of the wonderful dress." Suddenly Sheila seized her husband's arm. They had got down to the river by Mortlake, and there, on the broad bosom of the stream, a long and slender boat was shooting by, pulled by 4 oarsmen clad in white flannel. "How can they go out in such a boat?" said Sheila, with great alarm visible in her eyes. "It is scarcely a boat at all, and if they touch a rock, or if the wind catches them—" "Don't be frightened, Sheila," said her husband. "They are quite safe. There are no rocks in our rivers, and the wind does not give us squalls here like those on Loch Roag. You will see hundreds of those boats by and by, and perhaps you yourself will go out in one." "Oh, never, never!" she said, almost with a shudder. "Why, if the people here heard you, they would not know how brave a sailor you are. You are not afraid to go out at night by yourself on the sea, and you won't go on a smooth inland river. But those boats, if you touch them, they must go over." She seemed glad to get away from the river. She could not be persuaded of the safety of the slender craft of the Thames, and indeed, for some time after seemed so strangely depressed that Lavender begged and prayed of her to tell him what was the matter. It was simple enough. She had heard him speak of his boating adventures. Was it in such boats as that she had just seen? And might he not be some day going out in one of them, and an accident, the breaking of an oar, a gust of wind? There was nothing for it but to reassure her by a solemn promise that in no circumstances whatever would he, Lavender, go into a boat without her express permission, whereupon Sheila was as grateful to him as though he had dowered her with a kingdom. This was not the Richmond Hill of her fancy, this spacious height, with its great mansions, its magnificent elms, and its views of all the westward and wooded country, with the blue-white streak of the river winding through the green foliage. Where was the farm? The famous lass of Richmond Hill must have lived on a farm. But here surely were the houses of great lords and nobles, which had apparently been there for years and years. And was this really a hotel that they stopped at, this great building that she could only compare to Stornoway Castle? "Now, Sheila," said Lavender, after they had ordered dinner and gone out, "mind you keep a tight hold on that leash, for Bras will see strange things in the park." "It is I who will see strange things," she said, and the prophecy was amply fulfilled. For as they went along the broad path, and came better into view of the splendid undulation of woodland and pasture and fern, when on the one hand they saw the Thames far below them flowing through the green and spacious valley, and on the other hand caught some dusky glimpse of the far white houses of London, it seemed to her that she had gotten into a new world, and that this world was far more beautiful than the great city she had left. She did not care so much for the famous view from the hill. She had cast one quick look to the horizon, with one throb of expectation that the sea might be there. There was no sea there, only the faint blue of long lines of country, apparently without limit. Moreover, over the western landscape a faint haze prevailed, that increased in the distance and softened down the more distant woods into a sober gray. That great extent of wooded plain, lying sleepily in its pale mists, was not so cheerful as the scene around her, where the sunlight was sharp and clear, the air fresh, the trees flooded with a pure and bright color. Here indeed was a cheerful and beautiful world, and she was full of curiosity to know all about it and its strange features. What was the name of this tree? How did it differ from that? Were these not rabbits over by the fence? And did rabbits live in the midst of trees and bushes? What sort of wood was the fence made of? And was it not terribly expensive to have such protection? Could not he tell the cost of a wooden fence? Why did they not use wire netting? Was not that a lock away down there? And what was its name? A lock without a name? Did the salmon come up to it? And did any sea birds ever come inland and build their nests on its margin? Oh, Bras, you must come and look at the lock. It is a long time since you will see a lock. And away she went through the thick bracken, holding on to the swaying leash that held the galloping greyhound, and running swiftly as though she had been making down for the shore to get out the Magdian Mahara. "Sheila," called her husband, "don't be foolish." "Sheila," called Ingram, "have pity on an old man." Suddenly she stopped. A brace of partridges had sprung up at some distance, and with such a wild whir of their wings were now directing their low and rapid flight toward the bottom of the valley. "What birds are those?" she said peremptorily. She took no notice of the fact that her companions were pretty nearly too blown to speak. There was a brisk life and color in her face, and all her attention was absorbed in watching the flight of the birds. Lavender fancied he saw in the fixed and keen look something of old Mackenzie's gray eye. It was not the first trace of a likeness to her father he had seen. "You bad girl," he said, "they are partridges." She paid no heed to this reproach, for what were those other things over there underneath the trees? Bras had pricked up his ears, and there was a strange excitement in his look and in his trembling frame. "Deer!" she cried, with her eyes as fixed as were those of the dog beside her. "Well," said her husband calmly, "what, although they are deer?" "But, Bras," she said, and with that she caught the leash with both hands. "Bras won't mind them if you keep him quiet. I suppose you can manage him better than I can. I wish we had brought a whip." "I would rather let him kill every deer in the park than touch him with a whip," said Sheila proudly. "You fearful creature, you don't know what you say. That is high treason. If George Ranger heard you, he would have you hanged in front of the Star and Garter." "Who is George Ranger?" said Sheila, with an air as if she had said, "Do you know that I am the daughter of the King of Borva, and whoever touches me will have to answer to my papa, who was not afraid of any George Ranger. He is a great lord who hangs all persons who disturb the deer in the park." "But why do they not go away?" said Sheila impatiently. "I have never seen any deer so stupid. It is their own fault if they are disturbed. Why do they remain so near to people and to houses?" "My dear child, if Bras wasn't here you would probably find some of those deer coming up to see if you had any bits of sugar or pieces of bread about your pockets." "Then they are like sheep. They are not like deer," she said, with some contempt. "If I could only tell Bras that it is sheep he will be looking at, he would not look any more. And so small they are. They are as small as the roe, but they have horns as big as many of the red deer. Do people eat them?" "I suppose so." "And what will they cost?" "I'm sure I can't tell you." Are they as good as the roe or the big deer? I don't know that either. I don't think I ever ate fallow deer. But you know they are not kept here for that purpose. A great many gentlemen in this country keep a lot of them in their parks merely to look pretty. They cost a great deal more than they produce. They must eat up a great deal of fine grass, said Sheila almost sorrowfully. It is a beautiful ground for sheep. No rushes, no peat moss, only fine good grass and dry land. I should like my papa to see all this beautiful ground. I fancy he has seen it. Was my papa here? I think he said so. And did he see those deer? Doubtless. He never told me of them. By this time they had pretty nearly got down to the little lake, and Bras had been alternately coaxed and threatened into a quiescent mood. Sheila evidently expected to hear a flapping of sea fowls' wings when they got near the margin, and she looked all round for the first sudden dart from the banks. But a dead silence prevailed, and as there were neither fish nor birds to watch, she went along to a wooden bench and sat down there, one of her companions on each hand. It was a pretty scene that lay before her, the small stretch of water ruffled with the wind, but showing a dash of blue sky here and there. The trees in the enclosure beyond, clad in their summer foliage, the smooth greensward shining in the afternoon sunlight. Here at least was absolute quiet after the roar of London, and it was somewhat wistfully that she asked her husband how far this place was from her home, and whether, when he was at work, she could not come down here by herself. Certainly, he said, never dreaming that she would think of doing such a thing. By and by they returned to the hotel, and while they sat at dinner a great fire of sunset spread over the west, and the far woods became of a rich purple, streaked here and there with lines of pale white mist. The river caught the glow of the crimson clouds above, and shone duskily red among the dark green of the trees. Deeper and deeper grew the color of the sun as it sank to the horizon, until it disappeared behind one low bar of purple cloud. And then the wild glow in the west slowly faded away. The river became pallid and indistinct. The white mists over the distant woods seemed to grow denser. And then, as here and there a lamp was lit far down in the valley, one or two pale stars appeared in the sky overhead, and night came on apace. "It is so strange," Sheila said, "to find the darkness coming on, and not to hear the sound of the waves. I wonder if it is a fine night at Borva." Her husband went over to her and led her back to the table, where the candles, shining over the white cloth and the colored glasses, offered a more cheerful picture than the darkening landscape outside. They were in a private room, so that when dinner was over Sheila was allowed to amuse herself with the fruit, while her two companions lit their cigars. Where was the quaint old piano now, and the glass of hot whiskey and water, and the lament of Monaltry, or Love in Thine Eyes for Ever Plays? It seemed, but for the greatness of the room, to be a repetition of one of those evenings at Borva that now belonged to a far off past. Here was Sheila, not minding the smoke, listening to Ingram as of old, and sometimes saying something in that sweetly inflected speech of hers. Here was Ingram, talking, as it were, out of a brown study, and morosely objecting to pretty nearly everything Lavender said, but always ready to prove Sheila right. And Lavender himself, as unlike a married man as ever, talking impatiently, impetuously, and wildly, except at such times as he said something to his young wife, but then some brief smile and look, or some pat on the hand, said more than words. But where, Sheila may have thought, was the one wanting to complete the group? Has he gone down to Borva Bos to see about the cargoes of fish to be sent off in the morning? Perhaps he is talking to Duncan outside about the cleaning of the guns, or making up cartridges in the kitchen. When Sheila's attention wandered away from the talk of her companions, she could not help listening for the sound of the waves. As there was no such message coming to her from the great wooded plain without, her fancy took her away across that mighty country she had travelled through, and carried her up to the island of Loch Roag, till she almost fancied she could smell the peat smoke in the night air, and listen to the sea, and hear her father pacing up and down the gravel outside the house, perhaps thinking of her as she was thinking of him. This little excursion to Richmond was long remembered by those three. It was the last of their meetings before Sheila was ushered into the big world to busy herself with new occupations and cares. It was a pleasant little journey throughout, for as they got into the landau to drive back to town, the moon was shining high up in the southern heavens, and the air was mild and fresh, so that they had the carriage opened, and Sheila, well wrapped up, lay and looked around her with strange wonder and joy as they drove underneath the shadow of the trees and out again into the clean sheen of the night. They saw the river, too, flowing smoothly and palely down between its dark banks. And somehow here the silence checked them, and they hummed no more those duets they used to sing up at Borva. Of what were they thinking then, as they drove through the clear night along the lonely road? Lavender at least was rejoicing at his great good fortune that he had secured for ever to himself the true-hearted girl who now sat opposite to him, with the moonlight touching her face and hair, and he was laughing to himself at the notion that he did not properly appreciate her, or understand her, or perceive her real character. If not he, who then? Had he not watched every turn of her disposition, every expression of her wishes, every grace of her manner and look of her eyes? And was he not overjoyed to find that the more he knew of her, the more he loved her? Marriage had increased rather than diminished the mystery and wonder he had woven about her. He was more her lover now than he had ever been before marriage. Who could see in her eyes what he saw? Elderly folks can look at a girl's eyes and see that they are brown or blue or green, as the case may be. But the lover looks at them and sees in them the magic mirror of 100 possible worlds. How can he fathom the sea of dreams that lies there, or tell what strange fancies and reminiscences may be involved in an absent look? Is she thinking of starlit nights on some distant lake, or of the old bygone days on the hills? All her former life is told there, and yet but half told, as he longs to become possessed of all the beautiful past that she has seen. Here is a constant mystery to him, and there is a singular and wistful attraction for him in those still deeps where the thoughts and dreams of an innocent soul lie but half revealed. He does not see those things in the eyes of a woman he is in love with. But when in after years he is carelessly regarding this or the other woman, some chance look, some brief and sudden turn of expression will recall to him, as with a stroke of lightning, all the old wonder time, and his heart will go nigh to breaking to think that he is grown old, and that he has forgotten so much, and that the fair wild days of romance and longing are passed away forever. End of section 10. Recording by Maria. End of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5.
Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 11. Essay on Richard Doddridge Blackmore by Charles Dudley Warner. Richard Doddridge Blackmore, born 1825. The literary success of Blackmore came late in life. He was born in Longworth, Berkshire, England, in 1825, was graduated at Exeter College, Oxford, and afterwards studied law in the Middle Temple, practising his profession as a conveyancer. But his heart was in an outdoor life. Like his own John Ridd, the hero of Lorna Doone, he is a man of the moors and fields, with a fresh breeze blowing over him and a farmer's cares in his mind. In 1854 5 he published several volumes of poems under the pen name of Melanter, The Bugle of the Black Sea, and a complete translation of Virgil's Georgics appeared in 1871. Other volumes of verse followed, of which it may be said that he is a poet more sensitive to influence than fertile in original impulse, although some of his prose, in which even rhythm is observed in what seems to be an unconscious manner, displays high original quality. It is therefore fair to say of him as a poet that while his works did not gain him the reputation that has placed him among the foremost literary men of the day, the subtle influence rural nature exerts on man, and the part it bears in the sweet harmonies of life, are told in passages that are resonant with melody. The poet's delight is in the prosperity of the fields, as if they were his friends, and in the dumb loving motherhood with which all nature seems to his eyes to surround him. As the precursor of a summer that yielded such a mellow harvest, the spring of Mr. Blackmore's fiction was slow and intermittent. The plot of his stories is never probable, but in his first novel, Clara Vaughan, published in 1864, it impairs belief in the general reality of the book. And though there is hint of the power to excite sympathy, of which his latter novels prove him so great a master, the intelligence refuses such shrieking melodrama. Lorna Doone, therefore, came unheralded. It was published in London in 1869, and slowly grew in favor, then leaped into popularity. In 1878, 22 editions had been printed. Other novels followed: The Maid of Sker, Alice Lorraine, Cripps the Carrier, Erema, Mary Anerley, Christowell, Sir Thomas Upton, came in rapid succession. The paternity of no novel of Mr. Blackmore's is doubtful. All have marked characteristics. They are long and exceedingly minute in detail. With all his finish, he tells his story almost with a child's elaborateness of incident. Every change of the seasons, the history of every walk is set down. He is in love with every feature of the landscape, be it the wild dunes of Exmoor, or the wilder Yorkshire coast, or, across the seas, the plains of the Sierras. He is a story-teller of the days in which it was quite unimportant whether tales should come to an end or not. He would have saved Scheherazade all her trouble, and enjoyed the task. He cannot pass carelessly by the slightest incident. It is his nature to approfondir all his surroundings. If the hero breaks his stirrup and stops at the blacksmith's to have it mended, the blacksmith will appear at the end of the story, united to the rider from the third and fourth generation by a subtle thread of connection. But all these details, while they encumber the tale, contribute to a harmonious whole, for he has in a peculiar degree an instinct for the judicious introduction of telling human characters that are as much a part of the detail of the scene as the trees and stones. Upon these characters he expends a wealth of humor, and his humor is characteristic of Blackmore alone. It is full of unexpected turns and twists of fancy, quiet fun when we expect grave comment. Friendly old people appear, full of innumerable quips of individuality, and breezy fields and wealthy orchards and a general mellow fruitfulness form the background of the play. Especially in his prodigality is Blackmore characteristic of Blackmore. Other writers keep their quaint reflections for their dialogue, and confer immortality on their principal characters. But Blackmore has no sense of economy. As Mr. Saintsbury says of Thackeray, he could not introduce a personage, however subordinate, without making him a living creature. He does little with a character he has described in such powerful lines as Stephen Annerly. The fisher village folks, wild and hardy with their slow speech and sly sagacity, the men at sea and the women at home, the maimed and broken down yet jolly old tars, the anxious little merchants, and the heavy coast guardsmen, we learn to know as we know the rocks and caves, the fishing cobbles and their bright colours, the slow-tongued gossips pouring out their long-vowelled speech. All these characters, although they have a general resemblance to each other, have also a peculiar, quaint simplicity and wisdom that is Blackmoreish, as Thackeray's characters are Thackerayan. The author steps in and gives his puppets his little twist, the characteristic obliquity each possesses, his quips and cranks. If he would but confine the abundant tide of his flowing and leisurely utterances, he would have more time to bestow on really exciting and dramatic episodes, instead of going off into a little corner and carefully embellishing it, while the denouement waits and the interest grows cold. Neither can he write a page without sending a sly bolt of amused perception through it, in which he discovers some foible, or pricks some bubble of pretension, but always tenderly, as if he loved his victim. To the fact that Mr. Blackmore's success came late in life, we have perhaps to be thankful for the softened and indulgent maturity which finds 100 excuses and knows that nothing is as good or as bad as it seems. The best expression of his genius in the delineation of character is not, with perhaps the exception of John Ridd, in his heroes and heroines. The former are drawn with the stronger hand. The maidens are pretty girls, sweet and good and brave for the sake of their fathers, and cunning for their lovers. His young men are gallant and true, but as exemplary love is apt to run smooth, it is not here that the drama finds the necessary amount of difficulty and pain. The interest centres in such delicious conceptions as Parson Short, full of muscular energy and sound doctrine; in Dr. Upper and Down, his salt-water parish rival; the carrier Cripps, Parson Chone, and the renowned highwayman Tom Faggus, of whom they were immensely proud. These people, before he has done with them, get hold of our sympathies, while the author keeps perennially fresh his enjoyment of human follies. His rustics do not talk with elaborate humour, nor are they amiable, but they are racy of the soil. One cannot dismiss a novelist without a reference to his plots, unless indeed he discards plots as an article of faith. Mr. Blackmore has no such intention. His stories are full of adventure and dramatic situations, and his melodrama is of the lurid kind on which the calcium light is thrown. Sometimes, as in the Maid of Sker and Cripps, they violate every probability. In others, as in Mary Annerly, the mystery is childishly simple, the oft-repeated plot of a lost child recovered by certain strangely wrought gold buttons. In Erema, the narrative suffers for want of vraisemblance, and loses by being related by a very young girl who has had no opportunity of becoming familiar with the world she describes. He is constantly guilty of that splendid mendacity which fiction loves, but which is nearly impossible to actual life. Self-sacrifice, as depicted in Christowell, involving much suffering to little purpose, is unsatisfactory, and it is a sin against the verities to make unreasonable generosity the basis of fiction representing life. But while the reader quarrels with a waste of precious material, Mr. Blackmore pursues his meditative way, with his smile of genial observation, himself the best of all his personages. The smell of the heather and the wild moorland odours, the honeyed grass and the fragrant thyme, the darker breathings of the sea, get into his pages and render them fragrant. A few villages lie on the edge of that wild region, and a living trout stream darts by, but the landscape does not obtrude itself nor interrupt the story. The quaint philosophy flows on spontaneously, with a tender humanity and cheerful fun. A writer like this may be pardoned if he is an indifferent builder of a tale. The scene of Lorna Doone, the novelist's masterpiece, is laid in Devonshire, and what Wordsworth did for the Lake Country, Blackmore has done for the fairest county in England. The time is that of Charles II. The book is historical, it is very long, it is minute in detail, and it is melodramatic. But it is alive. The strange adventures may or may not have happened, but we believe in them, for it is real life that is set before us, and whatever the author may tell us of robber caves and black-hearted villains, there is nothing incredible in any of his confidences. Nothing in recent novel writing is more vivid than the contrast between these outcast nobles, the Doones, robbers and brigands, living in the wilds of Bagworthy Forest, locked fast in the hills, and the peaceful farmhouse of the yeoman Ridd who lives on the downs. This home is not idealized. From the diamond-paned kitchen come savory smells of cooking and substantial fare. Pretty Annie, whose like has never been seen for making a man comfortable. Lizzie, who was undersized and loved books, but knew the gift of cooking had not been vouchsafed her by God. The sweet homely mother, and above all the manly figure of the young giant John, make a picture of which the gloomy castle of the Doones is the shadow. And what more charming than the story of the love that takes possession of the young boy, making a poet, a soldier, a knight of him, through a chance encounter with Lorna, the queen of the wild band, the grandchild of old Sir Ensor Doone. With John Ridd, Grit Jan, the author dwelt till he possessed him with human attributes and made him alive. Around him the interest of the story centers. He is full of mother wit and observation of men and things, especially of every changing mood of the nature he regards as his true mother. He is brave and resourceful, and rescues Lorna and himself from numberless difficulties by his native shrewdness. And his love is a poem, an idyll that crowns him a shepherd king in his own green pastures. Nothing that he does in his plodding, sturdy way wearies us. His size, his strength, his good farming, the way he digs his sheep out of the snow, entertain us as well as his rescue of Lorna from the clan. The texture of this novel is close, the composition elaborate. It is impossible to escape from it, the story having been once begun. Lorna Doone is Blackmore at his highest point, full of truest nature and loveliest thoughts. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 12. A Desperate Venture, from Lorna Doone, by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. The journey was a great deal longer to fetch around the southern hills, and enter by the Doone gate, than to cross the lower land and steal in by the water-slide. However, I durst not take a horse, for fear of the Doones, who might be abroad upon their usual business, but started betimes in the evening, so as not to hurry, or waste any strength upon the way. And thus I came to the robbers' highway, walking circumspectly, scanning the sky line of every hill, and searching the folds of every valley for any moving figure. Although it was now well on toward dark, and the sun was down an hour or so, I could see the robbers' road before me, in a trough of the winding hills, where the brook ploughed down from the higher barrows, and the coving banks were roofed with firs. At present there was no one passing, neither post nor sentinel, so far as I could descry. But I thought it safer to wait a little, as twilight melted into night, and then I crept down a seam of the highland and stood upon the dune track. As the road approached the entrance, it became more straight and strong, like a channel cut from rock, with the water brawling darkly along the naked side of it. Not a tree or bush was left, to shelter a man from bullets. All was stern, and stiff, and rugged, as I could not help perceiving, even through the darkness; and a smell of churchyard mould, a sense of being boxed in and cooped, made me long to be out again. And here I was, or seemed to be, particularly unlucky, for as I drew near the very entrance, lightly of foot, and warily, the moon, which had often been my friend, like an enemy broke upon me, topping the eastward ridge of rock, and filling all the open spaces with the play of wavering light. I shrank back into the shadowy quarter on the right side of the road, and gloomily employed myself to watch the triple entrance on which the moonlight fell askew. All across and before the three rude and beetling archways hung a felled oak overhead, black and thick and threatening. This, as I heard before, could be let fall in a moment, so as to crush a score of men, and bar the approach of horses. Behind this tree the rocky mouth was spanned, as by a gallery, with brushwood and piled timber, all upon a ledge or stone, where 30 men might lurk unseen, and fire at any invader. From that rampart it would be impossible to dislodge them, because the rock fell sheer below them 20 feet, or it may be more; while overhead it towered 300, and so jutted over that nothing could be cast upon them, even if a man could climb the height. And the access to this portcullis place, if I may so call it, being no portcullis there, was through certain rocky chambers known to the tenants only. But the cleverest of their devices, and the most puzzling to an enemy, was that, instead of one mouth only, there were 3 to choose from, with nothing to betoken which was the proper access, all being pretty much alike, and all unfenced and yawning. And the common rumor was that in times of any danger, when any force was known to be on muster in their neighborhood, they changed their entrance every day, and diverted the other 2, by means of sliding doors, to the chasm and dark abysses. Now I could see those 3 rough arches, jagged, black, and terrible, and I knew that only one of them could lead me to the valley. Neither gave the river now any further guidance, but dived underground with a sullen roar, where it met the crossbar of the mountain. Having no means at all of judging which was the right way of the 3, and knowing that the other 2 would lead to almost certain death, in the ruggedness and darkness, for how could a man, among precipices and bottomless depths of water, without a ray of light, have any chance to save his life? I do declare that I was half inclined to go away, and have done with it. However, I knew one thing for certain, to wit, that the longer I stayed debating, the more would the enterprise pall upon me, and the less my relish be. And it struck me that, in times of peace, the middle way was the likeliest, and the others diverging right and left in their further parts might be made to slide into it, not far from the entrance, at the pleasure of the warders. Also, I took it for good omen that I remembered, as rarely happened, a very fine line in the Latin grammar, whose emphasis and meaning is, "Middle road is fastest." Therefore, without more hesitation, I plunged into the middle way, holding a long ash staff before me, shodden at the end with iron. Presently I was in black darkness, groping along the wall, and feeling a deal more fear than I wished to feel, especially when, upon looking back, I could no longer see the light, which I had forsaken. Then I stumbled over something hard, and sharp, and very cold; moreover, so grievous to my legs that it needed my very best doctrine and humour to forbear from swearing in the manner they use in London. But when I arose, and felt it, and knew it to be a culverin, I was somewhat reassured thereby, inasmuch as it was not likely that they would plant this engine except in the real and true entrance. Therefore I went on again, more painfully and wearily, and presently found it to be good that I had received that knock, and borne it with such patience, for otherwise I might have blundered full upon the sentries, and been shot without more ado. As it was, I had barely time to draw back, as I turned a corner upon them; and if their lantern had been in its place, they could scarce have failed to descry me, unless indeed I had seen the gleam before I turned the corner. There seemed to be only two of them, of size indeed and stature as all the Doones must be, but I need not have feared to encounter them both, had they been unarmed as I was. It was plain, however, that each had a long and heavy carbine, not in his hands, as it should have been, but standing close beside him. Therefore it behooved me now to be exceedingly careful, and even that might scarce avail without luck in proportion. So I kept well back at the corner, and laid one cheek to the rock face, and kept my outer eye round the jut in the wariest mode I could compass, watching my opportunity, and this is what I saw. The two villains looked very happy, which villains have no right to be, but often are. They were sitting in a niche of rock, with the lantern in the corner, quaffing something from glass measures, and playing at push-pin, or shepherd's chess, or basset, or some trivial game of that sort. Each was smoking a long clay pipe, quite of new London shape, I could see, for the shadow was thrown out clearly, and each would laugh from time to time as he fancied he got the better of it. One was sitting with his knees up and left hand on his thigh, and this one had his back to me, and seemed to be the stouter. The other leaned more against the rock, half sitting and half astraddle, and wearing leathern overalls, as if newly come from riding. I could see his face quite clearly by the light of the open lantern, and a handsomer or a bolder face I had seldom if ever set eyes upon, insomuch that it made me very unhappy to think of his being so near my Lorna. How long am I to stay crouching here, I asked of myself at last, being tired of hearing them cry, "Score one, score two, no, by Charlie, by I say it is, Phelps." And yet my only chance of slipping by them unperceived was to wait till they quarrelled more, and came to blows about it. Presently, as I made up my mind to steal along towards them, for the cavern was pretty wide just there, Charlie, or Charleworth Doone, the younger and taller man, reached forth his hand to seize the money, which he swore he had won that time. Upon this the other jerked his arm, vowing that he had no right to do it, whereupon Charlie flung at his face the contents of the glass he was sipping, but missed him and hit the candle, which sputtered with a flare of blue flame, from the strength perhaps of the spirit, and then went out completely. At this one swore and the other laughed, and before they had settled what to do I was past them and round the corner. And then, like a giddy fool as I was, I needs must give them a startler, the whoop of an owl, done so exactly as John Fry had taught me, and echoed by the roof so fearfully, that one of them dropped the tinder box, and the other caught up his gun and cocked it, at least as I judged by the sounds they made. And then, too late, I knew my madness. For if either of them had fired, no doubt but what all the village would have risen and rushed upon me. However, as the luck of the matter went, it proved for my advantage, for I heard one say to the other, "Curse it, Charlie, what was that? It scared me so. I have dropped my box, my flint is gone, and everything. Will the brimstone catch from your pipe, my lad? Damn it, I am not afraid of an owl, man. Give me the lantern and stay here. I am not half done with you yet, my friend." "Well said, my boy, well said. Go straight to Carver's, mind you. The other sleepy heads be snoring, as there is nothing up to night. No dallying now under captain's window. Queen will have naught to say to you, and Carver will punch your head into a new wick for your lantern. Will he, though? Two can play at that." And so, after some rude jests and laughter, and a few more oaths, I heard Charlie, or at any rate somebody, coming toward me with a loose and not too sober footfall. As he reeled a little in his gait, and I would not move from his way 1 inch, after his talk of Lorna, but only longed to grasp him, if common sense permitted it, his braided coat came against my thumb, and his leathern gaiters brushed my knee. If he had turned or noticed it, he would have been a dead man in a moment, but his drunkenness saved him. So I let him reel on unharmed, and thereupon it occurred to me that I could have no better guide, passing as he would exactly where I wished to be, that is to say, under Lorna's window. Therefore I followed him, without any special caution, and soon I had the pleasure of seeing his form against the moonlit sky. Down a steep and winding path, with a hand-rail at the corners, such as they have at Ilfracombe, Master Charlie tripped along, and indeed there was much tripping, and he must have been an active fellow to recover as he did, and after him walked I, much hoping, for his own poor sake, that he might not turn and espy me. But Bacchus, of whom I read at school, with great wonder about his meaning, and the same I may say of Venus, that great deity, preserved Charlie, his pious worshipper, from regarding consequences. So he led me very kindly to the top of the meadowland where the stream from underground broke forth, seething quietly with a little hiss of bubbles. Hence I had fair view and outline of the robbers' township, spread with bushes here and there, but not heavily overshadowed. The moon, approaching now the full, brought the forms and manner forth, clothing each with character, as the moon, more than the sun, does to an eye accustomed. I knew that the captain's house was first, both from what Lorna had said of it, and from my mother's description, and now again from seeing Charlie halt there for a certain time, and whistle on his fingers, and hurry on, fearing consequences. The tune that he was whistling was strange to me, and lingered in my ears, as having something very new and striking and fantastic in it. And I repeated it softly to myself, while I marked the position of the houses and the beauty of the village. For the stream, in lieu of the street, passed between the houses, and affording perpetual change and twinkling and reflections, moreover, by its sleepy murmur, soothing all the dwellers there, this, and the snugness of the position, walled with rock and spread with herbage, made it look in the quiet moonlight like a little paradise. And to think of all the inmates there sleeping with good consciences, having plied their useful trade of making others work for them, enjoying life without much labor, yet with great renown. Master Charlie went down the village, and I followed him carefully, keeping as much as possible in the shadowy places, and watching the windows of every house, lest any light should be burning. As I passed Sir Ensor's house, my heart leaped up, for I spied a window, higher than the rest above the ground, and with a faint light moving. This could hardly fail to be the room wherein my darling lay, for here that impudent young fellow had gazed while he was whistling. And here my courage grew tenfold, and my spirit feared no evil, for lo, if Lorna had been surrendered to that scoundrel Carver, she would not have been at her grandfather's house, but in Carver's accursed dwelling. Warm with this idea, I hurried after Charleworth Doone, being resolved not to harm him now, unless my own life required it. And while I watched from behind a tree, the door of the furthest house was opened, and sure enough it was Carver's self, who stood bareheaded and half undressed in the doorway. I could see his great black chest and arms by the light of the lamp he bore. "Who wants me at this time of night?" he grumbled, in a deep, gruff voice. "Any young scamp prowling after the maids shall have sore bones for his trouble." "All the fair maids are for thee, are they, Master Carver?" Charlie answered, laughing. "We young scamps must be well content with coarser stuff than thou wouldst have." "Would have? Aye, and will have," the great beast muttered angrily. "I bide my time, but not very long. Only one word for thy good, Charlie. I will fling thee senseless into the river if ever I catch thy girl face here again." "Mayhap, Master Carver, it is more than thou couldst do, but I will not keep thee. Thou art not pleasant company to night. All I want is a light for my lantern, and a glass of schnapps, if thou hast it." "What is become of thy light, then? Good for thee I am not on duty." A great owl flew between me and Phelps as we watched beside the culverin, and so scared was he at our fierce bright eyes that he fell and knocked the light out. "Likely tale or likely lie, Charles. We will have the truth to morrow. Here, take thy light, and be gone with thee. All virtuous men are in bed now." "Then so will I be. And why art thou not? Ha! Have I earned my schnapps now?" "If thou hast, thou hast paid a bad debt. There is too much in thee already. Be off! My patience is done with." Then he slammed the door in the young man's face, having kindled his lantern by this time; and Charlie went up the watch place again, muttering, as he passed me, "Bad lookout for all of us when that surly old beast is captain. No gentle blood in him, no hospitality, not even pleasant language, nor a good new oath in his frowsy pate. I've a mind to cut the whole of it, and but for the girls I would do so." My heart was in my mouth, as they say, when I stood in the shade by Lorna's window, and whispered her name gently. The house was of one story only, as the others were, with pine ends standing forth the stone, and only two rough windows upon that western side of it, and perhaps those two were Lorna's. The Doones had been their own builders, for no one should know their ins and outs; and of course their work was clumsy. As for their windows, they stole them mostly from the houses round about. but though the window was not very close, I might have whispered long enough before she would have answered me, frightened as she was, no doubt, by many a rude overture. And I durst not speak aloud, because I saw another watchman posted on the western cliff, and commanding all the valley. And now this man, having no companion for drinking or for gambling, espied me against the wall of the house, and advanced to the brink, and challenged me. "Who are you there? Answer! 1, 2, 3, and I fire at thee." The nozzle of his gun was pointed full upon me, as I could see, with the moonlight striking on the barrel. He was not more than 50 yards off, and now he began to reckon. Being almost desperate about it, I began to whistle, wondering how far I should get before I lost my windpipe. But as luck would have it, my lips fell into that strange tune I had practiced last, the one I had heard from Charlie. My mouth would hardly frame the notes, being parched with terror, but to my surprise the man fell back, dropped his gun, and saluted. Oh, sweetest of all sweet melodies! That tune was Carver Doone's passport, as I heard long afterward, which Charleworth Doone had imitated, for decoy of Lorna. The sentinel took me for that vile Carver, who was like enough to be prowling there for private talk with Lorna, but not very likely to shout forth his name, if it might be avoided. The watchman, perceiving the danger, perhaps, of intruding on Carver's privacy, not only retired along the cliff, but withdrew himself to good distance. Meanwhile he had done me the kindest service, for Lorna came to the window at once to see what the cause of the shout was, and drew back the curtain timidly. Then she opened the rough lattice, and then she watched the cliff and trees, and then she sighed very sadly. "Oh, Lorna, don't you know me?" I whispered from the side, being afraid of startling her by appearing over suddenly. Quick though she always was of thought, she knew me not from my whisper, and was shutting the window hastily, when I caught it back and showed myself. "John!" she cried, yet with sense enough not to speak aloud. "Oh, you must be mad, John!" "As mad as a March hare," said I. "Without any news of my darling? You knew I would come. Of course you did." End of Section 12. Recording by Lee Smalley. Section 13 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 13, A Wedding and a Revenge, by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. From Lorna Doone. However humble I might be, no one knowing anything of our part of the country would for a moment doubt that now here was a great to-do and talk of John Ridd and his wedding. The fierce fight with the Doones so lately, and my leading of the combat, though I fought not more than need be, and the vanishing of Sir Counsellor, and the galloping madness of Carver, and the religious fear of the women that this last was gone to hell, for he himself had declared that his aim, while he cut through the yeomanry, also their remorse that he should have been made to go thither, with all his children left behind, these things, I say, if ever I can again contrive to say anything, had led to the broadest excitement about my wedding of Lorna. We heard that people meant to come from more than 30 miles around, upon excuse of seeing my stature and Lorna's beauty, but in good truth out of sheer curiosity and the love of meddling. Our clerk had given notice that not a man should come inside the door of his church without shilling fee, and women, as sure to see twice as much, must every one pay 2 shillings. I thought this wrong, and as churchwarden begged that the money might be paid into mine own hands when taken. But the clerk said that was against all law, and he had orders from the parson to pay it to him without any delay. So, as I always obey the parson when I care not much about a thing, I let them have it their own way, though feeling inclined to believe sometimes that I ought to have some of the money. Dear mother arranged all the ins and outs of the way in which it was to be done, and Annie and Lizzie, and all the Snows, and even Ruth Huckaback, who was there after great persuasion, made much a sweeping of dresses that I scarcely knew where to place my feet, and longed for a staff to put by their gowns. Then Lorna came out of a pew half way, in a manner which quite astonished me, and took my left hand in her right, and I prayed God that it were done with. My darling looked so glorious that I was afraid of glancing at her, yet took in all her beauty. She was in a fright, no doubt, but nobody should see it. Whereas I said to myself, at least, I will go through it like a grave digger. Lorna's dress was of pure white, clouded with faint lavender, for the sake of the old Earl Brandir, and as simple as need be, except for perfect loveliness. I was afraid to look at her, and as I said before, except when each of us said, I will, and then each dwelt upon the other. It is impossible for any who have not loved as I have to conceive my joy and pride when, after ring and all was done, and the parson had blessed us, Lorna turned to look at me with her glances of subtle fun subdued by this great act. Her eyes, which none on earth may ever equal or compare with, told me such a depth of comfort, yet awaiting further commune, that I was almost amazed, thoroughly as I knew them. Darling eyes, the sweetest eyes, the loveliest, the most loving eyes, the sound of a shot rang through the church, and those eyes were filled with death. Lorna fell across my knees when I was going to kiss her, as the bridegroom is allowed to do, and encouraged, if he needs it, a flood of blood came out upon the yellow wood of the altar steps, and at my feet lay Lorna, trying to tell me some last message out of her faithful eyes. I lifted her up, and petted her, and coaxed her, but it was no good. The only sign of life remaining was a spurt of bright red blood. Some men know what things befall them in the supreme time of their life, far above the time of death, but to me comes back as a hazy dream, without any knowledge in it, what I did, or felt, or thought, with my wife's arms flagging around my neck, as I raised her up and softly put them there. She sighed a long sigh on my breast, for her last farewell to life, and then she grew so cold and cold that I asked the time of year. It was now Whit Tuesday, and the lilacs all in blossom, and why I thought of the time of year, with the young death in my arms, God or his angels may decide, having so strangely given us. Enough that so I did, and looked, and our white lilacs were beautiful. Then I laid my wife in my mother's arms, and begging that no one would make a noise, went forth for my revenge. Of course I knew who had done it. There was but one man in the world, or at any rate in our part of it, who could have done such a thing. Such a thing. I use no harsher word about it, while I leaped upon our best horse, with bridle but no saddle, and set the head of Kickums toward the course now pointed out to me. Who showed me the course I cannot tell. I only know that I took it, and the men fell back before me. Weapon of no sort had I. Unarmed, and wondering at my strange attire, with a bridal vest wrought by our Annie, and red with the blood of the bride, I went forth just to find out this, whether in this world there be or be not a God of justice. With my vicious horse at a furious speed, I came up Black Barrow Down, directed by some shout of men, which seemed to me but a whisper. And there, about a furlong before me, rode a man on a great black horse, and I knew that man was Carver Doone. Your life or mine, I said to myself, as the will of God may be. But we two lives not upon this earth one more hour together. I knew the strength of this great man, and I knew that he was armed with a gun, if he had time to load again, after shooting my Lorna, or at any rate with pistols, and a horseman's sword as well. Nevertheless, I had no more doubt of killing the man before me than a cook has of spitting a headless fowl. Sometimes, seeing no ground beneath me, and sometimes heeding every leaf, and the crossing of the grass blades, I followed over the long moor, reckless whether seen or not. But only once the other man turned round and looked back again, and then I was beside a rock, with a reedy swamp behind me. Although he was so far before me, and riding as hard as ride he might, I saw that he had something on the horse in front of him, something which needed care, and stopped him from looking backward. In the whirling of my wits, I fancied first that this was Lorna, until the scene I had been through fell across hot brain and heart, like the drop at the close of a tragedy. Rushing there through crag and quag at utmost speed of a maddened horse, I saw, as of another's fate, calmly, as on canvas laid, the brutal deed, the piteous anguish, and the cold despair. The man turned up the gully leading from the moor to Cloven Rocks, through which John Fry had tracked Uncle Ben, as of old related. But as Carver entered it, he turned round, and beheld me not 100 yards behind, and I saw that he was bearing his child, little Ensie, before him. Ensie also descried me, and stretched his hands and cried to me, for the face of his father frightened him. Carver Doone, with a vile oath, thrust spurs into his flagging horse, and laid one hand on a pistol stock, whence I knew that his slung carbine had received no bullet since the one that pierced Lorna. And a cry of triumph rose from the black depths of my heart. What cared I for pistols? I had no spurs, neither was my horse one to need the rowel. I rather held him in than urged him, for he was fresh as ever. And I knew that the black steed in front, if he breasted the steep ascent, where the track divided, must be in our reach at once. His rider knew this, and having no room in the rocky channel to turn and fire, drew rein at the crossways sharply, and plunged into the black ravine leading to the Wizard's Slough. Is it so? I said to myself, with brain and head cold as iron. Though the foul fiend come from the slough to save thee, thou shalt save it, Carver. I followed my enemy carefully, steadily, even leisurely, for I had him as in a pitfall, whence no escape might be. He thought that I feared to approach him, for he knew not where he was, and his low disdainful laugh came back. Laugh he who wins, thought I. A gnarled and half-starved oak, as stubborn as my own resolve, and smitten by some storm of old, hung from the crag above me. Rising from my horse's back, although I had no stirrups, I caught a limb, and tore it, like a mere wheat awn, from the socket. Men show the rent even now with wonder, none with more wonder than myself. Carver Doone turned the corner suddenly on the black and bottomless bog. With a start of fear he reined back his horse, and I thought he would have turned upon me. But instead of that he again rode on, hoping to find a way round the side. Now there is a way between cliff and slough for those who know the ground thoroughly, or have time enough to search it. But for him there was no road, and he lost some time in seeking it. Upon this he made up his mind, and wheeling, fired, and then rode at me. His bullet struck me somewhere, but I took no heed of that. Fearing only his escape, I laid my horse across the way, and with the limb of oak struck full on the forehead his charging steed. Ere the slash of the sword came nigh me, man and horse rolled over and well nigh bore my own horse down with the power of their onset. Carver Doone was somewhat stunned, and could not arise for a moment. Meanwhile I leaped on the ground and awaited, smoothing my hair back, and baring my arms as though in the ring for wrestling. Then the little boy ran to me, clasped my leg, and looked up at me, and the terror in his eyes made me almost fear myself. "Ensie, dear," I said quite gently, grieving that he should see his wicked father killed, "run up yonder round the corner and try to find a pretty bunch of bluebells for the lady." The child obeyed me, hanging back and looking back and then laughing, while I prepared for business. There and then I might have killed mine enemy with a single blow while he lay unconscious, but it would have been foul play. With a sullen and black scowl the carver gathered his mighty limbs and arose, and looked round for his weapons, but I had put them well away. Then he came to me and gazed, being wont to frighten thus young men. "I would not harm you, lad," he said, with a lofty style of sneering. "I have punished you enough for most of your impertinence. For the rest I forgive you, because you have been good and gracious to my little son. Go, and be contented." For answer I smote him on the cheek, lightly, and not to hurt him, but to make his blood leap up. I would not sully my tongue by speaking to a man like this. There was a level space of sward between us and the slough. With the courtesy derived from London and the procession I had seen, to this place I led him, and that he might breathe himself, and have every fibre cool, and every muscle ready, my hold upon his coat I loosed, and I left him to begin with me whenever he thought proper. I think he felt that his time was come. I think he knew, from my knitted muscles, and the firm arch of my breast, and the way in which I stood, but most of all from my stern blue eyes, that he had found his master. At any rate, a paleness came, an ashy paleness on his cheeks, and the vast calves of his legs bowed in, as if he were out of training. Seeing this, villain as he was, I offered him first chance. I stretched forth my left hand as I do to a weaker antagonist, and I let him have the hug of me; but in this I was too generous, having forgotten my pistol wound and the cracking of one of my short lower ribs. Carver Doone caught me round the waist with such a grip as never yet had been laid upon me. I heard my rib go. I grasped his arm and tore the muscle out of it, as the string comes out of an orange. Then I took him by the throat, which is not allowed in wrestling, but he had snatched at mine, and now was no time of dalliance. In vain he tugged and strained and writhed, dashed his bleeding fist into my face, and flung himself on me with gnashing jaws. Beneath the iron of my strength, for God that day was with me, I had him helpless in 2 minutes, and his fiery eyes lolled out. "I will not harm thee any more," I cried, so far as I could for panting, the work being very furious. "Carver Doone, thou art beaten; own it, and thank God for it, and go thy way, and repent thyself." It was all too late. Even if he had yielded in his ravening frenzy, for his beard was like a mad dog's jowl, even if he would have owned that for the first time in his life he had found his master, it was all too late. The black bog had him by the feet. The sucking of the ground drew on him, like the thirsty lips of death. In our fury we had heeded neither wet nor dry, nor thought of earth beneath us. I myself might scarcely leap, with the last spring of overlabored legs, from the engulfing grave of slime. He fell back, with his swarthy breast, from which my grip had rent all clothing, like a hummock of bog oak, standing out of the quagmire. And then he tossed his arms to heaven, and they were black to the elbow, and the glare of his eyes was ghastly. I could only gaze and pant, for my strength was no more than an infant's from the fury and the horror. Scarcely could I turn away, while, joint by joint, he sank from sight. End of Section 13. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 14 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 14. Landing the Trout by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Landing the Trout, from Alice Lorraine. The trout knew nothing of all this. He had not tasted of warmth for a month, except when the sod of the bank fell in through cracks of the sun, and the way cold water has of licking upward. And even the flies had no flavor at all. When they fell on the water they fell flat, and on the palate they tasted hot, even under the bushes.
Hilary followed a path through the meadows, with the calm, bright sunset casting its shadow over the shorn grass,
or up in the hedgerow, or on the brown banks where the drought had struck. On his back he carried a fishing basket containing his bits of refreshment, and in his right hand a short springy rod, the absent sailor's favourite. After long counsel with Mabel, he had made up his mind to walk upstream as far as a spot where the two brooks met, and formed body enough for a fly flipped in very carefully to sail downward. Here he began, and the creak of his reel and the swish of his rod were music to him, after the whirl of London life. The brook was as bright as the best cut glass, and the twinkles of its shifting facets only made it seem more clear. It twisted about a little here and there, and the brink was frigid now and then with something, a clump of loose strife, a tuft of avens, or a bed of flowering watercress, or any other of the many plants that wash and look into the water. But the trout, the main object in view, were most objectionably too much in view. They scudded up the brook in the shadow of a hair, or even the tremble of a blade of grass, and no pacific assurance could make them even stop to be reasoned with. "This won't do," said Hilary, who very often talked to himself, in lack of a better comrade. "I call this very hard upon me. The beggars won't rise till it is quite dark. I must have the interdict of my tobacco, if this sort of thing is to go on. How I should enjoy a pipe just now! I may just as well sit on a gate and think. No, hang it! I hate thinking now. There are troubles hanging over me, as sure as the tail of that comet grows. How I detest that comet! No wonder the fish won't rise. But if I have to strip and tickle them in the dark, I won't go back without some for her." He was lucky enough to escape the weight of such horrible poaching upon his conscience, for suddenly to his ears was borne the most melodious of all sounds, the flop of a heavy fish sweetly jumping after some excellent fly or grub. "Ha, my friend!" cried Hilary. "So you are up for your supper, are you? I myself will awake right early. Still I behold the ring you made. If my right hand forget not its cunning, you shall form your next ring in the frying pan." He gave that fish a little time to think of the beauty of that mouthful and get ready for another, the while he was putting a white moth on in lieu of his blue upright. He kept the grizzled palmer still for tail fly, and he tried his knots, for he knew that his trout was a triton. Then, with a delicate sidling and stooping, known only to them that fish for trout in very bright water of the summer time, compared with which art the coarse work of the salmon fisher is as that of the scene painter to Mr. Holman Hunt's, with, or in, or by, a careful manner not to be described to those who have never studied it. Hilary won access of the water without any doubt in the mind of the fish concerning the prudence of appetite. Then he flipped his short collar in, not with a cast, but with a spring of rod, and let his flies go quietly down a sharpish run into that good trout's hole. The worthy trout looked at them both, and thought, for he had his own favorite spot for watching the world go by, as the rest of us have. So he let the grizzled palmer pass within an inch of his upper lip, for it struck him that the tail turned up in a manner not wholly natural, or at any rate unwholesome. He looked at the white moth also, and though that he had never seen one at all like it. So he went down for his root again, hugging himself upon his wisdom, never moving a fin, but oaring and helming his plump, spotted sides with his tail. "Upon my word, it is too bad," said Hilary, after 3 beautiful throws and exquisite management downstream. "Everything Kentish beats me hollow. Now, if that had been one of our trout, I would have laid my life upon catching him. One more throw, however. How would it be if I sunk my flies? That fellow is worth some patience." While he was speaking, his flies alit on the glassy ripple like gnats in their love dance, and then by a turn of the wrist he played them just below the surface, and let them go gliding down the stickle into the shelfy nook of shadow where the big trout hovered. Under the surface, floating thus, with the check of ductile influence, the 2 flies spread their wings and quivered, like a centiplume moth in a spider's web. Still the old trout, calmly oaring, looked at them both suspiciously. Why should the same flies come so often, and why should they have such crooked tails, and could he be sure that he did not spy the shadow of a human hat about 12 yards above the water? Revolving these things, he might have lived to a venerable age, but for that noble ambition to teach which is fatal to even the wisest. A young fish, an insolent whipper-snapper, jumped in his babyish way at the palmer, and missed it through over-eagerness. "I'll show you the way to catch a fly," said the big trout to him. "Open your mouth like this, my son." With that he bolted the palmer, and threw up his tail, and turned to go home again. Alas! his sweet home now shall know him no more, for suddenly he was surprised by a most disagreeable sense of grittiness, and then a keen stab in the roof of his mouth. He jumped, in his wrath, a foot out of the water, and then heavily plunged into the depths of his hole. "You've got it, my friend!" cried Hilary in a tingle of fine emotions.
I hope the sailor's knots are tied with professional skill and care. You are a big one, and a clever one too. It is much if I ever land you. No yet, or gaff, or anything. I only hope that there are no stakes here. Ah, there you go.
Now comes the tug. Away went the big trout down the stream, at a pace very hard to exaggerate, and after him rushed Hilary, knowing that his line was rather short, and that if it ran out, all was over. Keeping his eyes on the water only, and the headlong speed of the fugitive, headlong over a stake he fell, and took a deep wound from another stake. Scarcely feeling it, up he jumped, lifting his rod, which had fallen flat, and fearing to find no strain on it. "Aha! He is not gone yet," he cried, as the rod bowed like the springle bow. He was now a good 100 yards down the brook from the corner where the fight began. Through his swiftness of foot and good management, the fish had never been able to tighten the line beyond the yield of endurance. The bank had been free from bushes, or happily no skill could have saved him. But now they were come to a corner where a nut bush quite overhung the stream. "I'm done for now," said the fisherman. "The villain knows too well what he is about. Here ends this adventure." Full though he was of despair, he jumped anyhow into the water, kept the point of his rod close down, reeled up a little as the fish felt weaker, and just cleared the drop of the hazel boughs. The water flapped in the pockets of his coat, and he saw red streaks flow downward. And then he plunged out to an open reach of shallow water and gravel slope. "I ought to have you now," he said, "though nobody knows what a rogue you are, and a pretty dance you have led me." Doubting the strength of his tackle to lift even the dead weight of the fish, and much more to meet his despairing rally, he happily saw a little shallow gut, or backwater, where a small spring ran out. Into this, by a dexterous run, he rather led than pulled the fish, who was ready to rest for a minute or two. Then he stuck his rod into the bank, ran down stream, and with his hat in both hands appeared at the only exit from the gut. It was all up now with the monarch of the brook, as he skipped and jumped, with his rich yellow belly and chaste silver sides in the green of the grass. Joy and glory of the highest merit, and gratitude, glowed in the heart of Lorraine. 2 3/4 you must wait, and at your very best you are. How small your head is, and how bright your spots are!" he cried as he gave him the stroke of grace. "You really have been a brave and fine fellow. I hope they will know how to fry you." While he cut his fly out of the grand trout's mouth, he felt for the first time a pain in his knee, where the point of the stake had entered it. Under the buckle of his breeches blood was soaking away inside his gaiters, and then he saw how he had dyed the water. After washing the wound and binding it with dock leaves and a handkerchief, he followed the stream through a few more meadows, for the fish began to sport pretty well as the gloom of the evening deepened, so that by the time the gables of the old farmhouse appeared, by the light of a young moon and the comet, Lorraine had a dozen more trout in his basket, silvery-sided and handsome fellows, though none of them over a pound perhaps, except his first and redoubtable captive. End of section 14. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 15 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 15. A Dane in the Dike, from Mary Anerley, by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Now, whether spyglass had been used by any watchful mariner, or whether only blind chance willed it, sure it is that one fine morning Mary met with somebody, and this was the more remarkable when people came to think of it, because it was only the night before that her mother had almost said as much. "Ye munna go doon to sea be yourself," Mistress Anerley said to a daughter. "Happen ye mought be one too many." Master Anerley's wife had been at boarding school as far south as Suffolk, and could speak the very best of southern English, like her daughter Mary, upon polite occasion. But family cares and farmhouse life had partly cured her of her education, and from troubles of distant speech she had returned to the ease of her native dialect. "And if I go not to the sea by myself?" asked Mary, with natural logic. "Why, who is there now to go with me?" She was thinking of her sadly missed comrade, Jack. "Happen some day, perhaps one too many." The maiden was almost too innocent to blush, but her father took her part as usual. "The little lass shall go doon," he said, "whenever she likes." And so she went down the next morning. 1,000 years ago the Dane's Dyke must have been a very grand entrenchment, and 1,000 years ere that perhaps it was still grander, for learned men say that it was a British work, wrought out before the Danes had ever learned to build a ship. Whatever, however, may be argued about it, the wise and the witless do agree about one thing: the stronghold inside it had been held by Danes, while severed by the Dyke from inland parts, and these Danes made a good colony of their own, and left to their descendants distinct speech and manners, some traces of which are existing even now. The Dyke, extending from the rough North Sea to the calmer waters of Bridlington Bay, is nothing more than a deep dry trench, skilfully following the hollows of the ground, and cutting off Flamborough Head and a solid cantle of high land from the rest of Yorkshire. The corner so intercepted used to be, and is still called, Little Denmark, and the indwellers feel a large contempt for all their outer neighbours. And this is sad, because Anerley Farm lies wholly outside of the Dyke, which for a long crooked distance serves as its eastern boundary. Upon the morning of the self-same day that saw Mr. Jellicorse set forth upon his return from Scargate Hall, armed with instructions to defy the devil and to keep his discovery quiet, upon a lovely August morning of the first year of a new century, Mary Anerley, blithe and gay, came riding down the grassy hollow of this ancient Dane's Dyke. This was her shortest way to the sea, and the tide would suit, if she could only catch it, for a take of shrimps, and perhaps even prawns, in time for her father's breakfast. And not to lose this, she arose right early, and rousing Lord Keppel, set forth for the spot where she kept her net covered with seaweed. The sun, though up and brisk already upon sea and foreland, had not found time to rout the shadows skulking in the dingles. But even here, where a sap of time had breached the turfy ramparts, the hover of the dew mist passed away, and the steady light was unfolded. For the season was early August still, with beautiful weather come at last, and the green world seemed to stand on tiptoe to make the extraordinary acquaintance of the sun. Humble plants, which had long lain flat, stood up with a sense of casting something off, and the damp, heavy trunks, which had trickled for a 12-month, or been only sponged with moss, were hailing the fresher light with keener lines and dove-coloured tints upon their smoother boles. Then, conquering the barrier of the eastern land crest, rose the glorious sun himself, strewing before him trees and crags in long steep shadows down the hill. Then the sloping rays, through furze and brush land, kindling the sparkles of the dew, descended to the brink of the Dyke, and scorning to halt at petty obstacles, with 100 golden hurdles bridged it wherever any opening was. Under this luminous span, or through it where the crossing gullies ran, Mary Anerley rode at leisure, allowing her pony to choose his pace. That privilege he had long secured in right of age and wisdom, and remarkable force of character. Considering his time of life, he looked well and sleek, and almost sprightly, and so without any reservation did his gentle and graceful rider. The maiden looked well in a place like that, as indeed in almost any place, but now she especially set off the colour of things, and was set off by them. For instance, how could the silver of the dew cloud and golden weft of sunrise playing through the dapples of a partly wooded glen do better, in the matter of variety, than frame a pretty moving figure in a pink checked frock, with a skirt of russet murrey and a bright brown hat? Not that the hat itself was bright, even under the kiss of sunshine, simply having seen already too much of the sun, but rather that its early lustre seemed to be revived by a sense of the happy position it was in, the clustering hair and the bright eyes beneath it answering the sunny dance of life and light. Many a handsomer race, no doubt, more perfect, grand, and lofty, received, at least if it was out of bed, the greeting of that morning sun, but scarcely any prettier one, or kinder, or more pleasant, so gentle without being weak, so good-tempered without looking void of all temper at all. Suddenly the beauty of the time and place was broken by sharp, angry sound. Bang, bang, came the roar of muskets fired from the shore at the mouth of the dike, and echoing up the winding glen. At the first report the girl, though startled, was not greatly frightened, for the sound was common enough in the week when those most gallant volunteers, entitled the Yorkshire Invincibles, came down for their annual practice of skilled gunnery against the French. Their habit was to bring down a red cock and tether him against a chalky cliff, and then vie with one another in shooting at him. The same cock had tested their skill for 3 summers, but failed hitherto to attest it, preferring to return in a hamper to his hens, with a story of moving adventures. Mary had watched those Invincibles sometimes from a respectful distance, and therefore felt sure, when she began to think, that she had not them to thank for this little scare, for they always slept soundly in the first watch of the morning. And even supposing they had jumped up with nightmare, where was the jubilant crow of the cock? For the cock, being almost as invincible as they were, never could deny himself the glory of a crow when the bullet came into his neighbourhood. He replied to every volley with an elevated comb, and a flapping of his wings, and a clarion peal, which rang along the foreshore ere the musket roar died out. But before the girl had time to ponder what it was, or wherefore, round the corner came somebody, running very swiftly. In a moment Mary saw that this man had been shot at, and was making for his life away, and to give him every chance, she jerked her pony aside, and called and beckoned, and without a word he flew to her. Words were beyond him, if his breath should come back, and he seemed to have no time to wait for that. He had outstripped the wind, and his own wind, by his speed. "Poor man!" cried Mary Anerley, "what a hurry you are in! But I suppose you cannot help it. Are they shooting at you?" The runaway nodded, for he could not spare a breath, but was deeply inhaling for another start, and could not even bow without hindrance. But to show that he had manners, he took off his hat, and then he clapped it on his head, and set off again. "Come back," cried the maid. "I can show you a place. I can hide you from your enemies forever." The young fellow stopped. He had come to that pitch of exhaustion in which a man scarcely cares whether he is killed or dies, and his face showed not a sign of fear. "Look, that little hole up there by the fern. Up at once, and this cloth over you." He snatched it, and was gone like the darting lizard up a little puckering side issue of the dike, at the very same instant that 3 broad figures and a long one appeared at the lip of the mouth. The quick-witted girl rode on to meet them, to give the poor fugitive time to get into his hole and draw the brown skirt over him. The dazzle of the sun pouring over the crest made the hollow a twinkling obscurity, and the cloth was just in keeping with the dead stuff around. The 3 broad men, with heavy fusils cocked, came up from the sea mouth of the dike, steadily panting, and running steadily with a long enduring stride. Behind them a tall bony man with a cutlass was swinging it high in the air, and limping and swearing with great velocity. "Coast riders," thought Mary, "and he is a free trader, smuggler. 4 against 1 is cowardice." "Halt!" cried the tall man, while the rest were running past her. "Halt! Ground arms! Never scare young ladies." Then he flourished his hat with a grand bow to Mary. "Fair young Mistress Anerley, I fear we spoil your ride, but his Majesty's duty must be done. Hats off, fellows, at the name of your king. Mary, my dear, the most daring villain, the devil's own son, has just run up here. Scarcely 2 minutes. You must have seen him. Wait a minute. Tell no lies. Excuse me, I mean fibs. Your father is the right sort. He hates those scoundrels. In the name of his Majesty, which way is he gone?" Was it a man, if you please? Captain Carroway, don't say so." "A man? Is it likely that we shot at a woman? You are trifling. It will be the worse for you. Forgive me, but we're in such a hurry. Whoa, whoa, pony!" "You always used to be so polite, sir, that you quite surprise me. And those guns look so dreadful. My father would be quite astonished to see me not even allowed to go down to the sea, but hurried back here as if the French had landed." "How can I help it, if your pony runs away so?" For Mary all this time had been cleverly contriving to increase and exaggerate her pony's fear, and so brought the gunners for a long way up the dike, without giving them any time to spy at all about. She knew that this was wicked from a loyal point of view. Not a bit the less she did it. "What a troublesome little horse it is!" she cried. "Oh, Captain Carroway, hold him just a moment. I will jump down, and then you can jump up and ride after his Majesty's enemies." "The Lord forbid! He slews all out of gear, like a carronade with rotten lashings. If I boarded him, how could I get out of his way? No, no, my dear, brace him up sharp, and bear clear." "But you wanted to know about some enemy, Captain. An enemy as bad as my poor Lord Keppel?" "Mary, my dear, the very biggest villain. 100 golden guineas on his head, and half for you. Think of your father, my dear, and Sunday gowns. And you must have a young man by and by, you know, such a beautiful maid as you are. And you might get a leather purse and give it to him. Mary, on your duty now." "Captain, you drive me so. What can I say? I cannot bear the thought of betraying anybody." "Of course not, Mary dear. Nobody asks you. He must be half a mile off by this time. You could never hurt him now. And you can tell your father that you have done your duty to the king." "Well, Captain Carroway, if you are quite sure that it is too late to catch him, I can tell you all about him. But remember your word about the 50 guineas." Every farthing, Mary, whatever my wife may say to it. Quick, quick, which way did he run, my dear?" "He really did not seem to me to be running at all. He was too tired." To be sure, a worn-out fox. We have been 2 hours after him. He could not run, no more can we. But which way did he go, I mean?" "I will not say anything for certain, sir, even for 50 guineas. But he may have come up here, mind. I say not that he did. And if so, he might have set off again for Sewerby, slowly, very slowly, because of being tired. But perhaps, after all, he was not the man you mean." "Forward, double quick! We're sure to have him," shouted the lieutenant, for his true rank was that, flourishing his cutlass again, and setting off at a wonderful pace considering his limp. 5 guineas every man jack of you. Thank you, young mistress, most heartily thank you. Dead or alive, 5 guineas." With gun and sword in readiness, they all rushed off. But one of the party, named John Cadman, shook his head and looked back with great mistrust at Mary, having no better judgment of women than this, that he never could believe even his own wife. And he knew that it was mainly by the grace of womankind that so much contraband work was going on. Nevertheless, it was out of his power to act upon his own low opinions now. The maiden, blushing deeply with the sense of her deceit, was informed by her guilty conscience of that nasty man's suspicions, and therefore gave a smack with her fern whip to Lord Keppel, impelling him to join, like a loyal little horse, the pursuit of his Majesty's enemies. But no sooner did she see all the men dispersed, and scouring the distance with trustful ardour, that she turned the pony's head toward the sea again, and rode back round the bend of the hollow. What would her mother say if she lost the Murray skirt, which had cost 6 shillings at Bridlington fair, and 10 times that money might be lost much better than for her father to discover how she lost it? For Master Stephen Anerley was a straight-backed man, and took 3 weeks of training in the Land Defence Yeomanry, at periods not more than a year apart. so that many people called him Captain now, and the loss of his suppleness at knee and elbow had turned his mind largely to politics, making him stiffly patriotic, and especially hot against all free traders putting bad bargains to his wife, at the cost of the king and his revenue. If the bargain were a good one, that was no concern of his. Not that Mary, however, could believe, or would even have such a bad mind as to imagine that anyone, after being helped by her, would be mean enough to run off with her property. And now she came to think of it, there was something high and noble, she might almost say, something downright honest, in the face of that poor persecuted man. And in spite of all his panting, how brave he must have been, what a runner, and how clever, to escape from all those cowardly coast riders shooting right and left at him. Such a man steal that paltry skirt that her mother made such a fuss about? She was much more likely to find it in her clothes press filled with golden guineas. Before she was as certain as she wished to be of this, by reason of shrewd nativity, and while she believed that the fugitive must have seized such a chance and made good his escape toward the North Sea or Flamborough, a quick shadow glanced along the long shafts of the sun, and a bodily form sped after it. To the middle of the dike leaped a young man smiling, and forth from the gully which had saved his life. To look at him, nobody could ever have guessed how fast he had fled, and how close he had lain hid, for he stood there as clean and spruce and careless as ever a sailor can be wished to be, limber yet stalwart, agile though substantial, and as quick as a dart, while as strong as a pike. He seemed cut out by nature for a true blue jacket, but in condition had made him a smuggler, or, to put it more gently, a free trader. Britannia, being then at war with all the world and alone in the right as usual, had need of such lads, and produced them accordingly, and sometimes one too many. But Mary did not understand these laws. This made her look at him with great surprise, and almost doubt whether he could be that man, until she saw her skirt neatly folded in his hand, and then she said, "How do you do, sir?" The free trader looked at her with equal surprise. He had been in such a hurry, and his breath so short, and the chance of a fatal bullet after him so sharp, that his mind had been astray from any sense of beauty, and of everything else except the safety of the body. But now he looked at Mary, and his breath again went from him. "You can run again now, I am sure of it," said she, "and if you would like to do anything to please me, run as fast as possible." "What have I to run away from now?" he answered, in a deep, sweet voice. "I run from enemies, but not from friends." "That is very wise, but your enemies are still almost within call of you. They will come back, worse than ever, when they find you are not there." "I am not afraid, fair lady, for I understand their ways. I have led them a good many dances. When they cannot take another step, they will come back to Anerley for breakfast." "I dare say they will, and we shall be glad to see them. My father is a soldier, and his duty is to nourish and comfort the forces of the king." "Then you are the young Mistress Anerley?" "I was sure of it before. There are no two such, and you have saved my life. It is something to owe it so fairly." The young sailor wanted to kiss Mary's hand, but not being used to any gallantry, she held out her hand in the simplest manner to take back her riding skirt, and he, though longing in his heart to keep it for a token or pretext for another meeting, found no excuse for doing so. And yet he was not without some resource, for the maiden was giving him a farewell smile, being quite content with the good she had done, and the luck of recovering her property, and that sense of right which in those days formed a part of every good young woman said to her plainly that she must be off. And she felt how unkind it was to keep him any longer in a place where the muzzle of a gun with a man behind it might appear at any moment. But he, having plentiful breath again, was at home with himself to spend it. "Fair young lady," he began, for he saw that Mary liked to be called a lady, because it was a novelty, "owing more than I ever can pay you already, may I ask a little more? Then it is that on your way down to the sea you would just pick up, if you should chance to see it, the fellow ring to this, and perhaps you will look at this to know it by. The one that was shot away flew against a stone just on the left of the mouth of the dike, but I durst not stop to look for it, and I must not go back that way now. It is more to me than a hatful of gold, though nobody else would give a crown for it." "And they really shot away one of your earrings? Careless, cruel, wasteful men! What could they have been thinking of?" "They were thinking of getting what is called blood money. £100 for Robin Life, dead or alive, £100. Then you are the celebrated Robert Life, the new Robin Hood, as they call him, the man who can do almost anything. Mistress Anerley, I am Robin Life, but as you have seen, I cannot do much. They have missed the best chance they ever had at me. It will make their temper very bad. If they shot at me again, they could do no good. Crooked mood makes crooked mode. You forget that I should not see such things. You may like very much to be shot at, but you should think of other people." "I shall think of you only. I mean of your great kindness, and your promise to keep my ring for me. Of course you will tell nobody. Carroway will have me like a tiger if you do. Farewell, young lady. For 1 week, farewell." And with a wave of his hat he was gone, before Mary had time to retract her promise, and she thought of her mother. End of Section 15.
Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 16. Selected Poems by William Blake, 1757 to 1827. Poet, painter, visionary, and super-mystic in almost all capacities, William Blake was born in London in 1757. He was the second son of humble people, his father but a stocking merchant. An odd little boy, he was destined to be recognized as one of the most curious and abnormal personages of the later 18th and earlier 19th centuries. Allan Cunningham describes him by saying that Blake, at 10 years of age, was an artist, and at 12 a poet. He seems really to have shown in childhood his double gift. But the boy's education was rudimentary, his advantages not even usual, it would seem. To the end of his life, the mature man's works betray a defective common schooling, a lamentable lack of higher intellectual training, unless we suspect that the process would have disciplined his mind to the loss of bizarre originality. Most of what Blake learned he taught himself, and that at haphazard. The mistiness and inexplicability of his productions is part of such a process, as well as of invincible temperament. In 1767 Blake was studying drawing with Mr. Pars at the sometime famous Strand Academy, where he was reckoned a diligent but egotistical pupil. At 14 he became apprenticed for a livelihood, afterward exchanged for the painter's and illustrator's freer career, to James Basire, an academic but excellent engraver, whose manner is curiously traceable through much of Blake's after work. Even in the formal atmosphere of the Royal Academy's antique school, Blake remained an opinionated and curiously detached scholar, with singular critical notions, with half-expressed or very boldly expressed theories as to art, religion, and most other things. In 1782 he married a young woman of equally humble derivation, who could not even sign the marriage register. He developed her character, educated her mind, and made her a devoted and companionable wife, full of faith in him. Their curious and retired ménage was as happy in a practical and mundane aspect as could be hoped from even a normal one. In 1780 he began to exhibit, his first picture being The Death of Earl Godwin. After exhibiting 5 others, however, ending with Jacob's Dream, he withdrew altogether from public advertisement. Several devoted patrons, especially Mr. Linnell and a certain Mr. Thomas Butts, who bought incessantly anything and everything, seized upon all he drew and painted. In his literary undertakings he was, for the most part, his own editor and printer and publisher. His career in verse and prose began early. In 1783 came forth the charming collection Poetical Sketches, juvenile as the fancies of his boyish days, but full of a sensitive appreciation of nature worthy of a mature heart, and expressed with a diction often exquisite. The volume was not really public nor published, but printed by the kindly liberality of two friends, one of them Flaxman. In 1787, under the direction of the spirit of his dead brother, Robert, he decided on publishing a new group of lyrics and fancies, Songs of Innocence, by engraving the text of the poems and its marginal embellishments on copper, printing the pages in various tints, coloring or recoloring them by hand, and even binding them with his wife's assistance. The medium for mixing his tints, by the by, was revealed to him by Saint Joseph. With this volume, now a rarity for the bibliophile, began Blake's system of giving his literary works and many of his extraordinary artistic productions their form and being. Like a poet-printer of our own day, Mr. William Morris, Blake insisted that each page of text, all his delicate illustrations, every cover even, should pass through his own fingers or through those of his careful and submissive helpmeet. The expense of their paper was the chief one to the light purse of the queerly assorted thrifty pair. In 1789 appeared another little volume of verses, Songs of Innocence. This also was ushered into existence as a dual book of pictures and of poetry. In 1794 came the Songs of Experience, completing that brief lyrical trio on which rests Blake's poetical reputation and his claim on coming generations of sympathetic readers. To these early and exquisite fruits of Blake's feeling succeeded a little book, For Children, the mystic volume The Gates of Paradise, The Visions of the Daughters of Albion, America a Prophecy, part first of his Book of Urizen, and a collection of designs without text, treated in the methods usual with him, besides other labors with pencil and pen. But the wonderful and disordered imagination of the artist and poet now embodied itself in a strange group of writings for which no parallel exists. To realize them, one must imagine the most transcendent notions of Swedenborg mingled with the rant of a superior kind of Mucklewrath. Such poems as The Book of Thel, in spite of beautiful allegoric passages, The Gates of Paradise, Tyriel, an extended narrative fantasy in irregular unrhymed verses, even the striking Marriage of Heaven and Hell, may be reckoned as mere prologues to such productions as Jerusalem, The Emanation of the Giant Albion, Milton, and the prophecies embodied in the completed Urizen, the Europe, Ahania, and the Book of Los. Such oracular works Blake put forth as dictated to him by departed spirits of supreme influence and intellectuality, or by angelic intelligences quite apart from his own volition, indeed only with his grateful obedience. Such claims are not out of place in the instance of one who saw God, who often conversed familiarly with Jesus Christ, who was Socrates, who argued conclusions for hours at a time with Moses, with Milton, with Dante, with the biblical prophets, with Voltaire, who could see Satan almost at will, all in vivid conceptions that sprang up in his mind with such force as to set seemingly substantial and even speaking beings before him. In his assumption of the seer, Blake was not a charlatan. He believed fully in his supernatural privileges. To him, his modest London lodging held great company, manifest in the spirit. Blake's greater prophetic writings ended. He busied himself with painting and illustration. He was incessant in industry. Indeed, his ordinary recreation at any time was only a change of work from one design to another. So were wrought out the incomplete series of plates for Young's Night Thoughts, the drawings for Halley's Life of Cooper, and for the same feeble author's Ballads on Anecdotes Relating to Animals, the Dante designs, the Job series of prints, a vast store of aquarelle and distemper paintings and plates, and a whole gallery of portraits derived from sitters of distinction in past universal history. These sitters, it is needless to say, were wholly invisible to other eyes than Blake's. The subjects vary from likenesses of Saint Joseph and the Virgin Mary to those of Mahomet and Shakespeare. Sundry of the old masters, Titian included, reviewed his efforts and guided his brush. Such assertions do not ill accord with the description of his once seeing a fairy's funeral, or that he first beheld God when 4 years old. But all his fantasies did not destroy his faith in the fundamentals of orthodoxy. He never ceased to be a believer in Christianity. His convictions of a revealed religion were reiterated. While incessant in asserting that he had a solemn message spiritual to his day and generation, he set aside nothing significant in the message of the Scriptures. There is something touching in the anecdote of him and his devoted Kate, told by the portrait painter Richmond. Himself discouraged with his imperfect work, Richmond one day visited Blake and confessed his low mood. To his astonishment, Blake turned to his wife suddenly and said, "It is just so with us, is it not, for weeks together, when the visions forsake us? What do we do then, Kate?" "We kneel down and pray, Mr. Blake." So passed Blake's many years, between reality and dream, labors and chimeras. The painter's life was not one of painful poverty. He and his Kate needed little money, and the seer husband's pencils and burin, or the private kindness so constantly shown him, provided daily bread. Despite the visions and inspirations and celestial phenomena that filled his head, Blake withal was sane enough in everyday concerns. He lived orderly, even if he thought chaos. Almost his last strokes were on the 100 water-colors for the Divina Commedia, the Job cycle, the Ancient of Days drawing, or a frenzied sketch of his wife which he made, exclaiming in beginning it, "Stay, keep as you are. You have ever been an angel to me. I will draw you." Natural decay and painful chronic ailments increased. He seldom left his rooms in Fountain Court, Strand, except in a visit to the Linnells at Hampstead. He died gently in 1827, singing of the things he saw in heaven. His grave, today unknown, was a common one in Bunhill Fields Cemetery. Many friends mourned him. With all his eccentricities and the extravagances of his visions and inspirations, he was loved. His ardor of temperament was balanced by meekness, his aggressiveness by true politeness. He was frank, abstemious, a lover of children who loved him, devout in prayer, devoid of vice. Yet whenever he was in contact with his fellow men, he was one living and walking apart. As an influence in literature he is less considerable than in painting. In the latter art, a whole group of contemporary notables, intellectualists, and rhapsodists, of greater or less individuality, have to do with him, among whom Dante Gabriel Rossetti was in much his literary child, still more his child in art. A brief and early Life of Blake, prepared by his intimate friend Allan Cunningham, appeared in 1829. In 1839, for the first time, his works were really given to the public. Mr. Gilchrist's invaluable biography and study appeared in 1863, revised and enlarged in an edition of 1880. Mr. Swinburne's critical essay on him is a notable aid to the student. The artist-poet's complete works were edited by Mr. William Michael Rossetti in 1874, with a complete and discriminating memoir. More recent contributions to Blake literature are the Ellis and Yates edition of his works, also with a memoir and an interpretation. and Mr. Alfred J. Story's volume on the life, character, and genius of William Blake. Some of the rarest of his literary productions, as well as the scarcest among his drawings, are owned in America, chiefly by two private collectors in the Eastern States. Song. My silks and fine array, my smiles and languished air, by love are driven away, and mournful lean despair brings me you to deck my grave. Such end true lovers have. His face is fair as heaven when springing buds unfold. Oh, why to him was it given, whose heart is wintry cold? His breast is love's all-worshipped tomb, where all love's pilgrims come. Bring me an axe and spade, bring me a winding sheet. When I my grave have made, let winds and tempests beat. Then down I'll lie, as cold as clay. True love doth never pass away. Song. Love and harmony combine, and around our souls entwine, while thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join. Joys upon our branches sit, chirping loud and singing sweet, like gentle streams beneath our feet, innocence and virtue meet. Thou the golden fruit dost bear, I am clad in flowers fair. Thy sweet boughs perfume the air, and the turtle buildeth there. There she sits and feeds her young, sweet I hear her mournful song, and thy lovely leaves among, there is love, I hear his tongue. There his charmed nest he doth lay, there he sleeps the night away, there he sports along the day, and doth among our branches play. The Two Songs. I heard an angel singing when the day was springing. Mercy, pity, and peace are the world's release. So he sang all day over the new mown hay, till the sun went down and the haycocks looked brown. I heard a devil curse over the heath and the furse. Mercy could be no more if there were nobody poor. And pity no more could be, if all were happy as ye. And mutual fear brings peace. Misery's increase are mercy, pity, peace. At his curse the sun went down, and the heavens gave a frown. Night, from Songs of Innocence. The sun descending in the west, the evening star does shine. The birds are silent in their nest, and I must seek for mine. The moon, like a flower in heaven's high bower, with silent delight, sits and smiles in the night. Farewell, green fields and happy groves, where flocks have ta'en delight, where lambs have nibbled, silent move the feet of angels bright. Unseen they pour blessing and joy without ceasing on each bud and blossom and each sleeping bosom. They look in every thoughtless nest where birds are covered warm. They visit caves of every beast to keep them all from harm. If they see any weeping that should have been sleeping, they pour sleep on their head and sit down by their bed. When wolves and tigers howl for prey, they, pitying, stand and weep, seeking to drive their thirst away, and keep them from the sheep. But if they rush dreadful, the angels most heedful receive each wild spirit, new worlds to inherit. And there the lion's ruddy eyes shall flow with tears of gold, and pitying the tender cries, and walking round the fold, saying, Wrath by his meekness, and by his health sickness, are driven away from our immortal day. And now beside thee, bleating lamb, I can lie down and sleep, or think on him who bore thy name, gaze after thee and weep. For washed in life's river, My bright mane forever shall shine like the gold, as I guard o'er the fold. The Piper and the Child. Introduction to Songs of Innocence. Piping down the valleys wild, piping songs of pleasant glee, on a cloud I saw a child, and he, laughing, said to me, "Pipe a song about a lamb." So I piped with merry cheer. "Piper, pipe that song again." So I piped, he wept to hear. "Drop thy pipe, thy happy pipe, sing thy songs of happy cheer." So I sang the same again, while he wept with joy to hear. "Piper, sit thee down and write in a book that all may read." So he vanished from my sight, and I plucked a hollow reed, and I made a rural pen, and I stained the water clear, and I wrote my happy songs, every child may joy to hear. Holy Thursday. From Songs of Innocence. 'Twas on a holy Thursday, their innocent faces clean, came children walking two and two, in red and blue and green. Grey-headed beadles walked before, with wands as white as snow, till into the high dome of Paul's they like Thames waters flow. Oh, what a multitude they seemed, these flowers of London town! Seated in companies they sit, with radiance all their own. The hum of multitudes was there, but multitudes of lambs, thousands of little boys and girls raising their innocent hands. Now like a mighty wind they raise to heaven the voice of song, or like harmonious thunderings the seats of heaven among. Beneath them sit the aged men, wise guardians of the poor. Then cherish pity, lest you drive an angel from your door. A Cradle Song. From Songs of Experience. Sleep, sleep, beauty bright, dreaming in the joys of night. Sleep, sleep, in thy sleep, little sorrows, sit and weep. Sweet babe, in thy face soft desires I can trace, secret joys and secret smiles, little pretty infant wiles. As thy softest limbs I feel, smiles as of the morning steal o'er thy cheek and o'er thy breast, where thy little heart doth rest. Oh, the cunning wiles that creep in thy little heart asleep! When thy little heart shall wake, then the dreadful light shall break. The Little Black Boy. From Songs of Innocence. My mother bore me in the southern wild, and I am black, but oh, my soul is white. White as an angel is the English child, but I am black, as if bereaved of light. My mother taught me underneath a tree, and sitting down before the heat of day, she took me on her lap and kissed me, and pointing to the east, began to say, "Look on the rising sun, there God does live, and gives his light and gives his heat away, and flowers and trees and beasts and men receive comfort in morning, joy in the noonday. And we are put on earth a little space, that we may learn to bear the beams of love. And these black bodies and this sunburnt face are but a cloud, and like a shady grove. For when our souls have learned the heat to bear, the cloud will vanish, we shall hear his voice saying, 'Come out from the grove, my love and care, and round my golden tent like lambs rejoice.' Thus did my mother say, and kissed me. And thus I say to little English boy, when I from black and he from white cloud free, and round the tent of God, like lambs we joy, I'll shade him from the heat till he can bear to lean in joy upon our Father's knee, and then I'll stand and stroke his silver hair, and be like him, and he will then love me. The Tiger. From Songs of Experience. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye framed thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burned that fire within thine eyes? On what wings dared he aspire? What the hand dared seize the fire? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? When thy heart began to beat, what dread hand formed thy dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain knit thy strength and forged thy brain? What the anvil, what dread grasp dared thy deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the Lamb make thee? End of section 16. Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 17. Selected excerpts by Charles Blanc, 1813 to 1882. We have few personal details of Charles Blanc. We know that he lived in a luminous world of form and thought, a life in harmony with his work. We have books containing his conception of art. We know that art was his one absorbing passion, and this should satisfy us, for it was his own opinion that all which does not tend to illustrate an artist's conception of art is of but secondary importance in his life. Of Franco-Italian extraction, Charles Blanc was born in Castres, France, on the 15th of November, 1813. When in 1830 he and his brother Louis, youths of 18 and 19, came to Paris, their aged father, an ex-inspector of finance whose career had been ruined by the fall of Napoleon, was dependent on them for support. Louis soon procured work on a newspaper, but Charles, whose ambition from his earliest years was to become a painter, spent his days in the Louvre, or wandering about Paris looking in the old print shop windows, and he thus learned much that he afterwards developed in his works. As his brother's position improved, he was enabled to study drawing with Delaroche and engraving with Calamatta. His masters gave him but little encouragement, however, and he soon turned his thoughts to literature, his maiden effort being a description of the Brussels Salon of 1836 for his brother's paper. Exquisite sensitiveness and responsiveness to beauty eminently fitted Charles Blanc for the position of art critic, and gave a charm to his earliest writings. He brought to his new task the technical knowledge of an artist and a penetrating critical insight which, aided by study, ripened rapidly. The evidence of talent afforded by his first art criticism induced Louis Blanc to confide to him successively the editorship of several provincial papers. But Charles's inclinations were toward the calm atmosphere of art. He was, and ever remained, indifferent to politics, and looked upon the fiery active Louis with astonishment, even while catching his energy and ambition. On his return to Paris he began a history of the French painters of the 19th century, but one volume of which appeared, and The Painters of All Schools, completed in 1876. Very little was then known of the lives of the painters. By illustrating each biographical sketch with engravings of the artist's pictures, Blanc met a long-felt want. As the work was intended for the general reader, it was not overloaded with erudition, but numerous anecdotes combined with vivacity of style aroused interest in painting, and created a public for the more purely technical works which followed. Though assisted by others in this undertaking, Blanc himself planned the method of treatment and wrote the history of the Dutch and French schools, and the work justly retains his name. The Socialists had taken a prominent part in the events of February 1848 which led to the overthrow of Louis Philippe, and they yielded to the universal desire by appointing Charles Blanc Director of Fine Arts, a position which he had prophesied to his friends several years before that he would one day fill. When he assumed office, the position of artists was critical, as, owing to social convulsions, government and private orders had dwindled into insignificance. Thanks to his energy, work was resumed on public monuments, and the greater part of the sum of 900,000 francs, voted by the National Assembly for the Champ de Mars festival, was devoted to work which gave employment to a legion of decorative painters and sculptors. After the Salon of 1848, as the government coffers were depleted, he obtained 80,000 francs worth of Sèvres porcelain from the Minister of Commerce to give as prizes. He combated a proposition made by the Committee on Finance to suppress the Louvre studios of moulding. He opposed the motion to reduce the corps of professors at the School of Fine Arts, and defended the School of Rome, threatened with suppression. While Director of Fine Arts, Blanc fought his first and only duel in defense of his brother, although he had never fired a pistol in his life. During the political agitation of 1848, Louis was condemned by the National Assembly and fled to London. After his departure he was abused in very insulting language by one Lacombe, and Charles called the latter to account. In the duel which followed, Lacombe was hit, but the ball struck his pocketbook and glanced off, when Méry, one of the seconds, exclaimed, "That was money well invested," and there the matter ended. Another event, which occurred several years previous, has a certain psychological significance. One evening Charles Blanc was visiting a friend who resided a distance of 150 miles from Paris. In the midst of conversation he suddenly grew pale and exclaimed that he had received a shock, adding that something must have happened to Louis. The next day his fears were confirmed by the receipt of a letter telling him that the latter had been knocked down in the streets of Paris by a blow across the forehead. When Dumas père heard of this coincidence, he utilized it in his Corsican Brothers. Notwithstanding his fine record as an administrator and his encouragement of talent, Blanc was sacrificed to the spirit of reaction which set in about 1850. His removal displeased the entire art world, so highly was he esteemed for his integrity, his progressive ideas, and his unerring taste. On his return to private life he resumed his History of the Painters. L'œuvre de Rembrandt, 1853 1863, containing also a life of the artist, was illustrated by the first photographic plates which ever appeared in a book. The name Peintre des Fêtes Galantes was derived by Blanc from the title conferred on Watteau by the French Academy. Of the artists therein mentioned, Watteau occupied the realm of poetry, Lancret that of the conventional, the fashionable, Pater that of vulgar jovial reality, Boucher, the most distinctively French of artists, that of brilliancy, dash, and vivacity. These painters are a curious study for the historian interested in the external forms of things. With the exception of Dupré, Blanc knew all the painters of whom he writes in the Artistes de mon temps, artists of my time. The work is therefore replete with personal recollections. Here again the general interest is deepened by the warm interest which the author takes in the men and events of the time. There are many charming pages devoted to Félix Dubin, Delacroix, and Calamatta, to the contemporary medallions of David d'Angers, to Henri Leys, Chenavard, and Troyon, to Corot, the lover of nature who saw her through a veil of poetry, to Jules Dupré and Rousseau, who saw the poetry innate in her. He introduces us to the caricaturists Granville and Gavarni, to Barye's lifelike animals. On reading the lives of these men, one is struck by the fact that they produced their masterpieces at about the age of 20 years. The Treasures of Art in Manchester and From Paris to Vienna were published in 1857. The latter contained curious information about the sale of artworks during the 17th century, with the prices they brought, and is enlivened with short, spirited sketches of artists and amateurs. In 1867 Blanc became a member of the Académique des Beaux-Arts. The Treasures of Curiosity is a catalogue of pictures and engravings sold between 1830 and the date of the appearance of the book. Devoted to purely artistic subjects, the Journal des Beaux-Arts, founded by Blanc, rendered great service to art by spreading a taste for it among the cultivated classes. The Grammar of Painting and Engraving first appeared in this periodical. Though given up to a consideration of technical subjects, the work abounds in poetic touches and has great interest for the general reader. In 1875 it was discussed in the French Academy, when its author competed for the chair left vacant by the death of Vitel. He was not elected until the following year, though his book met with great success and led to the revival of engraving in France. When he began his studies for the life of Ingres, which appeared in 1867, he found many letters of the artist, which enabled him to follow the latter through the various phases of his life, to know the changes of his temper, the inflexibility of his character, his emotions day by day, his momentary discouragements, his great will power, the heroic efforts he made to reach the heights, his ideas on art, his opinion of others as well as himself, and, thanks to these documents, he was enabled to reproduce one of the most remarkable personalities, if not the most original one, of the French school. In 1870 he was again made Director of Fine Arts. He introduced several reforms in the organization of the Salon, and founded a 4,000-franc prize. But the spirit of reaction could not forgive his political antecedents, and in 1873, on the fall of Thiers, he was removed before he could complete his plan for establishing a museum of copies to reproduce the masterpieces of painting. One well-deserved satisfaction was granted him in 1878 by the creation of a chair of aesthetics and art history in the College of France, which he was called by special decree to fill, and there he taught for 3 years. The first part of the Grammar of the Decorative Arts appeared in 1881, the second part, dealing with interior decorations, in 1882. The third part, the Decoration of Cities, was not completed owing to his sudden death. Elected president of the French Academy in 1882, he did not enjoy this well-deserved honor long. A few weeks before his death, which occurred on February 17th, 1882, from the effects of an operation for cancer, he began a catalogue of the collection presented by Thiers to the Louvre. This was the last work of a pen wielded with unimpaired vigor to the end. "The great artist," wrote Blanc, "is he who guides us into the region of his own thoughts, into the palaces and fields of his own imagination, and while there speaks to us the language of the gods." And to none are these words more applicable than to himself. In the world of thought he was a man of great originality, though neither architect, painter, nor sculptor. He had all the artist nature from a boy, and never lost the tender sensibility and naïf admiration for the beautiful in nature and art, which give such glow of enthusiasm to his writings. His Grammar of Painting and Engraving founded the scientific method of criticism. In this work he brought his intellectual qualifications and extensive reading to bear upon a subject until then treated either by philosophical theorizers or eloquent essayists. He has left one of the purest literary reputations in France. He was, above all, an idealist, and made the world beautiful more accessible to us. Rembrandt, from the Dutch school of painters. Rembrandt has taken great pains to transmit to us paintings of his person, or at least of his face, from the time of his youth up to that of shrunken old age. He was a man at once robust and delicate. His broad and slightly rounded forehead presented a development that indicated a powerful imagination. His eyes were small, deep-set, bright, intelligent, and full of fire. His hair, of a warm color bordering on red and curling naturally, may possibly have indicated a Jewish extraction. His head had great character, in spite of the plainness of his features, a large flat nose, high cheekbones, and a copper-colored complexion imparted to his face a vulgarity which, however, was relieved by the form of his mouth, the haughty outline of his eyebrows, and the brilliancy of his eyes. Such was Rembrandt, and the character of the figures he painted partakes of that of his own person, that is to say, they have great expression, but are not noble. They possess much pathos, while deficient in what is termed style. An artist thus constituted could not but be exceedingly original, intelligent, and independent, though selfish and entirely swayed by caprice. When he began to study nature, he entered upon the task not with that good nature which is the distinctive characteristic of so many of the Dutch painters, but with an innate desire to stamp upon every object his own peculiarity, supplementing imagination by an attentive observation of real life. Of all the phenomena of nature, that which gave him most trouble was light. The difficulty he most desired to conquer was that of expression. Albert Dürer's Melancholia, from the Dutch School of Painters. The love of the extravagant and fantastic, observable in Dürer's first pictures, never abandoned him. He has probably expressed the inspiration of his own soul in the figure of Melancholy, who, seated on the seashore, seems trying to penetrate with her gaze into infinite space. For my part, I have seen this picture always before me. How could it be possible to forget an engraving of Dürer's, even though seen but once? I can see her proud and noble head resting thoughtfully upon one hand, her long hair falling in dishevelled tresses upon her shoulders, her folded wings emblematic of that impotent aspiration which directs her gaze towards heaven, a book, closed and useless as her wings, resting upon her knee. Nothing can be more gloomy, more penetrating than the expression of this figure. From the peculiar folds of her dress, one would suppose she was enveloped in iron draperies. Near her is a sundial with a bell which marks the hours as they glide away. The sun is sinking beneath the ocean, and darkness will soon envelop the earth. Above hovers a strange-looking bat with spreading wings, and bearing a pennon on which is written the word Melancholia. All is symbolical in this composition, of which the sentiment is sublime. Melancholy holds in her right hand a pair of compasses and a circle, the emblem of that eternity in which her thoughts are lost. Various instruments appertaining to the arts and sciences lie scattered around her. After having made use of them, she has cast them aside and has fallen into a profound reverie. As typical of the mistrust which has crept into her heart with avarice and doubt, a bunch of keys is suspended to her girdle. Above her is an hourglass, the emblem of her transitory existence. Nothing could be more admirable than the face of Melancholy, both in the severe beauty of her features and the depth of her gaze. Neither the sentiment of melancholy nor the word which expresses it had appeared in art before the time of Albert Dürer. Ingres, from the Life of Ingres. Small of stature, square of figure, rough of manner, devoid of distinction, Ingres' personality afforded a great contrast to the refinement of his taste and the charm of his feminine figures. I can hardly conceive how a man thus built could show such delicacy in the choice of his subjects, how those short, thick fingers could draw such lovely, graceful forms. Ingres hated academic conventionality. He mingled the Florentine and Greek schools. He sought the ideal not outside of reality, but in its very essence, in the reconciliation of style with nature. Color he considered of secondary importance. He not only subordinated it voluntarily to drawing, but he did not have a natural gift for it. Ingres is the artist who has best expressed the voluptuousness not of flesh, but of form, who has felt feminine beauty most profoundly and chastely. Calamata's Studio. From Contemporary Artists. I can still see Lamennais with his worn-out coat, his round back, his yellow parchment-like face, his eyes sparkling beneath a forehead imprinted with genius, and resembling somewhat Hoffmann's heroes. George Sand sometimes visited us, and it seemed to me that her presence lighted up the whole studio. She always spoke to me, for she knew that I was the brother of a distinguished writer, and when she looked over my plate, I trembled like a leaf. Thus our calm sedentary life was enlivened by an occasional sunbeam, and when I was hard at work with my graver, my mind was nourished by the minds of others. Giannone the poet read his commentaries on Shakespeare to us, and Mercure always had a witty retort in that faulty French which is so amusing in an Italian mouth. Calamata would listen in silence, his eyes glued to his drawing of the Joconde, at which he worked on his good days. Blanc's debut as art critic. From Contemporary Artists. In those days things happened just as they do now. The criticism is almost invariably the work of beginners. A youth who has acquired a smattering of learning, who has caught up the slang of the studios, and pretends to have a system or to defend a paradox, is chosen to write an account of the Salon. I was that youth, that novice. And after all, how become a workman unless you work? How become expert if you do not study, recognize your mistakes, and repair them? Beneath our mistakes, truth lies hidden. So I arrived at Brussels to exercise the trade of critic, and found myself in the presence of two men who were then making a brilliant debut as painters, De Keyser and Henri Leys. I hope I shall be forgiven if I reproduce my criticism of the latter's Massacre of the Magistrates of Louvain. Imagine to yourself a small public square, such as might have existed in Louvain in the 14th century. This square filled with angry people demanding satisfaction for the death of their chief, Gauthier de Landes, assassinated by the nobles. The approach to the Palace of Justice crowded with men armed to the teeth. At the top of the stairs the city magistrates on their way to execution, some as calm as if about to administer justice, others bewailing that the people know not what they do, peasants awaiting them at the foot of the stairs, dagger in hand, a smile upon their lips. Here and there fainting women, dead bodies being stripped, dying men being tortured, and an inextricable confusion of monks, burghers, soldiers, children, and horses. Then, if you fancy this scene painted with the warmth and impetuosity of a Tintoretto, or as Hugo would have written it, you will have an idea of Leys's picture. It may not be prudent to trust an enthusiastic criticism, but my opinion is shared by everyone. I may be rash in praising a young man whose wings may melt in the sun. But when, as is the case with M. Leys, the artist possesses exact knowledge of the times and manners, when he has verve, dash, and deep feeling, he needs only to moderate ardor by reflection, and to ripen inspiration by study, in order to become great. One must admit that the above was not a bad beginning for an apprentice connoisseur, and that I was fortunate in praising an unknown artist destined to make a great reputation. There is something more real than reality in what passes in the soul of a great artist. Delacroix's Bark of Dante, from Contemporary Artists. An admirable and altogether new quality is the weird harmony of color which makes the painting vibrate like a drama, or, in other words, that sombre harmony itself is the foundation of the tragedy. Lyricism is expressed by mere difference in tones, which, heightened by their contrasts and softened by their analogy, become harmonious while clashing with each other. A new poetry was born of the French school, until then so sober of color, so little inclined to avail itself of the material resources of painting. And yet the expression thus achieved by Delacroix appeals to the soul as much as to the eyes. It is not merely optical beauty, but spiritual beauty of the highest order, that is produced by his superb coloring. In this picture the young painter's genius was revealed unto himself. He then knew that he had guessed the secret of an art which he was to carry to a perfection undreamed of before, the orchestration of color. Delacroix was the hero of Romanticism. His life was one long revolt in the name of color against drawing, of flesh against marble, of freedom of attitude against traditionary precision. He is an essentially modern genius, inflamed by the poetry of Christianity, and he added tumultuous passions and feverish emotions to the antique serenity of art. In those days youth was entirely given up to noble aspirations, to dreams of glory, to enthusiasm for beauty of expression and feeling, to an ardent love of liberty. Men were indifferent to stock quotations, but they rated spiritual values high. Mere theories inspired passion. Quarrels on the subject of style and painting were common. Men became enthusiastic over poetry and beauty, the ideal. Genesis of the Grammar. At dinner one day with the dignitaries of one of the largest cities of France, conversation turned upon the arts. All of the guests spoke of them, and well, but each entrenched himself behind his own personal views, in virtue of the adage, "One cannot argue about tastes." I protested in vain against this false principle, saying that it was inadmissible, and that the classic Brillat Savarin would have been shocked at such blasphemy. Even his name had no weight, and the guests separated gaily, after uttering heresies that made you shiver. Among the eminent men present there was one, however, who seemed somewhat mortified that he had not the most elementary idea of art, and he asked me if there was not some book in which its principles were presented in a clear and brief form. I replied that no such book existed, and that on leaving college I should have been only too happy to find such a work, and thereupon determined to write one. Moral Influence of Art, from Grammar of Painting and Engraving. Painting purifies people by its mute eloquence. The philosopher writes his thoughts for those who can think and read. The painter shows his thought to all who have eyes to see. That hidden and naked virgin, truth, the artist finds without seeking. He throws a veil over her, encourages her to please, proves to her that she is beautiful, and when he has reproduced her image, he makes us take her, and takes her himself for beauty. In communicating to us what has been seen and felt by others, the painter gives new strength and compass to the soul. Who can say of how many apparently fugitive impressions a man's morality is composed, and upon what depends the gentleness of his manners, the correctness of his habits, the elevation of his thoughts? If the painter represents acts of cruelty or injustice, he inspires us with horror. The unhappy family of Proudhon moves the fibers of charity better than the homilies of a preacher. Examples of the sublime are rare in painting, as the painter is compelled to imprison every idea in a form. It may happen, nevertheless, that, moved by thoughts to which he has given no form, the artist strikes the soul as a thunderbolt would the ear. It is then, by virtue of the thought perceived but not formulated, that the picture becomes sublime. Poussin's Shepherds of Arcadia, from Grammar of Painting and Engraving. In a wide, heavily wooded country, the sojourning place of that happiness sung by the poets, some peasants have discovered a tomb hidden by a thicket of trees, and bearing this brief inscription: Et in Arcadia ego. I too lived in Arcadia. These words, issuing from the tomb, sadden their faces, and the smiles die upon their lips. A young girl, carelessly leaning upon the shoulder of her lover, seems to listen, mute and pensive, to this salutation from the dead. The thought of death has also plunged into reverie a youth who leans over the tomb with bowed head, while the oldest shepherd points out the inscription he has just discovered. The landscape that completes this quiet picture shows reddened leaves upon arid rocks, hillocks that melt in the vague horizon, and in the distance something ill-defined that resembles the sea. The sublime in this painting is that which we cannot see. It is the thought that hovers over it, the unexpected emotion that fills the soul of the spectator, transported suddenly beyond the tomb into the infinite unknown. Landscape, from Grammar of Painting and Engraving. The poetry of the fields and forests is inseparable from truth. But the painter must idealize this truth by making it express some sentiment. Faithfulness of imitation alone would not suffice. The artist, master of reality, enlightens it with his eyes, transfigures it according to his heart, and makes it utter what is not in it, sentiment, and that which it neither possesses nor understands, thought. Style, from Grammar of Painting and Engraving. Drawing is a work of the mind. Every drawing is the expression of a thought or sentiment, and is charged with showing us something superior to the apparent truth when that reveals neither sentiment nor thought. But what is this superior truth? It is sometimes the character of the object drawn, sometimes the character of the designer, and in high art is what we call style. The artist sees in the creations of nature what he himself carries in the depth of his soul, tints them with the colors of his imagination, lends them the witchery of his genius. The temperament of the artist modifies the character of objects, and even that of living figures. But this power of taking possession is the appanage of great hearts, of great artists, of those whom we call masters, who, instead of being the slaves of reality, dominate it. These have a style. Their imitators have only a manner. Aside from the style peculiar to every great master, there is in art something still superior and impersonal, which is style proper. Style is truth aggrandized, simplified, freed from all insignificant details, restored to its original essence, its typical aspect. This style par excellence, in which instead of recognizing the soul of an artist, we feel the breath of the universal soul, was realized in the Greek sculpture of the time of Pericles. The law of proportion in architecture, from Grammar of Painting and Engraving. Man, from the fact that he is the only intelligent being in creation, desires to show his intelligence in his works. In order to do so, he makes them resemble himself in a measure, by impressing upon them the characteristic of his intelligence, which is logic, and that of his body, which is proportion. Architecture employs inorganic matter alone: stone, marble, brick, iron, wood when the sap has been dried out of it and it ceases to be an organic substance, and yet under the hand of the architect this inert matter expresses sentiments and feelings. By subjecting it to the laws of order, symmetry, and proportion, in a manner which appeals to the eye, he lends them a semblance of life and an organism conceived after his own image. By this artificial proportion, inert matter is raised to the dignity of the animal kingdom. It is rendered eloquent and capable of expressing the soul of the artist, and often that of a race. But human monuments have still another point in common with the body. Order, symmetry, and proportion are needed rigorously only on the exterior. Within, general beauty no longer dominates, but individual life. If we look at the interior of the human body, we find no symmetry, no arrangement but that demanded by the function of the organs. The brain, it is true, has two symmetrical lobes, because the brain is destined to a life of relation, to the life of intelligence. But in their individual functions, the life of the internal organs presents another aspect. The stomach is a shapeless bag. The heart is a single muscle, which is not even placed in the center. The left lung is longer and narrower than the right. The spleen is a ganglion placed on the left side without any corresponding organ. But all this mechanism, which scientists consider wonderful in its irregularity, is hidden beneath a layer of similar members which repeat each other and correspond at equal distances from a central line, and constitute symmetry in animals, beauty in man. Similar in this respect to the human body, architectural monuments have a double life and a double aspect. On the exterior, it is meet that they should be regular, symmetrical, but symmetrical from left to right, like man, not from top to bottom, nor from face to back. Their resemblance to man is further shown by openings, which are as the eyes and ears of the persons who inhabit them. Their entrance occupies the center of the edifice, as the mouth is placed on the central line of the face. They have rounded or angular forms, according as they have been built to express strength, a virile idea, or grace, a feminine one. Lastly, they have proportion, for there is a harmonious relation between their apparent members, and a mutual dependence which subordinates the variety of the parts to the unity of the whole, and which constitutes the necessary conditions of the beautiful in art. The interior is not subjected to the necessity for duplicate members, to regularity of façade, nor to unity of appearance. Thus, when the artist who has designed the monument performs its autopsy, so to say, we see, as in the human body, unequal dimensions, irregular shapes, disparities which resemble disorder to the eye, but which constitute the individuality of the edifice. Within reigns relative beauty, free with fixed rule. Without reigns a necessary beauty, subjected to its own laws. In man, character is the soul's expression. In architecture, character is the moral physiognomy of a building. As a portrait without character is but a vain shadow of the person represented, so a monument which does not appeal to the intelligence, which evokes no thought, is merely a pile of stones, a body without a soul. The soul of architecture is the thought it expresses. Character tends towards beauty in man as well as in his works. If we glance at human society, we see faces which appear to be nothing more than a sketch. Parsimonious nature has given them only sufficient life to move in a narrow circle. They are mere individuals. They represent nothing but themselves. However, in the midst of the crowd, some men are noticeable for an abundance of vitality, whom favorable events have developed along their natural tendencies. They impersonate many individuals in one. Their unity is equal to numbers. For good or evil, they have a character. In proportion as an individuality becomes more enriched, more pronounced, it attains character. In proportion as character loses its roughness, it becomes beauty. This is also true of architecture. End of section 17.